Chapter 53:38. Zhao Jun had indeed used the strongest means of the Zhao family. That was to get their place of suppression. This was a special place. It could only be used when they were in the Zhao family. But it would consume a lot of energy to use it once. But this time there was no other way. The black-robed young man in front of him was too strong. If he didn't bring him here, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. Following that, the 9 pillars unleashed a powerful attack, blessing his body. It was a punch. This punch was like a beam of light. It was impossible to defend against it. Lin Fei directly punched. The 2 fists collided heavily. When the time came, he took a step back. It was just a step, but he could feel the power of this punch. It was indeed the attack of an immortal. Because there was a different kind of power contained in it. That was the so-called magic power. It was indeed extremely powerful. This was magic power. It was also very terrifying. It continued to wreak havoc within Lin Fei's body. However, Lin Fei's body was extremely strong. Just like that, he got rid of that trace of power. For Zhao Jun, this wasn't a good thing. This guy was actually able to withstand a single punch like this. He remembered that a powerful peak Eternal Realm expert came here in the past. After coming here, he heavily injured him with a single punch. He was killed with 2 punches. But the scene in front of him was completely different from before. Was this guy's body really that strong? It must be fake. This guy must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Continue attacking. Zhao Jun attacked again. This time there were even more techniques that could be used. Lin Fei withstood them one by one. His body was extremely powerful. Then the primordial spirits came out one by one. After these primordial spirits came out, they directly bombarded these pillars. Zhao Jun immediately recognized these primordial spirits when he saw them. This was the famous reincarnation primordial spirit. Since when could the reincarnation primordial spirit cultivate so much? Zhao Jun had heard of it. Dozens of reincarnation primordial spirits. He heard that in the past, the strongest was only 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. Could it be that this fellow was a monster? If he wasn't a monster, what else could he be? He had so many reincarnated primordial spirits. It directly shook the pillars. After all, even though these pillars were strong, Lin Fei's reincarnated primordial spirit was no joke. Zhao Jun's expression immediately changed. After all, you can't mobilize your strongest power. You can only stare at me helplessly. Let me break your method first. I was kind enough to talk to you, but you didn't agree. Then I can only take it myself. This place of yours is really not bad, but your immortal method is not good either. The reincarnation primordial spirit kept breaking the pillar. Lin Fei threw a punch after a punch, and in an instant, countless attacks erupted. They bombarded the pillar like stars in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. These pillars were obviously unable to withstand the pressure. This was because Lin Fei had only attacked one of the pillars. Zhao Jun was instantly anxious. If he really let him break this formation, then he would be completely finished. Wow. A group of black shadows came crashing down. It was the soul-suppressing monument. In Lin Fei's hands, the soul-suppressing monument more or less had some tricks up his sleeves. Could be big or small. When it was big, it could be as heavy as a mountain. Although the pillar was sturdy, cracks had appeared on it. More and more cracks appeared on the wall. Zhao Jun looked at the black shadow that had smashed out and was even more shocked. You actually got the soul-suppressing monument? How is that possible? Why is it in your hands? There was a loud crash. The pillar was finally broken. The power that Zhao Jun had infused into his body was instantly destroyed. Lin Fei also walked out of it. Zhao Jun's entire body retreated. Chapter 53:39. Zhao Jun knew that he had lost. He had lost completely. This guy was quite powerful. Even if he used his strongest technique that contained magic power, he still couldn't injure the other party's body. He only left cracks on the other party's body. If one didn't look carefully, these cracks wouldn't be visible at all. Your body actually surpassed the Eternal Realm. No wonder my attack was useless against you, and no wonder you dared to come to our Zhao family alone. I have underestimated you. If he hadn't seen this scene with his own eyes, Zhao Jun wouldn't have believed that such a powerful powerhouse had actually come. He directly left them with no other choice. One had to know that this space was a special method. Anyone who came to their Zhao family was basically pulled in. No one had ever been able to escape from their Zhao family. This was the only one. Your methods here are quite extraordinary. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I might not have been able to understand it. Lin Fei had truly experienced what it meant to be a true technique. Today's method was indeed quite fierce. If it were anyone else who was slightly weaker, they would have been directly suppressed. Then do you think you should still make a move now? If you still want to make a move, then I won't be polite anymore. Since this guy had mastered such a method, he definitely had other methods. Lin Fei wouldn't force him into a dead end. If that was the case, he wouldn't come down so easily. He just wanted to use this place to sign in. Of course, this kind of sign-in was completely different from other times. That was the celestial world he could sign into. The celestial world was the most valuable thing. Although the soul-suppressing monument in his hand was quite good and he could receive some rewards from signing in Lin Fei's opinion, signing into the entire celestial world was the most valuable thing. If he could sign in properly, then he would definitely do it. Now, it all depended on whether this Zhao Jun cooperated or not. If he cooperated, then everything would be fine. If he didn't, then don't blame him for taking action. As long as you don't destroy the Zhao family, I can hand over this place to you, and we won't leak any information. In a moment, Zhao Jun had already made up his mind. He also knew what to do. If he continued to fight, he would have no chance of winning. Unless they were to perish together, but even if they were to perish together, he might not be able to guarantee that he would be able to kill this fellow. The other party probably didn't just cultivate an immortal physique. This was difficult to deal with. At the very least, the power of this world was unable to shake his body. This was the most terrifying existence. What you said is quite interesting. No one can snatch this place of descent from me. However, I was going to talk to you nicely, but you didn't listen to me. Handing over the place of descent now is indeed the best choice. I can promise you that I won't attack your Zhao family, but you must tell me everything you know. I need to know everything. If you hide anything, I will kill the most powerful person in your family. You also know that no one can escape from this range. This was the result he wanted. Of course, this also made Lin Fei realize that above his strength, there should be the so-called magic power. It was just that he had chosen the path of physical cultivation. In terms of magic power, he should be weaker than the others. But it didn't matter to him. When one's strength was absolute, breaking through the heavens with strength was no joke. Magic power could still be broken. It just had to reach a certain level of accumulation. It was just that simple. I said, I will tell you everything. Zhao Jun said. He knew what to choose. Chapter 5340. Lin Fei easily took down Zhao Jun and the others. He even looked at this landing camp. This landing camp was indeed extraordinary. If it wasn't for Zhao Jun bringing him in, it wouldn't have been easy for Lin Fei to come in. Even though his strength could completely break through. But this landing camp was a little different. Any outside influence would cause it to collapse. In other words, this landing camp would no longer exist. It was very fragile. This was also why Zhao Jun's family had been guarding this place. The others couldn't defend the landing camp at all. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't use these methods from the start. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. Without this place to descend, it would be too difficult to find any traces of it. This was the only good opportunity they had. This is our landing camp. This landing camp is different from the others. Zhao Jun said from the side. He gave a simple introduction of the items. The more he introduced it, the more Lin Fei understood another thing. This landing camp was indeed quite sacred. In another 10 years, the first person will come down here. Zhao Jun said again. He didn't want his family to be purged. He was quite direct. Not many people know about this. I'm the only one who knows about it. There were still 10 years. 10 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. But to Lin Fei it was just a short time. He didn't expect that he would come at the right time. Someone would come down in 10 years. When they descend, there won't be too much of a commotion, unlike the other landing grounds where there will be a commotion as soon as they descend. Unless it's our people here, no one will know what's going on. Then you can leave. I'll be here from now on. Remember what you said. If there's any commotion, your entire family won't be able to survive. Lin Fei didn't do anything to Zhao Jun. After all, Zhao Jun knew better than anyone that even with his methods, he wasn't a match for him. Not to mention the others in his family. Zhao Jun retreated just like that. It was as if he had picked up a life. At other times, Zhao Jun would never have such thoughts. But this time it was different. He had thought it through. It was better to be honest. This way he might be able to live a little longer. Otherwise, no one in the entire family would be able to withstand this person's attack. Just like that, Lin Fei stood guard here. It was as if he was waiting for a heir to come to him. He could sign in as well. Initially he thought that he would be able to sign in here. However, he realized that he was thinking too much. He couldn't sign in at all. He could only take out his so-called soul-suppressing monument. After all, this kind of soul tablet was pretty good. This sign-in session lasted for 7 to 8 years. In these 7 or 8 years, Lin Fei didn't make any moves at all. Zhao Jun was also quite honest. There were no tricks. He also knew that with such a person here, if he didn't behave himself, he would suffer a huge loss. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the information that Zhao Jun sent over. This fellow didn't seem to be the same as the others. He still knew how to make himself trust and acknowledge them more at a time like this. Otherwise, the anger of a powerhouse wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Through this information, Lin Fei also knew that the situation outside wasn't as bad as he had imagined. It was quite calm. Then he was completely relieved. He didn't hear any movements from Guan Luolan either. He must have gone to do something important. That person was quite thoughtful. Chapter 53-41. He didn't sign in for nothing in the past 10 years. Lin Fei had obtained a lot of good things. At this moment, the most exciting moment had finally arrived. Finally, it was the 10th year. The 10th year. Lin Fei finally felt that there was a change in this place. Although the change this time wasn't very obvious, it was very clear. Someone must have come down from above. What Zhao Jun said wasn't wrong, there were indeed people coming over. It was about to begin. This was an opportunity. This was an opportunity to sign in. Whether or not he could sign in from above would depend on today. Lin Fei didn't think that this passage would exist for a long time. He reckoned that it would only be a blink of an eye. The one who came down would definitely be a powerhouse. Lin Fei was already fully prepared. The commotion was getting louder and louder. With a swoosh, a figure directly came down from above. The moment he came down, it happened. Lin Fei felt that something was different. This was a vast and powerful aura. The moment this aura descended, it instantly brought about a big change. Indeed, it made everyone tremble with fear. In fact, this person seemed to have restrained his strength at this moment. After all, this place was completely different from other places. The strength that the other party restrained was definitely a true restrained strength. He finally came down? This place is indeed quite different from what I imagined. I just don't know if those people will follow me here. But I'm the fastest. I'll be the fastest to occupy a place. As soon as this figure walked out, he made a bold statement. Right after he came down, a big hand directly suppressed him. Of course, it was Lin Fei who made his move at this moment. He made his move the moment he appeared. He definitely wouldn't give him any chance to catch his breath. Even so, it made them feel different. This figure instantly raised his hand to block. Who is it? How dare you sneak around here? Just like that. It directly let out a thunderous sound. It directly penetrated the other party's body. Lin Fei's control of his strength had reached a very precise level. This time, it directly spread through the other party's body. As soon as he made a move, he let the other party know of his existence. The other party was directly hit in the head. No matter how strong his body was, he naturally felt a certain degree of suppression when he encountered Lin Fei's power. This wasn't the top but the bottom. At this moment, Lin Fei also signed in. The passageway did not close. Ding. Sign in to the Celestial World. Obtained 1000 Celestial World magic power. At this moment, Lin Fei had indeed signed in. This sign-in actually gave him magic power. 1000. It was absolutely shocking. This was equivalent to a huge harvest. 1000 streams of magic power. Of course, Lin Fei knew how powerful this magic power was. Just look at Zhao Jun from before. He had once unleashed a technique which was to create this magic power. His powers were not considered complete and the power was only average. However, when it burst forth, it was definitely more than enough to crush the so-called eternal power, leaving a huge wound in his body. Only someone like Lin Fei could handle it so easily. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed countless times. With 1000 streams of magic power in hand, this made the harvest of this trip extremely rewarding. The other party was stunned. Someone had actually attacked him. The other party was very strong and it directly exploded in his body. Fortunately, he had magic power in his body, which directly offset this part of the attack. Then he saw this figure. This was a very young and unfamiliar figure. But just like that, it was able to attack him. This made him feel a little incredulous. He actually suffered an attack just like that. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Let me kill you first. Chapter 53-42. This fella's methods were quite strong, but he already had a celestial body. Naturally, he was different. Coming down from above, he was naturally suppressed. His immortal body was his greatest asset in running amok. So, this bit of strength didn't affect him much. Of course, it made him realize that the young man in front of him was different. To ambush him here, how did that Zhao Jun do things? This was a place that they were guarding. The place they were guarding was to prevent any accidents from happening. Just like when they came down from above, if they didn't go there, their strength would be greatly reduced. Now, under such a situation there was actually someone here. This was the most inconceivable thing in the world. He seemed infuriated. One after another he struck out with a series of hand seals. This was the so-called supreme technique. These were all powerful techniques. They exploded in this part of the universe. He became even more powerful. They directly blasted over. However, Lin Fei wasn't just bragging. He directly used the God-Demon Body techniques. However, the God-Demon Body didn't seem to have much of an advantage against his techniques. He finally knew that the other party came down with spiritual power. As for how much spiritual power he had, he wasn't sure, but it shouldn't be very strong. At this moment, Lin Fei was silent. If he hadn't been guarding here, he really wouldn't have had such a chance. Now the chance had come. It was easy. You are indeed quite strong, but in front of me that bit of strength is nothing. I advise you to behave yourself. Xiao Shan seemed to have more than enough strength. It was as if he had grasped the other party. The other party's hand seals were quite strong. At least in this world he was a top existence. There weren't many who could contend against it. Even his celestial body was affected to a certain extent. He could more or less tell that the other party cultivated the rare legendary God-Demon Body. This was definitely an unbelievable thing. Who had seen the God-Demon Body before? It could be said to be a lost existence. But now this fellow actually used it. This was just too shocking. Then you have to show your strength. Only then can you know everything. Otherwise, you really don't have the qualifications to know this. Lin Fei kept using his God-Fiend body. Even his attacks contained the so-called thunder attack, but these attacks didn't seem to have much effect on him. The body of an immortal was indeed quite powerful. Although the opponent's magic power could cause Lin Fei some trouble, it wasn't that strong. It could only be said that the other party's strength had been suppressed. If they were on top, their strength would be magnified infinitely. Aren't you the same? I don't think you can do anything to me. Even though you have the body of an immortal and have magic power, it doesn't seem to be enough to hurt me. If you have any other tricks up your sleeves, just bring them all out. Lin Fei was in no hurry to use this so-called magic power. This was his strongest trump card and also his trump card. Unless there was a special situation, he basically did not intend to use it. He had yet to find the trick to maximizing his magic power. But if he fought with this guy for a few rounds, then it would be different. He understood this situation better than anyone else. Xiao Shan was really surprised. His attacks came one after another, bombarding over without stopping. Let me see how long you can last. Xiao Shan didn't believe that he couldn't catch this kid. What a joke. Did he need to be afraid of someone from the upper realm? Very soon. This kid would regret it. Chapter 53-43. He flipped his hands slightly. Xiao Shan knew that this fellow's strength was indeed quite formidable. Especially in close combat, he was much stronger than anyone else. This kind of strength was not something that just anyone could resist. At least from Xiao Shan's point of view, this guy had some ability. He could be considered a top-notch existence. He even seemed to have cultivated the so-called God-Demon Body. This kind of person had research value. So after probing for a while, he pulled away. You're indeed quite strong. You're the most special melee fighter I've ever seen. You've even grasped the God-Demon Body, so you'll be a great helper for me. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Submit to me and become my servant. I can bring you to a higher and further place. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it when I attack later. Xiao Shan just watched quietly. This was a useful talent. At least, he met such a talent the moment he came down. Previously he was still a little angry. But now, all his words had disappeared, completely gone. No one knew better than him that there were great benefits in taking down such a person. Now it was up to him to choose. Lin Fei had indeed attacked for a long time. He didn't cause any result to him. He could only say that this guy was really capable. He was really strong. However, he still had a killer move that he hadn't used yet. That was the so-called reincarnated soul. Lin Fei's reincarnated soul hadn't even been used yet, let alone the power that he had just obtained. With that, he naturally had an endless advantage. In comparison, he could easily crush his opponent. You're actually asking me to make a choice? You know what I hate the most? If you're willing to follow me, I'll naturally show you what a true backer is. I wonder if you're willing to make a choice? Lin Fei smiled at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan's expression changed. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Then I will do as you wish. I will show you what a true technique is. In my eyes, the techniques of this world are no different from the attacks of ants. Xiao Shan formed a hand seal and instantly, a huge attack was sent over. This huge attack was different. An attack that contained magical power. Just one move was enough to let Lin Fei experience what it meant to be domineering. There was a loud bang. Lin Fei retreated. Then, countless streams of energy exploded in front of him. In an instant, Lin Fei was injured. Xiao Shan's voice rang out once again. What do you think? This is just my simplest attack. You will never know how strong the people above you are. In this world, you are the strongest. Indeed, you are the strongest. But in our eyes, your strength is only a little bit stronger than the average person. Xiao Shan immediately used his magic power. Only magic power could break through this guy's defense. Everything was just as he had imagined. His defense had indeed been broken. The amount of magic power that the other party used just now had increased by quite a bit. It was not as simple as before. Its power was exceptionally strong. Such an attack could indeed suppress Lin Fei. It was no wonder that he would say that. However, Lin Fei did not feel too much pressure. You are not qualified to say that. What other powerful techniques do you have? Show them to me and let me experience them. Otherwise, it will be impossible for me to obey you. With such an attack, Lin Fei was not very satisfied. He wanted to see where this guy's limit was. Then his primordial spirits walked out one by one. He wanted to see if he could suppress the other party's strength. Chapter 53-44. After so many primordial spirits came out, Xiao Shan felt that it was really incredible. He actually recognized what it was. It was actually a primordial spirit. There were so many primordial spirits, and each primordial spirit's aura was exactly the same. Most importantly, they instantly formed a huge formation and enveloped him. He subconsciously exclaimed, You are actually a follower of the Reincarnation Emperor, and you actually cultivated so many primordial spirits. Xiao Shan was really shocked. Who didn't know that the Reincarnation Emperor was also a famous figure in the upper echelons? However, he never thought that the other party actually cultivated so many reincarnation primordial spirits. Who didn't know that the primordial spirit of the Reincarnation Emperor was not that easy to cultivate? The more primordial spirits there were, the stronger the potential. Furthermore, even the Reincarnation Emperor did not have so many primordial spirits. Xiao Shan was really incomparably shocked. He actually encountered such a scene. Could it be that this was the top monstrous genius that the Reincarnation Emperor specially cultivated? This time he really could not sit still. Finally, he knew why he was ambushed here. The Reincarnation Emperor must have released the news as well. Otherwise he wouldn't be guarding Lin Fan like this. No wonder Zhao Jinshou could not hold on. This situation really made him feel incomparably shocked. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would really not dare to believe it. This was really true. If such a news were to spread to the upper echelons, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Everyone would be shocked by this generosity. He actually started planning in advance so early. He had recruited such a powerful disciple. Lin Fei laughed, and directly controlled the Reincarnation Great Formation. Just like that he crushed them. One slash after another, it instantly affected Xiao Shan's strength to a certain extent, although it was not very obvious. However, Lin Fei knew that this effect was quite real. He could suppress the other party's strength, but the other party's strength was beyond his imagination. It seemed that his reincarnation primordial spirit still needed to be improved. Otherwise he would not be able to display his true strength. These primordial spirits were naturally not a problem when used on eternal level experts. However, it was somewhat useless when used on Xiao Shan. Even if you came here to ambush me, you are gravely mistaken. I will let the Reincarnation Emperor know what he is capable of. He is absolutely useless here. I will destroy you first. Xiao Shan roared angrily and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. He had to kill this person before him first. Leaving it behind would be a huge problem. After all, any expert would feel pressured by this reincarnation array. Only those who had reached a certain level of strength would be able to break it. Without a certain level of strength, it would be impossible to break it. With a loud rumbling sound, beams of light circled around the area. Lin Fei's primordial spirit was directly blasted away. The great reincarnation array collapsed from the tyrannical attack. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a situation. However, he did not mind at all. It would be strange if he could block this Xiao Shan. The other party's strength was already very strong. Then a handprint appeared in front of him. That palm imprint turned into a black lotus of destruction. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei landed on top of that lotus. Following that, the lotus flower kept closing and closing. Every time it closed, a terrifying killer move would be unleashed. This was Xiao Shan's technique. Black Lotus of Destruction. In this short period of time he had unleashed hundreds of attacks. He did not believe that this guy in front of him could withstand such a technique. After more than 100 attacks, the Black Lotus also dissipated completely. Then 33 finally saw this person. However, this person was actually unscathed. In fact, he did not even look battered. Just like that, he looked over with a smile. I see that your strength seems to have reached its limit. Then is it my turn? Chapter 53-45. Xiao Shan finally saw the person coming out. When he saw the person, he was shocked. This guy came back as if nothing had happened. He had used his spiritual power. This kind of magic power attack was not something that just anyone could withstand. How could this brat withstand it? Moreover, he was actually staring at him like this. It seemed like they were going to fight. This was a little different from what he had imagined. It was different from what he had imagined. Xiao Shan's strength was indeed strong, but this time, he also felt that he had encountered a powerful opponent. This fellow was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. He could tell just by looking at his strength. Xiao Shan didn't believe that this guy could come up with any powerful moves. He had come down from above and grasped powerful moves. Could he really fight with him? Xiao Shan wanted to see how this guy could injure him. How would he injure him? He didn't believe it. His strength wouldn't be able to withstand this guy's attack. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to come down. Who doesn't know how to brag? Show me some of it. Otherwise, you'll be the one who'll say it in the end. Xiao Shan took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. If he didn't take the medicinal pill now, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. The consumption was a little too heavy. Lin Fei walked over step by step. With every step, he closed the distance between them. Don't worry. If I say I'll defeat you, then I'll definitely defeat you. I'm not good at other things, but I'm a man of my words. I can easily defeat a trash like you. He directly punched out. The speed of the punch wasn't fast. It could even be said that it was ordinary. Xiao Shan instantly felt that there was a huge difference in this punch. From this punch, Xiao Shan actually felt the aura of spiritual power. Moreover, the spiritual power seemed a little unfathomable. One should know that when he came down from above, his strength was suppressed and he still had 300 rays of spiritual power. Just now, he didn't go all out because he felt that he could easily defeat this guy. But now, this guy actually exploded with so much spiritual power. It really made him feel shocked. That guy used a special method to suppress his own strength. If that was the case, it would be extremely troublesome. The battle for luck was about to begin, and the most important thing was that this brat's strength had been greatly boosted. Who would dare to underestimate him then? Right now, it was better to endure this punch first. He formed a series of seals with his hands, forming an invisible defense. Each of these defenses was formed by interweaving magic power. He had to see just how strong this guy was. With a loud rumbling sound, these defenses collapsed upon contact. The fist grew bigger and bigger like a vast sun. It directly crushed Xiao Shan's body. In an instant, this made him feel what was called pressure. Wah! Xiao Shan retreated. He was incomparably shocked when he did so. He was hurt. His injuries were incomparably severe. The amount of mana contained in that punch was beyond his imagination. It was far from being as simple as 300 streaks. What the hell? Without another word, he fled. You think you can leave? In the void, a figure caught up to him. How could Lin Fei let Xiao Shan leave if he really let Xiao Shan leave? This was a big fish. He was able to get so much information from him. If he really let him leave, where would he put his face? The spiritual power pressed down like a mountain. The area that Xiao Shan was at was covered. Even if he sent out many attacks, he was still unable to stop the hand from getting close. It got closer and closer. His methods were completely useless at this time. Take him down. He was taken down right away. Don't you think I am right? 7017K. Chapter 53-46. Xiao Shan was taken down just like that. Even he himself was quite surprised. He had never thought that he would be taken down in such a situation. This was completely different from what he had expected. After leaving Xiao Shan, Lin Fei directly changed his location. After all, he had already received a huge benefit from signing in previously. The celestial world was indeed a place to sign in. Now, it all depended on whether or not Xiao Shan knew what was good for him. He wanted to see if he could sign in for more things. For example, even if he used the land of descent once, it would be a little difficult to use it a second time. It wasn't that easy to come to this world from above. Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. He understood it better. He couldn't be anxious at this time, he had to take it slow. He brought Xiao Shan to a rather inconspicuous place. A ruin. A place with nothing. There was nothing here. It was quiet, as if it had been abandoned for a very long time. Other than the ruins, there was nothing else. The more such a place was, the less people would come here. Lin Fei was especially relieved. The moment he came here he directly used many methods. Lin Fei had grasped quite a few methods. Moreover, he still had the demon-suppressing monument in his hands. In front of his powerful magic power, he directly used the demon-suppressing monument. He controlled Xiao Shan's car. Xiao Shan seemed dispirited and listless. He didn't expect that he would lose so badly. Say, if I kill you now, what will happen to you? Lin Fei just looked at Xiao Shan. Although Xiao Shan was in a sorry state and his strength was sealed, he knew that he wouldn't die. The other party knew that he was useful. Although I don't know how you came to this world, your actions will definitely attract a lot of trouble. Xiao Shan still had some eyesight. It was just that his heart was filled with questions. Such a guy actually appeared in this world. And he was so strong. This was the most inconceivable thing to them. You don't have to worry about how I came to this world. You'd better think about whether you will die here or not. If you die right after coming here, I'm afraid it'll be a bad start. Although I don't know if this is your real body or your doppelganger, I think the possibility of it being your real body is higher. Then let's talk openly. Since you attacked me first and didn't kill me, then you must have something you need to do. Xiao Shan also went straight to the point. Lin Fei liked people like Xiao Shan. I just want to know what other descent points you have. I'm quite interested in the people who came down from above. This time it was Xiao Shan's turn to be surprised. He had even thought of handing over all the treasures on him. But now, it seemed to be different from what he had imagined. This person was actually interested in the descent point. Was he going to deal with them one by one? If you want to know about the descent points, then I know 2 or 3. I can tell you, but you have to let me go. Of course, Xiao Shan knew some descent points. This time, it seemed that these descent points had become very important. It's good that you understand. After all, you are indeed very strong. If I kill you, wouldn't it be giving others a gift? So I won't kill you. As long as you tell me what I want to know, then you can live. Kill. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't do that. At that time, the world would be filled with enemies. What he needed to do now was to sign into the entire immortal world. To obtain resources from this huge immortal world. This was what Lin Fei needed to do right now. At that time, no matter what they were fighting for, in his eyes, it would be the same. There was nothing to worry about at all. The more you talk, the better you'll be able to preserve your strength when you leave. Otherwise, I'll take away all your treasures one by one. When that time comes, you'll really become a commander without an army. Without treasures, you're no match for them in this world. 7017K. Chapter 5347. Xiao Shan still said what he wanted to say. He knew that if he continued, he wouldn't have a good ending. He could also tell that this guy wasn't the kind of person who would kill him. Otherwise, with his strength, it should be easy for him to kill him here. Thus he said the locations one by one. He said 6 locations in one go. Among the 6 locations, 3 of them belonged to the more dangerous category. It wasn't easy to find them. If one wanted to go there, they would have to spend some time. Only the remaining 3 were in front of some clans. Of course, these families were also quite inconspicuous. But it wasn't considered a secret to them. They were well aware of which experts had left behind their legacies below. 6 places to descend was more or less good news for Lin Fei. Originally he thought that 2 or 3 would be enough. But he didn't expect to hear that there were 6. This was definitely good news. With 6 he could sign in 6 times. He could obtain a lot of resources from this immortal world. Thus he let Xiao Shan go. Xiao Shan really felt like he was in a dream. He actually survived just like that. He even knew about the Reincarnation Emperor's plan. He left behind a top-notch powerhouse below. Such a powerhouse would definitely leave a lot of trouble below. When the time comes, everyone will be dumbfounded by the so-called Battle of Providence. With such a powerful person here, not everyone could deal with him. Not everyone would be able to deal with it. In any case, they would all be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to pass on the news at this time. After all, they wouldn't be able to go back up until a certain amount of time had passed. Xiao Shan could only sigh helplessly. But at this time he had to find a safe place. Lin Fei indeed didn't chase after Xiao Shan anymore. Now that he knew the news, he had to think about the next place to descend. Xiao Shan's explanation was quite clear. There was a rough time for each place to descend. It was really very complete. A true 1,000 strands of magic power. This kind of magic power was quite attractive to anyone. If it wasn't for this magic power, it would be quite difficult to deal with Xiao Shan. Lin Fei's body became stronger. But compared to him, it was indeed a far cry. Lin Fei quickly left. During this time he also flipped through some information. Of course, this information was obtained from Xiao Shan. They were all dermic powers. Although it was simple in the hands of Lin Fei, Its power increased by several levels. It was completely different from before. Eventually he arrived at a very large universe. This universe was also considered a large-scale universe. There were also many peak eternal level powerhouses. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei sensed it. Then he locked onto one of the families. This family was one of the places to descend. However, it would still take some time for them to descend on this place. It would take at least 2 to 3 years. This period of time was neither long nor short. Lin Fei settled down on a hill outside the city. There was no point in living in the big city, so he simply stayed on the mountain outside. After choosing a bamboo house, he began to lead a leisurely life. 2 to 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. For such a leisurely person outside, no one paid attention to him. And Lin Fei had been sensing if there was a place to descend? Even if there was, he would be able to detect it in an instant. Over the past 2 to 3 years, he had also figured out what the situation inside was like. On this day, Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed a trace of movement. His figure quickly disappeared. Chapter 53:48. Lin Fei was very surprised that they actually came down early at this time. He thought that they shouldn't have come down yet. He didn't expect that they would come down early. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't stay here for nothing in the past 2 to 3 years. Naturally, he understood the situation here. He easily came in. They all had an idea of how to break through the formation. It could be said that it wasn't simple at all. As soon as he came in, he was obstructed by the array formation. However, Lin Fei instantly broke through the array formation with a single finger. Then he entered the family. The people of these families didn't stop Lin Fei. They were too weak. Only the people in the innermost area were qualified to resist Lin Fei. However, they went to pick someone up now. Of course, it was the people who came down from above. As for how many people came down this time, it was unknown. In any case, for Lin Fei, as long as the passage was open for an instant, he would have a chance to sign in. At other times he could just stand aside. He didn't care at all. He had easily broken into this place. As soon as he came in, he felt that something was different. The experts inside launched their attacks in an instant. However, Lin Fei didn't move and directly endured it. Then he signed in. He signed in at the very last moment every day. He was just worried that something might happen. Ding. Signed in to the immortal realm. Obtained Panga body fragment. Just by signing in, Lin Fei realized what it meant to pick up a huge bargain. He actually signed into the so-called Panga body fragment. This was the true existence of the world. Who didn't know how powerful Panga was? Moreover, Panga was indomitable back then. Now that he was able to sign into the Panga body fragment, Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. As for the people of this family, they were all a little dumbfounded. Under their joint forces, they actually withstood the attack. It was really unbelievable. When they wanted to attack this person again, he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even if they wanted to chase after him, they wouldn't be able to. Even the people who came down were confused. Who was it? Who was it? He actually showed up at this time? To be able to calculate such a time, the news must have leaked out. Everyone's expression changed. This wasn't good news. There were actually people waiting here in advance. It was just that this action was very unexpected and no one knew what they wanted to do. But no matter what, this person disappeared just like that. It made them feel a certain amount of pressure. By this time, Lin Fei had already left silently. After all, he had no interest in exchanging blows with these people. In any case, they didn't really care about his whereabouts. No one dared to chase after him, not even those who came down from above. Just like that, Lin Fei could now move on to the next location. It was just a fragment, but its value was incomparably great. If he signed in a few more fragments, he would be able to obtain the legendary Pangu physique. Who wouldn't like such a powerful body? In any case, Lin Fei was quite concerned about it. The last 2 cities did not allow Lin Fei to sign in too much. One was 300 strands of magic power, and the other was a magic treasure. Except for the former, which was a little interesting. The last item seemed to be of little value. After all, the systems sign in. Sometimes it was a good thing and sometimes it was a bad thing. He didn't think too much about it. Following that, he arrived at another place. This place seemed a little out of the ordinary. This was a rather inconspicuous place. If it wasn't for that guy saying so, Lin Fei really felt that this guy was playing a big joke on him. How could it be here? This place had a rather mysterious name in the universe, called the Land of the Broken. This was a space of ruins left behind after a battle between super powerhouses. The entire space had almost collapsed, but there was still a trace of connection, so not everyone could enter this place. There were spatial cracks everywhere and there was almost no place to land. Chapter 53:49. As soon as he entered this place he could feel that it was different. Indeed, not everyone could withstand it. The power of the spatial cracks hit his body directly. Along the way he didn't have to be careful. Instead he swaggered around. The power of these spatial cracks was very strong, but to him it was nothing. He easily withstood it. The more was like this. This made Lin Fei realize that his body had become incomparably strong. It was indeed very practical. Not to mention that he could use his magic power to extend it all the way. He could clearly see where the spatial cracks were and where they weren't, which saved him a lot of trouble. For the time being, he didn't find any traces of living people. However, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Since the fourth place was in the Broken Land, there was a high chance that there were people here. It was just that he didn't notice it. The deeper he went, the more spatial cracks there were. The power of the spatial cracks was also getting stronger. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei didn't know how far he had gone. In any case, he should be in the depths of the Broken Land. Until now he didn't find anything. He didn't even find any space-time points. What a strange thing. Could the information be wrong? Logically speaking, that guy wouldn't make such a mistake. If the first 3 points were correct, then the fourth point should also be correct. Old thing, I'm not criticizing you, but what's the point of us fighting here and there? We've been fighting for almost 3,000 years. If we continue to fight like this, it won't end well for either of us. That's right, I'm going to fight with you. No matter what, we have to determine a winner. No one is more powerful than me. If you don't fight with me, I'll keep pestering you. Let's see how far you can throw me off. Without any warning, 2 voices came from afar. The 2 voices seemed to come from all directions. Lin Fei instantly caught the direction they came from. His heart skipped a beat. He actually found 2 old men here. He didn't need to think to know that they were old monsters who had been hiding for many years. They were also very strong. He could tell from their tone of voice. This place wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. At the very least, Lin Fei didn't think that anyone else would be able to withstand it. Even if your body reached the eternal level, it would still be the same. You wouldn't be able to block it at all. The danger here is much more terrifying than you can imagine. Therefore, only some old monsters could come to this place at this time. The others couldn't do it. If it was someone else, Lin Fei wouldn't care, but since it was these 2 old men, Lin Fei felt that he had to go over and take a look. He didn't say anything else. He immediately came over and saw some people's silhouettes. Sure enough, the 2 old men were sitting on a piece of broken ruins. These 2 pieces of broken ruins were still moving. The 2 of them stared at each other. It seemed like it had been a long time. Suddenly, both of them turned their gazes over to this side. When Lin Fei came over, he did not retract his aura. As soon as they came over, they naturally said that they sensed it. It was a little unexpected. It's all your fault for having such a loud voice. Look, you've attracted someone over. It's actually a little kid. Coincidentally, I have a stomach full of anger. Who let him find us? One of the taller old men directly punched. This punch. The area where Lin Fei was directly exploded. Did it completely turn into a black hole? I already said that you can't do it. You can't even kill a brat. I might as well do it. The other shorty also threw a punch in another direction. A consecutive punch. Just like that, 2 punches created 2 black holes. The area of the 2 black holes was quite big. Chapter 5350. These 2 old men were quite hot-tempered. They punched each other and blew up the void in front of them. The 2 black holes connected in an instant, forming a huge black hole. Nonsense. How can you not be killed? It's obvious that I killed him. You're just here to join in the fun. Do you think I can't kill this guy? You're just too old. The 2 old men started arguing again. They seemed to think that they could kill this young kid. However, just as the 2 of them finished their conversation, they heard another voice from afar. I think the 2 of you should stop quarreling. You obviously didn't kill me. Who asked you to be so old and dim-sighted? I'm already standing here, but you actually can't kill me. That's a pity. The old man stopped. He really did see a young boy standing not far away. Nothing happened. The 2 of them looked at each other and were even more annoyed. There was a loud rumbling sound. They would directly fight their way over. The area where Lin Fei was once again turned into a sieve. It formed a huge black hole. They really didn't believe that the 2 of them couldn't kill a young kid. It was quite a shameful thing. Now you're completely dead. However, this time, the voice appeared again. Look, I'm still standing here. You actually can't do anything to me. I really don't know what to say about you. With this kind of strength, you still have the cheek to say that you fought for 3,000 years. If I were you, I would kill myself. Lin Fei looked over with a smile. However, to the 2 of them, their faces were even uglier. It was like black coal. This time the attack was even more terrifying. It directly formed a huge area. The two of them directly turned into ruins within the two areas. After all, there weren't many things in this place, but there were a lot of space cracks. A slight attack could form a huge black hole. The two of them didn't know how many times they had attacked. In any case, this place was as big as it could get. One of them opened up at least hundreds of thousands of miles. The two of them opened up an area of 400,000 to 500,000 miles. It directly turned into a black hole. The two of them were also in this black hole. This old man doesn't believe it. I'll beat you to death this time. This was the only time they would act like this. He really didn't believe it. However, the two of them were dumbfounded once again. That was because the little brat had walked out once again. Just like that, he appeared in front of them with a smile on his face. It was really unbelievable. I've already said that the two of you should stop fighting. What's the point of fighting? The two of you can't kill me anyway. This time Lin Fei swaggered over. This time the two old men did not attack again. Previously, he already felt that this fellow wasn't as strong as he had imagined. Only now did they realize that this was a top-notch expert. His strength was not inferior to theirs at all. Such an expert had actually come here. This surprised them, so they didn't make any more moves. Lin Fei came to a place not far away and stopped. I think there's a way to test who is stronger between the two of you, and that is to kill me. If you can't kill me, it can only mean that you're not strong enough. If the two of you can't kill me, it can only mean that the two of you are not strong enough. I'm stronger than the two of you. Do you think this method is okay? Who asked me to be a good person? A good person has to do something that will convince the two of you. The two old men looked at each other and directly came forward. This time the two of them did not use any big moves. They just attacked at close range. Interesting, really interesting. We haven't met such an interesting person like you for a long time. Since you're so interesting, the two of us will definitely fulfill your wish. Chapter 53-51. These two old men displayed terrifying strength when they made their move. At least this was the case for Lin Fei. The two of them were indeed quite strong, and their strength cooperated with each other. It seemed to form a special blessing, which surprised Lin Fei even more. No wonder there was no winner between the two of them. With this cooperation, the strength of the two of them had increased to a certain extent, and it seemed to complement each other. If the two of them were to fight, their respective strengths would be suppressed. It was no wonder that they could not determine the victor. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. A situation like this could not be seen anywhere else. But here he had seen it. Although the strength of the two of them was indeed quite strong, they did not seem to be that powerful after encountering Lin Fei's divine body. No matter how they attacked, Lin Fei easily withstood it. From beginning to end, he did not make any moves. The faces of the two of them turned darker and darker. Suddenly, they retreated. No more fighting, no more fighting. We can't beat a freak like you at all. You actually have such a strong body. Your body is definitely not at the eternal level. The two old men were quite knowledgeable, but they could not guess it in such a short time. What kind of divine body was this? It was so strong that it made them a little dumbfounded. Finally, he knew why this guy came here. The other party's strength was indeed quite strong, enough to withstand some of the attacks here. In other words, I am stronger than you, so you have to call me Big Brother. Otherwise, I will beat you up later. It was also a joke. He felt that these two old men were quite interesting. They were not like the others who continued to fight even if they could not beat them. These two people were quite tactful and retreated when they could not beat them. It was the same even if they joined forces, let alone one against one. This guy is boring, let's go somewhere else. After the two of them looked at each other, they actually wanted to leave. How could Lin Fei let the two of them leave? It was not easy to meet people here, and if they were to leave, how could he find the so-called landing place? With the help of these two old men, it would be much faster. You guys can't leave yet. I still need your help with something. Suddenly, Lin Fei made his move. This time it was an attack of magic power. The magic power wrapped around the two old men's bodies like a golden thread. It was really fast. The two old men were even more surprised. You actually cultivated magic power and can even form immortal ropes. You are not from this world. Lin Fei's magic power converged into an immortal rope. One for each person. They would be directly entangled with each other. After all, Lin Fei already had 1,300 streams of magic power. Of course, he was very rich. It was not something they could break free from. What's more, this was a sealing technique. The two old men kept struggling and then became discouraged. He couldn't break free at all. These magic power ropes were much more powerful than they had imagined. Young man, what do you want to do with us? That's too much. If the two of us were to die together, you would be the unlucky one. Anyway, the two of us have lived long enough. The old man wasn't too angry, he just felt a little embarrassed. They had been fighting for so long, but today they were actually suppressed by a young man. He really couldn't believe it. Lin Fei smiled. I don't have any ill intentions towards the two of you. I just want you to help me with something. I think you should be quite willing. After all, this place is different from other places. Not long after, this place will become a landing place. So, I want the two of you to help me find the general location. When the time comes, I can take advantage of it and do something good. Landing place? The two of them instantly understood. This meant that someone was coming down from above, and it was in this place. Chapter 53-52. When the two old men found out about the so-called place of descent, all of a sudden he became very well behaved. Especially when they found out about the people from above, they were especially hateful. This also made Lin Fei understand something else. They had been living in this universe for a very long time and were rather disgusted by the people from above. He was quite disgusted with the higher-ups, but he didn't expect them to really come this time. This time they actually came to the Broken Lands. There was no need for Lin Fei to say anything, and they already felt that this was the most suitable place to descend. If I'm not wrong, this place has a higher probability of descending. The probability should be around 70%. They were able to say that there was a 70% probability. It definitely wasn't a simple 7 levels. Therefore, this place should have a very high probability. When Lin Fei came over to take a look, he indeed felt that this place was a little different. It was very different from what he had imagined. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could tell with a single glance. There weren't many cracks in the space. This place was a very stable place. Out of so many places, this was the only place that could make Lin Fei's eyes light up. It was no wonder that the two old men were so sure that this place had a high probability of descending. Besides this place, there are 2 other places. Although they are not bad, they can't be compared to this place. If Sir wants to deal with the people from above, this place is the most suitable place to do so. The two of us can be the vanguard for you. Although their strength had been sealed, they knew that this person in front of them didn't have much killing intent towards them. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be standing here right now. They would probably be accompanying them along the way. Naturally, they knew what to do. Lin Fei shook his head. It doesn't matter if you guys are the vanguard. You just have to help me hold them back. I'm just doing a small thing. When the time comes, the two of you can leave. There's no need to destroy them. It's so boring to destroy them. That way they will have one less competitor. Lin Fei's words left the two of them dumbfounded. Why do these words sound so weird? Just like that, Lin Fei stood guard here. As for the other 2 old men, they went to guard the other 2 places. There was still some distance between the 2 places. For Lin Fei, this distance was nothing. As long as it appeared, he could go all out. It did not take long to get from the beginning to the end. This was the so-called confidence of Lin Fei. Lin Fei had already visited all the places in the Broken Land, but there was no other place more suitable for him to stay. He understood in his heart. This was the most likely place to capture the people who came down from above. The possibility was indeed very high. Let's just wait like that. He had been waiting for almost 2 years. 2 years was not a long time. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not do anything. On this day, there was a sudden fluctuation in space. A vast power seemed to have pierced through this place in an instant. Lin Fei's figure also moved. It's here, it's finally here. After so long, it's finally here again. This time I can sign in with all my might. A beam of light directly pierced through the Broken Lands. Not far from Lin Fei, a vortex appeared. Someone really walked out of this vortex. As soon as he came out, he laughed loudly, looking very proud of himself. Lin Fei also felt the vast aura of the celestial world. This was the celestial world that Lin Fei dreamed of signing in. Without saying a word, he flew out. He directly punched the person. This punch was not very strong, but it still stunned the person who came out. It was obvious that he had suffered a blow to the head. Not to mention the other 2 figures who came from afar. They also made their move immediately. Just as they said at the beginning, they helped Lin Fei restrain this person. Moreover, the power of the 2 of them was also extremely strong. Ding! Celestial World obtained 800 streams of magic power. Once again he signed in. This time the harvest was as expected. Lin Fei's magic power also directly increased from 1,300 to 2,100. Chapter 53-53. This time around, the person who came down was obviously much stronger. After Lin Fei made his move, he immediately took out a treasure to form a protective barrier. He withstood all the attacks. Even though the 2 old men attacked, they couldn't break through the opponent's defense. This surprised them. Of course, it was more of a kind of fear. The person who came was quite a powerful expert. At this moment, two beams of light shot out from the person's eyes. These two blades of light washed over the two old men's bodies like flowing water. Although the two old men had protection on their bodies, they were sent flying in the blink of an eye. One could imagine how strong this attack was. How dare you ambush me from below? You're asking for death. After the person shot out the two beams of light, he went past the two old men. His gaze fell on a young man in the distance. He felt that this young man was the most dangerous. A beam of light came over. This beam of light gathered all the powers in the surroundings. It looked majestic and majestic. He could probably kill an expert in a single exchange. Lin Fei punched out. Following that, his entire body quickly disappeared. He didn't forget to bring the two old men away with him. In an instant, the entire shattered ground started collapsing, forming a chain reaction. It only stopped when more than half of the broken land had collapsed. Lin Fei had already brought the two old men far away. They weren't in this area at all. The two old men were also terrified. This is too scary. This is too scary. Why is the person who came down from above so strong? The moment he attacked, they couldn't defend themselves. The person who attacked just now frowned. He didn't feel that the person was injured by his attack. It was as though the person had left right under his nose. He was very surprised. Could it be an expert who came down from above to ambush me? That's possible. I just don't know who it is. But you can't run away. Then he chased after Lin Fei. Lin Fei's speed was getting faster and faster. All the traces disappeared in a short period of time. No one could sense it at all. He could still feel an aura chasing after him. After this aura chased after him, it was immediately unable to lock onto Lin Fei's position. It won't be that easy to catch up to me. I don't have the mood to fight with you right now. I have to sign in first. There are still 2 places left. Lin Fei's strategy was very simple. He would sign in at the remaining 2 places first. He didn't want to accidentally lose a place. That would be a heavy loss. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. The previous sign-in even allowed him to obtain 900 streams of magic power. Where else could he find such a good deal? At this time he should hurry up and find a place to sign in. Fighting here and there was no point. You two can also find a safe place to hide. This is not a place you can stay. The 2 old men left without another word. He even used a spatial treasure. After all, that person just now was indeed very strong. Until now, they still didn't know where this person came from, but his strength was definitely formidable. They really couldn't win against him. Now they had to run as far as they could. After Lin Fei let the 2 of them go, he directly changed his position. Damn, that guy actually managed to catch up. He could barely lock onto his whereabouts. That was quite impressive. This should be what he could sense from his own strength. Didn't you want to follow me all the way? I'll let you follow then. I want to see how far you can follow me. Lin Fei's speed was even faster. After all, he had so much magic power to support him. His speed broke through the limit. He had the God-fiend body to begin with. Not long after, he left the person behind without a trace. Damn it, he actually ran away. I can't even catch up to him. As he chased, he stopped. He could no longer sense that person's whereabouts. That person had completely disappeared without a trace. Chapter 53-54. Lin Fei really didn't have the mood to fight with this guy. He still had 2 other places to go. He would go there first. Anyway, he would have to deal with these people again sooner or later. When the time came, he would know when he met them, so there was nothing to worry about. As for whether or not the other party would be angry, that was his own business. Lin Fei quickly went to the next place. The next place was much more interesting. It was an underground world. In other words, it was the so-called hell. Normally, no one would come to this kind of place. When Lin Fei came in, he could feel that the aura of death was constantly covering him, as if his entire body was going to melt into a part of death in a short period of time. In fact, he could see a lot of moving underground skeletons and some underground walking corpses. From time to time they would attack people. As long as someone approached them, they would immediately attack. But in front of Lin Fei it was useless. Along the way they were swept away like dried weeds and smashed rotten wood. That place should be the underground city, which is the so-called underworld. This underworld was different from the previous one. It was just that this was the most populated place. Even if he hadn't gone over yet, Lin Fei could feel that this underworld wasn't ordinary. True experts were as common as clouds. There were also top experts. Compared to the family he went to before, it was even more powerful. No wonder they chose such a place. The underworld really didn't like outsiders entering. Even the aura of death here became especially thick. Most importantly, this underworld was built on the mouth of the Yellow Springs. The strength of these people was exceptionally strong. It was said that they could even summon the so-called Yellow Springs experts. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyway, not everyone could come to this place. Right now, Lin Fei had to go to this underworld. After entering the underworld, he had to make a trip to the Yellow Springs. Only in the Yellow Springs could he meet the people who came down. That was a place to descend. It was really hard to believe. To actually descend in the Yellow Springs. If it was another place, Lin Fei wouldn't have any thoughts. But that place was different, there would definitely be many thoughts. It was truly an incredible place. Each place was more dangerous than the last. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the underworld. When he was at the entrance of hell, he encountered a situation. The entry requirements here were stricter. It was very rigorous. This made Lin Fei feel a little apprehensive. Something big must have happened here. After paying a small price, Lin Fei finally came in. There was no one on the road, which was the so-called street. It was quiet. He could see shadows moving about in some of the inns. Lin Fei simply entered the inn. It was not suitable for him to walk outside. Fortunately, there was still a place to stay. Although many people looked at him with unkind eyes, Lin Fei did not care much. He returned to his room. So he called the waiter over. If he wanted to ask for information, the waiter would naturally be clearer and easier. With money to pave the way, anything could be negotiated. This also allowed Lin Fei to know what was going on. An internal strife had broken out in hell. It was no wonder that he was so jittery. The eldest young master of the underworld had returned and wanted to take back control of the underworld. The current underworld wasn't in the hands of the eldest young master, but in the hands of his younger brother. It could be said that this time, it could be considered as brothers killing each other. However, whether it was the eldest young master or his younger brother, they weren't easy to negotiate with. The commotion was extremely big, so the entire underworld was in a state of panic. Just 3 days ago there was an attack. There were no results, but such an attack definitely wasn't as simple as that. This was also the reason why there was no one on the streets when he came in. No one dared to show their heads, afraid that they would be implicated. It was better for him to just stay put and hide. Most of the places in the city could not be entered and exited as they wished. This was also bad news. Chapter 53-55. After sending the waiter away, Lin Fei began to ponder. The current situation was really bad. It wasn't /T as good as he had imagined. Many places didn't /T allow him to move around, let alone get close. Once he got close, he would be treated as an intruder and killed directly. Although this wasn't /T big deal for Lin Fei, he didn't /T know when the people who descended would come down. That was the worst thing. He could only guard it from the inside. The so-called Yellow Springs shouldn't /T be a very normal place. There should be some powerhouses guarding it. If he stayed here for too long, it wouldn't /T be a good thing. Lin Fei didn't /T want to expose himself. After all, he had just signed in at a few other places, especially the last one. As soon as they heard such news, they would rush over immediately. At that time, it wouldn't /T be easy to sign in peacefully. Keeping a low profile was what Lin Fei needed to do. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't /T come up with a good idea. Then he could only wait and see what would happen. Now that the underworld was in such a mess, if the two sides really fought to the death, then he didn't /T mind making a move. At that time, he would naturally be able to make a judgment. A few days later, another offensive battle broke out. Indeed, someone had begun to attack and the people in the city had organized to resist. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei had been watching all the way. He could tell that the so-called eldest young master /S side was quite fierce. Many powerhouses came. Some powerhouses hadn't /T even made a move yet. Most importantly, these powerhouses were pretending to be ordinary people. Even so, Lin Fei could tell that they more or less had the aura of immortals on them. In other words, these people were definitely not that simple. He even suspected that they came down from above. There was such a place of descent here. Even someone like him knew about it. Then, the others, Lin Fei felt that these people definitely came for the place of descent. He was also glad that he didn't /T make a move. He finally saw another clue. There was a better way to make a choice. In this offensive battle, Lin Fei didn't /T do anything from the beginning to the end, letting it end. That eldest young master still failed. With his heaven eye, he could see everything clearly. This also made him more certain of one thing. Those fellows shouldn't be that easy to deal with. They were probably testing the waters slowly here. In other words, it wouldn't be that easy for those people to come to this place, and it wouldn't be that fast either. This also made Lin Fei feel a little relieved and less anxious. One after another. That eldest young master also attacked many times, but he didn't have any chance of winning, so he couldn't fight his way in. The defense here was quite tight. Lin Fei also tried to approach the so-called entrance to the Yellow Springs, but it didn't seem that easy to enter. It formed an enclosed space. Unless Lin Fei erupted with absolute strength, he would not be able to enter this so-called Yellow Springs. Otherwise it would not have been so easy to recover. Lin Fei did not want to alert the enemy. He did not know that someone had probed this Yellow Springs. If he wanted to enter this place, he had to change his method. He had to enter openly. Otherwise it would be quite troublesome. Those people were definitely here to snipe. Who was he sniping? Of course, it was to snipe the guy who came down from the land of descent. The battle for luck seemed to have begun. Even if it hadn't /T fully erupted, there were some signs of it. Lin Fei felt that this world was becoming more and more interesting. Until now he hadn't /T felt any aura of luck. The more was like this. The more Lin Fei knew that he had to improve his strength. His strength would also become stronger. By then, no matter what happened, everything would be under his control. What else could be better than such a scheme? At least, Lin Fei couldn't /T find out for the time being. Their /S another move. On this day, Lin Fei saw another scene with his Heaven Eye. That eldest young master actually arranged for a few experts to sneak in. His methods were quite sharp and silent. However, they were all under the watch of the Heaven Eye. Chapter 53-56. From Lin Fei's point of view, he felt that there was going to be a good show. He didn't expect that these people would cooperate with each other. At first, he thought that it was just people from the outside who came in. But when they got close, the people inside actually opened the formation. This time Lin Fei laughed. The younger brother didn't seem to be in a good situation. Someone actually wanted to rely on the eldest young master outside. He directly opened a hole in the door. The people from the outside came in just like that. Just like that. The group of people directly went into the mansion. This mansion also had a layer of formation and it was quite powerful. That was how it looked to other people. From Lin Fei's point of view, it was just SOSO. He also came in. He watched quietly the whole time. He waited until the place was surrounded. Then he launched an attack. That so-called younger brother finally reacted. That was the so-called Wild Northern Mountain. He roared angrily. He led his people out. But this time his situation seemed to be a bit worse. It didn't go as smoothly as he had imagined. He was directly crushed. Why did you people betray me? Am I not good to you? Why did you follow my elder brother? You won't have a good time if you follow him. At this time, Wild Northern Mountain was covered with wounds and kept retreating. More and more people came in from the outside. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Lin Fei also saw a figure walking in. It was a majestic figure. This figure seemed to be extremely powerful as soon as he came out. His gaze seemed to have pierced through the void and fell on the Wild Northern Mountain's body. Wild Northern Mountain, you don't need to compete with me. You are not my opponent at all. At this time, Wild Northern Mountain was very depressed. He was not as good as his elder brother. Even his subordinates had defected and he didn't even know about it. An earth-shattering punch burst out from Bei Quanglia's hand. It was extremely bright. It directly suppressed all of Wild Northern Mountain's attacks. Wild Northern Mountain's idea was crushed in an instant. You can't even block one of my punches, let alone leading them to fight against me. That's a dead end. They're just making the right choice. Bei Quanglia faintly glanced at his younger brother in the distance. This city is mine. Will always be mine. No one can take it away from me. Even if you are my brother. The people who had been following Bei Quangshan had already moved to stand behind Bei Quanglia. They all knew what to choose. No one knew better than them that Bei Quanglia would win in the end. They also made the most correct choice at the first moment. He chose to rely on Bei Quanglia. The Wild Northern Mountain was caught unprepared by the joint attack from the inside and the outside. Lin Fei, who was in the dark, had a clearer view. There were no surprises. This Wild Northern Mountain shouldn't be able to turn the tables. This situation was not what Lin Fei wanted. This Bei Quanglia is quite strong. If I want to enter from here, it won't be so easy. I might as well help Wild Northern Mountain. In that case, I might have a greater chance of winning by guarding those guys in Yellow Spring. As for this person, it was highly possible that he had contacted the higher-ups again. After all, the smell of the people around him was getting heavier and heavier. You might not know if you haven't experienced it, but after experiencing it, it was very real. These people were most likely from the people above. This wild northern mountain might have been supported by them. Or he might have been possessed. Otherwise he wouldn't have come back with his people. His strength seemed to have reached the peak. Haha, my big brother, you're still as strong and overbearing as ever. But I'm not your younger brother anymore. I still have an important move to show you. Whoosh. Wild northern mountain's entire body broke apart and turned into a pool of blood. Then a door opened up. A long river extended behind him, and adhered to the blood-colored mass of the wild northern mountain in an instant. You actually sacrificed yourself to the yellow springs? Wild northern mountain's face changed. Chapter 53-57. No one expected wild northern mountain to use such a big move. He had directly sacrificed himself. The people on the other side were also dumbfounded. The situation was totally different from what they had imagined. He sacrificed himself. What's going on? This wasn't going to plunge them into an endless disaster. Even Lin Fei, who was in the void, could see it clearly. He really sacrificed himself. Once he sacrificed himself, the power of the yellow springs emerged. Indeed, it made people feel endless fear. At this moment, wild northern mountain made his move. Even if you sacrificed yourself, I can still suppress you. Because I'm stronger and fiercer than you, I'm called Wild Northern Mountain. Wild Northern Mountain was incomparably arrogant. His black hair fluttered as he punched into the depths of the yellow springs. The others didn't dare to approach him. At this moment, Wild Northern Mountain reached the edge of the yellow springs. He continued to attack the blood-red figure. Every punch was at the peak of its power. Lin Fei had seen everything clearly from the dark. He also admired Wild Northern Mountain. He had actually sacrificed himself just like that. He really put in a lot of effort to deal with his big brother. He didn't know whether this northern Quanglia would be able to thoroughly suppress the northern Wild Mountain. As long as the Wild Northern Mountain was not suppressed, then the Wild Northern Mountain would still be able to display extraordinary power. The actions of the two were quite fierce. In the end, Bei Quanglia released a treasure and completely destroyed Wild Northern Mountain's body and spirit. However, Wild Northern Mountain was also attacked by the yellow springs. Good chance. Lin Fei had been waiting for the chance to go in. He didn't have such a chance at all. However, this guy, Wild Northern Mountain, had actually sacrificed his own. It connected directly to the yellow springs. A gash has been made. This was a real chance for Lin Fei. If he didn't go in now, when would he? It would be difficult to go in then. Quietly, Lin Fei entered the so-called yellow springs. When he entered, yellow springs had already sensed that someone had entered. The monstrous wave came directly, as if it was going to completely suppress Lin Fei in the blink of an eye. No one knew how powerful Huang Quan was right now. Lin Fei displayed all his skills. He forcefully blocked Huang Quan's attack. It was still moving non-stop. He felt that as long as there was a fixed location, yellow springs would always have the advantage. As long as he kept moving, Huang Quan would not be able to gather all of its power to deal with him. It could also be considered a path. Lin Fei's guess was quite correct. The effect was quite useful. At the very least, these so-called yellow springs did not stop him. The power inside was also exceptionally strong. He could feel it clearly. Fortunately, his body was incomparably strong, so it could be said that he had picked up some benefits. This also caused him to expend a lot of energy. Without saying a word, he directly used a method that he had never used before. Ding! Sign-in successful at Yellow Springs. Received Yellow Springs protection. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised by this reward. He actually managed to sign in for the so-called body protection skill. It was still Yellow Springs protection. With a thought, he grasped it in an instant. Then a Yellow Springs protection formed around him. As soon as this protection was formed, it became a part of the surrounding Yellow Springs. It was very harmonious. Yellow Springs seemed to be able to distinguish it. There were no more attacks. Lin Fei's aura was finally isolated, leaving only the aura of Yellow Springs. Lin Fei had more or less underestimated the power of Yellow Springs. After all, the Yellow Springs here were vast and mighty. No wonder that Northern Quangshan wanted to sacrifice himself. He wanted to use this power to kill Northern Quanglia. However, Northern Quanglia's methods were indeed very fierce. For example, he still forcefully knocked the other party down and completely annihilated him. Then he controlled the formation to seal the gap again. Yellow Springs was once again trapped. Lin Fei was also trapped inside. Chapter 53-58. Ever since he came in, Lin Fei had never thought of leaving this place. He had to wait here. When the place of descent appeared, he would be able to smoothly sign in. After all, he had already received a lot of good things here. Now that he had the protection of the Yellow Springs, he was naturally at ease. When the Yellow Springs was completely beaten back, he heaved a sigh of relief. No one would know that he was here for a while. Follow. Lin Fei kept moving around inside. This Yellow Springs was indeed quite big and this place was quite vast. Lin Fei didn't find anything here. He didn't even find a cave abode. This made Lin Fei feel particularly strange. Could it be that the place of descent would just randomly descend at a certain point in the Yellow Springs? If that was the case, it would be quite troublesome. This wasn't good news. He searched back and forth several times, but he didn't find any good clues. This made him even more speechless. It seemed that the place of descent was really quite random. The only thing he could do now was to keep moving. Fortunately, he wouldn't be attacked by the Yellow Springs now. Naturally, he had a certain advantage. It was just that he couldn't find the place of descent for the time being. He believed that when the place of descent appeared, there would definitely be some movement. A place of descent like this was definitely not simple. The Yellow Springs was a fierce existence to begin with. Now all Lin Fei had to do was wait. As for how long he would wait, he couldn't guarantee it. Fortunately, the Yellow Springs here seemed to be able to sign in. If he could control the entire Yellow Springs, it would be a powerful method. The attack method of the Yellow Springs was indeed quite domineering. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Lin Fei didn't receive any good things from signing in. He also obtained some bits and pieces of information about the Yellow Springs. He felt that if he continued to work hard, he should be able to completely control the Yellow Springs. The possibility of that happening was quite high. Swish. There was a slight movement in the Yellow Springs. Now that he followed the Yellow Springs, he could naturally do a lot of things. Not to mention he had the heavenly eye. Then he saw a figure walking in. The figure that walked in was Bei Quanglia. With a treasure on his head, he came all the way here. The Yellow Springs continuously surged over, but they were unable to threaten Bei Quanglia. Why did he come at this time? Could it be that he has already received some news? I thought he didn't want to come in. Lin Fei had been waiting for this guy to come in. In the end, he never came in. This wait lasted for half a year. Fortunately, this guy finally came in. It seemed like something had happened. This was a good thing for Lin Fei. As long as this guy came in, he would more or less know something about the situation. Lin Fei knew that this guy was not that simple. Just look at the treasures above his head. He easily withstood Yellow Springs' attack. No matter how Yellow Springs attacked, he was still unable to penetrate the defense of this treasure. It was definitely a top treasure. Bei Quanglia didn't walk very fast. Just like that, he arrived at the depths of the Yellow Springs. In this half a year, Lin Fei went through the basic information of Yellow Springs. Which place was the most obvious? Which place was the weakest? Everything was clear. Bei Quanglia came to the thickest place. He had directly released a treasure here. It was actually a formation platform. The formation platform grew with the wind. Bigger and bigger. Just like that, it stood in the middle of the Yellow Springs. No matter how the Yellow Springs attacked, it couldn't shake this treasure. Now Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. This was the so-called descending ground. This Bei Quanglia came here to prepare in advance. He almost made a mistake. Lin Fei was completely relieved. It was really like wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Chapter 53-59. At this moment, after Bei Quanglia put this thing away, he didn't stay for too long and directly left. He allowed the treasure to remain here. The power of the Yellow Springs couldn't shake this treasure at all. Lin Fei watched from beginning to end. He didn't have any impulses. After this treasure was left here, in his opinion, this would be the so-called descending place. There wouldn't be any problems. As long as he stayed here, everything would be easy. He just had to wait until the time was right. It was really like wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. However, this Bei Quanglia was quite interesting. He actually left this treasure here, which confirmed that it had something to do with the higher-ups. And the connection should be extremely deep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back to occupy this Yellow Springs. And for Lin Fei, what he had to do now was quite simple. That was to sign in. Sign in non-stop. Then he could get a lot of good things. If he could completely absorb and control the Yellow Springs, then the probability of signing in would be higher and higher. In fact, Lin Fei could imagine that the signing in this time would be quite good. After all, this place was different from other places. He even used such a formation. In the previous few places, there was no such arrangement like this. Could be said to be a level higher. Hence, Lin Fei hid in the surroundings. His methods were quite strong and the heavenly eye wasn't a joke either. It was constantly paying attention to the situation here. Another 10 years had passed since he signed in. This time, the signing in took a lot longer than Lin Fei expected. There was no movement from above. During this period, Bei Quanglia came several times. He borrowed the heavenly eye. He could see a lot of things clearly. It turned out that this formation wasn't completely completed. From time to time, it would be consolidated and repaired. This really surprised Lin Fei. He didn't expect this place to be more important than he imagined. 33 even set up all kinds of methods in the surroundings. One set followed by another, forming a terrible chain reaction. Not everyone could withstand it. Alright, Lin Fei went to check these methods himself. They were indeed quite strong, but as long as he went all out, he still had a great chance of rushing inside. For the sake of safety, he still tampered with it. This way there wouldn't be any problems. That way he could easily sign in. This matter was quite meaningful to Lin Fei. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would get another one like this? Therefore he was looking forward to this day. Judging from Bei Quanglia's actions, it was likely that the day would come soon. Especially recently, Lin Fei discovered that Bei Quanglia had been visiting more and more frequently. They would stay here from time to time, but they didn't bring any experts with them. This surprised Lin Fei a little. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Could it be that he could withstand it with just these methods? Or could it be that the person who came down was absolutely powerful? Such thoughts kept echoing in Lin Fei's mind. But no matter how he guessed, he couldn't guess what it would be like when the time came, so he might as well wait and see. Swoosh. There was finally a trace of movement in this world. This time, the movement was very subtle, but Lin Fei instantly opened his eyes. His eyes lit up. He could feel the aura of the land of descent. A powerful force seemed to be piercing through space and coming to this world. He didn't need to guess to know that this was the so-called land of descent. There was really no mistake. Then he saw Bei Quanglia with his heavenly eye. This guy actually came over. But he didn't bring anyone with him. He was alone. He had a smile on his face. He could even see his voice. After waiting for so long, this day has finally come. Chapter 5360. The descent this time was obviously different from the last time. At the very least, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Last time he could clearly get close to it, but it was different this time. An invisible defense was instantly formed around him. This defense was very strong. It was hidden like waves. Once he got close, he would be instantly hit by these waves and turn into an endless terrifying attack. This made Lin Fei look forward to it even more. Maybe this time he would be able to get something good. He had never felt such anticipation before. This was definitely a good thing for Lin Fei. He had been thinking about this passage for a long time. Now that it finally appeared in front of him, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. No matter what, he had to grasp it well. Swish. The passage was finally completed. The passage wasn't very big, but it was very sturdy. And the aura it emitted was different from before. There was indeed a huge difference. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. After all, this passage could last for a certain amount of time. This Bei Quanglia became especially worshipful. It was as if the person who came from above was a top powerhouse. Swish, swish. One figure after another came out. Compared to the previous few times, there were more people coming out this time. 5 powerhouses actually came at once. These 5 powerhouses were all wearing black armor. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly. What greeted him was a murderous aura. It was as if they could kill you more than 10,000 times with a single move. He had never felt such a feeling before. But it just happened to appear in front of him. This verified Lin Fei's guess. It's about time to make a move. After all, this passage won't last for a long time. Lin Fei had to speed up. In an instant he arrived around the formation platform. Although Lin Fei hadn't completely controlled Yellow Springs, he could move however he wanted in this place. It was something that could be done with just a thought. When Lin Fei appeared, Bei Quanglia instantly reacted and slashed with his blade. He didn't know where this slash came from. It was real. Lin Fei shattered it with a punch. Then he rushed into the formation. Originally, this formation was very strong and perfect. Lin Fei had left a backup plan and he immediately activated it. Following which, he entered the platform. The 5 of them instantly took action. It was as if the 5 of them were one. Without any hesitation, he made his move. 5 attacks bombarded Lin Fei's body. It was truly terrifying and invincible. It was also the most powerful attack Lin Fei had ever seen. Ding. Dao Immortal World, obtained 3,000 Daos of magic power. Perhaps Lin Fei's senses had been verified this time. The rewards for signing in were especially generous. It was 3,000 streams of magical power. Previously there were already some, but this time there were 3,000 of them. The magic power in Lin Fei's body increased by a notch. He immediately formed a barrier of magic power around him. In this aspect, Lin Fei wasn't inferior to others at all. He easily grasped it in his hands. The actions of these people only caused Lin Fei's blood to churn a little. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lin Fei's figure retreated from the formation platform and appeared outside Yellow Springs. Alright, you guys have fun. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Lin Fei quickly went to the edge of Yellow Springs. It was the so-called entrance. He directly blasted the entrance open. Now that his magic power was enhanced, his combat power had become even more terrifying. It directly shook the entrance of the cave. There was no one to stop him. Lin Fei went out. When Bei Quanglia came out, he was already nowhere to be seen. There was actually such an expert hidden under my nose. Chapter 5361. Finally, Lin Fei signed in at such a place. He heaved a long sigh of relief. If he hadn't come in early, he wouldn't have been able to get in so quickly. That Bei Quanglia had used a lot of methods. These methods were quite powerful. As long as he underestimated them, he would suffer a big loss. Fortunately, he finally got his hands on the magic power. For a time, the magic power in his body kept flowing. His strength had been greatly improved. Hence, he was especially looking forward to the last place to descend. However, the last place to descend was located in an even more special place. When he arrived at this place, Lin Fei didn't feel any strange changes. This time, Lin Fei knew that there should be a problem in this last place. There was no so-called place to descend. There were no clues to speak of here at all. Even so, Lin Fei stayed here for several years. After several years, there were no disturbances. Instead, the movements outside began to stir. From time to time, some top experts would come out. As soon as these experts appeared, they would go to some major forces to challenge them. They directly suppressed the geniuses of the younger generation like them. They displayed terrifying combat prowess. At this time, everyone knew that the universe in this side of the universe had begun to stir. It seems that it's unlikely that a place to descend will appear in this place. It's time for me to leave and return to the Great Void Sect to take a look. There were no more places to descend here. He was really happy for nothing. He thought that he could sign in here again. In the end, he realized that he was wrong. Following Lin Fei, he rushed back. On the way, he heard a lot of news about the geniuses of various forces. These geniuses all displayed great strength and almost swept away some major forces. After they occupied these forces, they began to expand and increase their influence. Lin Fei was finally able to return to the Great Void Sect without any problems. There weren't many changes in the Great Void Sect. They were still as powerful as ever. The cultivation speed of these people didn't disappoint Lin Fei. This was especially true for Chu Qingqing. Her strength had already risen extremely quickly. Not to mention the reincarnation primordial spirit that she cultivated. After all, the simplified version of the reincarnation primordial spirit made them feel exceptionally powerful. Patriarch, you're finally back. If you hadn't, the House of Great Void would have been in big trouble. Third, Chu Qingqing was the happiest. It could be said that she was crying tears of joy. Recently, he had been under a lot of pressure. The Great Void Sect was once again being targeted, but this time it was completely different from before. Previously, it was the Endless Abyss, but now it could be said that the Endless Abyss had made a comeback. Compared to the past, he was much stronger. Their Endless Abyss already had experts who came down from above. All of a sudden, the strength of the Endless Abyss was greatly increased. It could be said that they had swept away several major forces in the vicinity. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm back, everything else can be put aside. There was no hurry. Lin Fei drank his tea leisurely. Chu Qingqing was indeed quite nervous, but after hearing her lord's words, she felt a little different. No one knew better than her how powerful their old ancestor was. If even he said that he was calm, then there was naturally no need to worry too much. Chu Qingqing also talked about what had happened recently. From start to finish, it had been about 20 years. Previously there had been no movements and no danger. Recently, the Endless Abyss had exploded with terrifying strength and started to swallow up other forces. The Great Void Sect that they were in was one of the areas that the Endless Abyss was attacking. It was also a place that they were swallowing up. I've received news that a legendary treasure of the heavens and the earth will be born soon. As long as everyone is on this list, they will be able to obtain a certain amount of benefits. Chapter 5362. This made Lin Fei a little interested. After all, he had been paying attention to the situation here. Even though he had been waiting there all these years. The results of the so-called descending land were not out yet. It was indeed a little regretful, but this was also within his expectations. After all, that person wouldn't really tell him this news. The only thing he could do was come back. After all, he had already signed in for quite a few things. It shouldn't be too troublesome to deal with the current problem. What is this treasure of heaven and earth that you mentioned? Is there any news? Chu Qingqing still didn't disappoint Lin Fei. After thinking for a while, he said, "Many people outside are saying that this should be a list gathered by the heavens and earth. Anyone who can enter this list will be able to obtain luck. That's why those people came down from above. They want to obtain this luck so that they can transform it into powerful strength." Lin Fei listened with great interest. He had been thinking about what the competition this time would be. He didn't expect that this time, it would be the so-called competition for luck. It seemed that this list was quite amazing. Speaking of the devil, the people of the endless abyss really think too highly of themselves. I let them suffer so many years ago. I didn't expect them to come again this time. Lin Fei's figure instantly left the Great Void Sect. At the same time, a group of people was heading in the direction of the Great Void Sect. In an instant they made their move. One by one the array flags were buried in the void. In that instant the location where the Great Void Sect was located was quickly sealed. Of course their actions were also very fast, so fast that no one could react before they were directly sealed. Only people like Lin Fei could clearly feel it. They had indeed made their move. Their methods were quite powerful, not giving him any time to think at all. I heard that there is a powerful expert in this Great Void Sect, but it seems that he hasn't appeared for 30 to 40 years. Usually there is only that Chu Qingqing. In that case we should be fine this time. Even if there's a problem, so what? It's not like we don't have experts on our side. Didn't you see that guy? He's a top expert, and he'll definitely be able to deal with the House of Great Void. It's a simplified version, so there's nothing to worry about. They had brought quite a lot of people this time. The weakest among them were 8-star Divine Masters or 9-star Divine Masters. Apart from them, there were also eternal-level powerhouses. The mighty lineup was not small at all. It was obvious that he wanted to flatten the Great Void Sect. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of them. As soon as he appeared, they immediately recognized who he was. Wasn't it the most powerful existence in the Great Void Sect who had actually come out at this time? You people from the Endless Abyss really think too highly of yourselves. You've been well behaved for so long, yet you still dare to make a move. I'll send you on your way then. Lin Fei smiled faintly. It was a direct punch. The punch directly swept across their bodies. Whoosh! These people were instantly killed. A few of them took out their treasures. They just barely managed to hold on. They kept vomiting blood, their faces pale. It was a terrifying sight to behold. In just an instant they had suffered a great loss. It was as if they had been killed in the blink of an eye. This person was too terrifying. There was no way they could fight back at all. Let's go. This person's strength is beyond our expectations. We're no match for those people. They had been heavily injured even with their treasures, let alone now. A streak of light slid past their bodies. In the blink of an eye these experts were all dead. After they died, Chu Qingqing flew out. When she saw the corpses, she inwardly gasped. Too fast. Instant kill. We can't be soft-hearted when dealing with these people. We have to use force. That way they won't be able to resist. Chapter 53-63. As for the Endless Abyss, Lin Fei was quite clear about it. This guy had gotten the support of the higher-ups. Who would have thought that he would try to swallow up the Great Void Sect? Back then they had suffered a huge loss. Now they were trying to use the Great Void Sect. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't be happy about that. He instantly killed all of these experts one by one. He wanted to show them what the situation was like. Then he turned around and left. Of course he also gave them a quick glance. That was his final glance. It was very casual. But to the two people in the void it was terrifying. In that instant they knew what it meant to be afraid. Lin Fei had discovered them. That glance was a warning. In that instant, just like that, all these powerhouses were instantly killed. Even if they had treasures and people from above, it was the same. In the blink of an eye they were all killed. This Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect was too terrifying. To think that he was so strong and unfathomable. He was probably at the peak of the first level. Didn't I tell you? There shouldn't be many top experts in this universe. But I didn't expect the Great Void Sect to have one. Looks like we'll have to reconsider our plans to swallow them up. Without another word, the two of them returned to the Endless Abyss. He also reported the news as soon as he could. At this point, the Endless Abyss had undergone a huge change. The one from back then had already stepped down. Now there was a new one. This was a young man. He looked rather ordinary, but his eyes were incredibly holy. Just those eyes alone could cause one to fall into a state of worship and submission. Looks like the Great Void Sect is indeed stronger than expected. Even so many of you were turned into cannon fodder. Now that they're all dead, there's no need for the two of you to come back alive." The young man opened his eyes, and his holy gaze turned the two of them into ashes. The people around him were all submissive and didn't dare to make a sound. After all, this person was sent down by the higher-ups, and he was in charge of the entire endless abyss. Apart from being easy to kill, there were no other problems. What's more, even the previous one had been taken care of, let alone the others. We still have to continue attacking this Great Void Sect. After all, the Great Void Sect is also within our territory. It's not appropriate to leave such a nail behind. Someone said in a low voice. Then there's no need. Since the Great Void Sect has such an expert, there's no need for us to continue fighting. Let the others do it. In any case, the beginning of this universe is to dominate territory. Whoever has more territory will get a certain amount of luck. There's no need to waste too much time here. Sooner or later I'll meet this guy. Lin Fei thought that the endless abyss would continue to attack. In the end, they didn't expect that after killing these people, they would immediately cease all activities and not make any movements at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Lin Fei was speechless. The endless abyss was too timid, wasn't it? Or did it not come up with a countermeasure? Chu Qingqing had also found out some new information on this side. This news even surprised Lin Fei himself. He laughed out loud. You're saying that they're expanding their territory so that their name will be on the Heaven and Earth board? This news really surprised Lin Fei. He had more or less heard that these powers were expanding their territory. He thought that it was to expand their influence, but now it seemed like it was related to something else. No wonder they were so excited. No wonder the endless abyss chose to not do anything. They probably chose another method of attack. Chu Qingqing nodded her head. Yes, that's what the outside is saying. Moreover, I got this news from some top sects, so there's a 70 to 80% chance that it's true. So what should we do? Lin Fei laughed out loud. That's simple. Since they want to expand, then we'll expand too. It's just territory, who's afraid of who? Chapter 5364. This was indeed a very good news. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked. This news came at the right time. No wonder these guys were expanding their territories. Especially the endless abyss. They actually ran over to their side. There were even a few areas that were expanding, taking over a huge part of the world. This was not a rare treatment. Chu Qingqing immediately perked up. This guy wasn't the same as he was in the past. His guts were exceptionally big. While Lin Fei wasn't around, they had expanded their territory quite a bit. This was also why the Endless Abyss had some ideas. If they took over the Great Void Sect, they would naturally be able to take over a large area. But this time it was all for naught. Who asked them to meet such a powerful person like Lin Fei? They could only suffer. Then where should we start? Why don't we start from the Endless Abyss? Didn't they want to cause trouble for us? Then let's give them a tooth for a tooth and let them experience it. When Lin Fei heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on in your head? Since you know that there are plenty of opportunities to obtain rewards by expanding your territory, there's no need for us to go to the Endless Abyss. Isn't it just territory? I just remembered that there's a rather large territory. If we take that territory, it'll at least be better than this place. Of course, Lin Fei would not casually expand his territory. It was not a good thing to expand like that. In fact, it would affect quite a bit. Chu Qingqing knew what was going on the moment she heard this. Could it be that Lord is planning to take over a special place? That way we can both attack and defend. Chu Qingqing was indeed a smart person. She knew what was going on. Lin Fei smiled. Of course it's like that. After all, this universe is about to become chaotic. Who knows how long it will last? A place like our House of Great Void won't be able to stay here for long. So, we might as well give it up. But before we do that, we need to get something out of it. You know what I mean, right? The territory occupied by the Great Void Sect was indeed quite large. Such a territory wasn't something that anyone could take down easily. He knew a lot of good places in his mind. These good places were all special environments. Occupying these places would naturally be different. From the moment he heard the news, Lin Fei had no intention of staying in this place. After all, other forces would emerge sooner or later. It was like a bottomless abyss, let alone anything else. Since he was going to come here sooner or later, he might as well retreat to a safer place first. Have you heard of the Nine Tunes Galaxy? The Nine Melodies Galaxy. Chu Qingqing more or less had some impression of this place. I heard that this place is very dangerous. It can be said to be a piece of land. However, the area it covers is not just an ordinary area. Are we going to move to this place? Chu Qingqing had not traveled much in recent years, but she had heard of some dangerous places in the universe. This was the case with the Nine Tunes Galaxy. It was a huge place. The heavenly water fell and formed a special area. It was just that this area was completely occupied by demonic beasts, and the area was extremely large. Even the current Great Void sect was far inferior to them. If someone had the ability, they could control the waters of the Nine Melodies Galaxy and form a huge formation. It was the most suitable place for a base. Or rather, it was the location of the sect. It was no wonder that Lin Fei would set his sights on this place. Yes, the Nine Melodies Galaxy. I think it's not a bad place. We can go there. Even though there are many demonic beasts there, I don't think it's a big deal. There's no need to worry. Chu Qingqing was completely at ease now. Then I'll inform them to pack up now and we'll leave just like that. Chu Qingqing might not have heard of other places, but the Nine Melodies Galaxy was different. It was worth going. 7017K. Chapter 5365. Since Lin Fei was going to the Nine Tunes Galaxy. In that case, he would definitely have to bring everyone and all the resources over. Although the Great Void Sect's location was pretty good, it was still rather ordinary in Lin Fei's eyes. It wasn't as good as he had imagined. However, the Nine Tunes Galaxy was different. The resources there were more plentiful. It was just that no one had taken it yet. The beasts there were extremely strong. It was said that a few ancient beasts had taken over that place. No one knew how long it had been occupied for, and many people had died there. From then on, no one had any interest in the Nine Tunes Galaxy. In fact, no one even mentioned the Nine Tunes Galaxy. The fact that the Great Void Sect wanted to go to this place surprised the people of the sect. However, all of them were very straightforward as they packed up their things. They had also received many messages. The current situation wasn't very good for the sect. The Great Void Sect's location was rather conspicuous. It was easy for them to be attacked. It would be even better if they moved to another place. Although their overall strength had become incomparably powerful, they also knew what it meant by the saying, "The tallest tree attracts the wind, and the shot hits the bird that sticks out." They had always understood this principle. They were even more shocked to hear that they were going to the Nine Tunes Galaxy. That place was famous for being fierce. Not everyone was allowed to go. Their old ancestor was extremely strong. If he said that they were going there, there wouldn't be any problems. In a short period of time, the Great Void Sect was completely emptied. When the other sects and forces arrived, they were completely dumbfounded. Since when did the Great Void Sect leave? Nothing was left behind. Very quickly they started fighting over it. The Endless Abyss was completely dumbfounded when they received the news. They had just wiped out a bunch of their experts and in the blink of an eye, they had moved to another place. It was obvious that they didn't take them seriously. However, they couldn't find out where the people from the Great Void Sect had gone to. During the migration, Lin Fei had used some tricks. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for them to find traces of the people from the Endless Abyss. This caused the people of the Endless Abyss to sulk for a long time. The Great Void Sect really knew how to surprise them. Last time, it had already given him a pleasant surprise. This time there was another surprise. They really treated the Endless Abyss as a tool that could be farmed. From time to time, it would make them unhappy. This Great Void Gate made quite a few of them unhappy. Meanwhile, Lin Fei had led everyone to the vicinity of Jianghu Galaxy. In the distance, one could see a heavenly river curving downwards at the end of the world. This area was known as the Nine Melodies Galaxy. Even if they hadn't arrived yet, they could already feel the terrifying aura. Lin Fei looked at the heavenly river in front of him and felt quite satisfied. He had passed by this place once before and did not pay much attention to it. But now that he was here, he felt that he was quite suitable. It was very suitable to take root here. Moreover, the celestial river here did not have any means of setting up. Lin Fei had already thought of countless ways to set up this celestial river. He might not have thought about it before, but now that he was here, he naturally had all sorts of ideas. You guys choose a place to settle down first. I will go in and have a good chat with those monsters. Lin Fei had thought that there would be others who would be interested in this place. But now it seemed like he had thought too much. No one came over at all. Therefore Chu Qingqing brought them to rest. Lin Fei entered the vicinity of the Nine Melodies Galaxy. He wanted to see what kind of experts there were here. Hopefully he would not be too disappointed. Chapter 5366. As soon as Lin Fei came in, countless attacks came towards him. They were as dense as streams of light. It turned out that there was also a formation set up here. He could direct the flowing water of the celestial river and turn it into powerful attacks. This attack could reach the level of a half step into the eternal realm. The deeper he went, the more powerful the attack became. He had underestimated the Nine Tunes Milky Way. The demonic beasts actually knew this move. It was indeed a powerful move. Not everyone could withstand it. However, Lin Fei was no longer the same as he was in the past. He had withstood all the attacks along the way. Demonic beasts have such tricks up their sleeves. That's a bit embarrassing. Who's the leader here? Come out and have a chat with me. Lin Fei had come all the way here, which had indeed shocked the demonic beasts. The attack of the Milky Way was quite terrifying. Not everyone could withstand it. Most importantly, the attack of the Milky Way was like flowing water. Unless the Milky Way was completely destroyed. Otherwise, not everyone would be able to withstand this attack. But now, there was such a person who could withstand it so easily. It was truly unbelievable to them. To think that they would run into such a thing. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures immediately flew out. These 3 figures were all tall demonic beasts. They all looked quite ferocious and their eyes were overflowing with hostility. When they saw such a young man come in, they felt a certain amount of pressure. They were also afraid. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Your Excellency, why did you come in like this? These demonic beasts were not like other demonic beasts, who would fight as soon as they met. They knew very well that someone who could withstand the attack of the Milky Way naturally had some ability. If they made a move like this, they would fall into the lower ranks. Lin Fei also saw these 3 monstrous beasts. These 3 monstrous beasts were indeed quite strong. They were all at the peak level. They had even mastered some special skills. In this place, he indeed had a greater sense of presence than the others. Looks like you're the boss here. I came from the outside and have taken a liking to the 9 bends of the Milky Way. I hope you'll let me have this place. Of course, if you're willing to become our subsidiary force, that's not a problem. As soon as Lin Fei's words came out, the 3 demonic beasts' expressions changed. Not to mention the demonic beasts behind them, all of them were glaring angrily. If it weren't for the fact that they were fearful of the strength of the young man before them, they would have long made their move. How arrogant of you to ask for the Jianghu galaxy right off the bat. We've owned this place for over 1,000 years, and no one has ever dared to ask us for it. You're really bold. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 demonic beasts immediately made their moves. After all, this was the place where they lived. It was impossible for anyone to ask them to hand it over. Therefore, they immediately made their move. They wanted to test this guy's foundation first. If he wasn't strong enough, he would just kill the other party here. They didn't sense that the other party had brought anyone over. After all, as long as they were within the Jianghu galaxy, they could still sense the aura. Chu Qingqing and the rest didn't enter the Jianghu galaxy, so they naturally couldn't sense it. Moreover, Chu Qingqing and the rest had set up a formation to block the flow of aura. Therefore, it was quite normal that they couldn't sense it. You guys, do you really think that I'm just talking to you for fun? Whoosh. Primordial spirits walked out from behind Lin Fei. In an instant, they formed a huge formation. Then came a punch. This punch directly crushed the bodies of the 3 demonic beasts. There was a loud rumbling sound. At this moment, they didn't know how many attacks they had suffered. Now, Lin Fei's execution of this technique had become more fluid, and it was easier for him to execute it. In an instant, he launched a huge attack. Chapter 5367. Lin Fei suppressed them the moment he attacked. With his current strength, not just anyone would be able to block his attack, let alone these demonic beasts. Although they were also extremely strong, they were still nothing in front of Lin Fei. One punch was enough to make them feel an immense commotion. Then the second punch came. This time, the starry sky trembled and crushed their bodies. Not to mention that their strength had been suppressed long ago. At this moment, they couldn't take it anymore. All of them spat out blood and countless cracks appeared on their bodies. It almost caused their bodies to collapse. In the blink of an eye, all of them were seriously injured. As for the weaker ones, they were all lying on the ground, unable to move at all. Only a few of them could barely stand, but their gazes had become exceptionally cold and fierce. We surrender, we surrender. Spare us, spare us. We are willing to give up the 9 Toons galaxy. These demonic beasts couldn't take it at all. Just these 2 moves had made them suffer greatly. If they were to go all out, they might really be able to kill all of them. We are willing to be your subsidiary force. We are willing to stay outside the 9 Toons galaxy and defend against your enemies. At this moment, they naturally knew how to reply. It was impossible for them to leave this place. In that case, the only way was to become a subsidiary force. They would still be able to enjoy the treatment of the 9 Toons galaxy. If that's what I said from the start, then there's nothing wrong. Several streams of power instantly entered their bodies, leaving behind a seal in an instant. They knew that their lives were in the hands of this person. It was better to be controlled than to be killed. They believed that if they continued to resist, they would definitely die today. In fact, they would definitely die a horrible death. No one could stop this person in front of them. They had to make a move. After Lin Fei took control of them, he didn't do anything else. Although they were strong, Lin Fei felt that they were still lacking. However, it wouldn't matter if they were used outside. One by one they came up to greet Lin Fei. Lin Fei sent a signal and Chu Qingqing brought her people in. In fact, the Milky Way's array formation had already been opened, so they came in and saw these powerful beasts, especially these few. However, the way they looked at them was especially friendly. He didn't dare to intentionally change his gaze. As for any resentment, he didn't dare to show it. If he did, he would die a horrible death. Bring all of you Yao race members outside. I want to set up a new formation. It's truly a waste for you to set up such a formation in the hands of the Nine Bens Galaxy. There's no use in it at all, Qin Feng said. Lin Fei directly sent them away and at the same time, let them start moving. Everyone had moved out, including the big and small demonic beast. It left behind a large territory. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and immediately began to arrange his means. He had a lot of materials on hand. He refined several array flags and placed them near the 9 bends of the Milky Way. Then he used all the power of the 9 Melody Galaxy to inject into the formation. Any small mistake would cause the power to backfire. However, everything was in Lin Fei's hands. In the blink of an eye, a large formation was formed. When the formation was completed, the 9 Toons Galaxy seemed to become aggressive and aggressive. Only these strong beasts could sense that it wasn't what they thought it was. The danger here was far beyond their imagination. If anyone took it seriously, they would regret it. Compared to them, they were much stronger. Lin Fei opened up the formation once more. The 9 Toon Galaxy River really turned into 9 obstructions. These powerful demonic beasts, including Chu Qingqing's group, could barely make it to the 5th path. If it was the 4th, they wouldn't be able to enter. They were even more impressed. With this 9 Melody Galaxy formation, everything will be fine. Lin Fei was really satisfied with his formation. It was safe. Chapter 5368. The 9 Toons Galaxy didn't cause too much of a commotion. Could be said that it was completely silent. There was no one nearby at all. Even if there were, they would have been taken down by the powerful monster beasts from before. Otherwise, they would have been chased away. It was very quiet here. Just like a new person. After this place was changed, this large area became Lin Fei's. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a large area. This place was a combination of offense and defense. It was much better than before. The Great Void Sex area was too central. If they really fought there, it wouldn't be good for them. Instead, it would bring them a lot of harm. After everything was completely stabilized, Chu Qingqing came over. Apart from Chu Qingqing, there were also the 3 strongest monster beasts. These 3 powerful monster beasts were all at the peak of the Eternal Realm. Of course, in front of Lin Fei they were much weaker. Now that everything has been stabilized, we can use this 9 Toons Galaxy as the center and slowly expand our territory. Chu Qingqing was the happiest about this matter. She had always wanted to bring the experts from the sect over. Now she could finally do it. The 3 of you can act as secret guards. If the 3 of you work together, not everyone can fight against you. The 3 powerful monster beasts naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts. They were relatively well behaved now. Fortunately, their clan didn't make too much of a commotion. Apart from the change in person, there didn't seem to be much of a change. Even the 9 Toons Galaxy's great formation had become exceptionally powerful. Compared to when they were in the past, it was on a completely different level. This seemed to be a good thing. And now, following such a powerful person seemed to be something that the monster race had always been willing to do. Sometimes when they couldn't beat someone, they would just submit. That way they would naturally have a better life. This was one of the advantages of the monster beast. Chu Qingqing led them out to expand their territory. The territory around the 9 Toons Galaxy was very large, but there weren't many factions. Chu Qingqing's path was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. No one was a match for them. Even the 3 great demonic beasts did not need to make a move at this time. However, it could be seen that the so-called Great Void Sect was still very strong. All of them had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit, but their reincarnation primordial spirits were not very strong. There were too many of them. Regardless of whether they could defeat him or not, they would definitely not stand a chance. This also shocked them. Of course, the one who was even more shocked was the young man. He was the strongest. Every reincarnated primordial spirit was incomparably terrifying, and their divine bodies were also incomparably strong. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could match up to. It was better to be an honest guard. Chu Qingqing put in a lot of effort into expanding her territory. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it after observing it a few times. After all, with his heaven's eye, he could tell with a single glance. As their territory expanded, it became even more clear that no one could stop them. Even if there were some powerful ones, it still wouldn't work. This also made Lin Fei start to look forward to the so-called Heaven and Earth list. He wanted to see when it would appear. In the Nine Toons galaxy, Lin Fei could sense some strong auras. They would come down from time to time. These auras were really strong, but in this universe their strength seemed to be restricted. No matter how strong they were only at the peak level. At most, they used some special methods. For example, one of them brought a few so-called primordial spirits. In truth, they were all puppets. These puppets were really strong, and each one had 90% of the original strength. If they brought 3 to 5, the formation would naturally be different. Could be considered a trick. On this day, between heaven and earth, a vast and boundless power swept through the entire great world. Many people were shocked. Chapter 5369. The day that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. At this moment, all the powerhouses in the world put down everything they were doing. They all looked at the entire universe. At the very center of the universe, a golden screen suddenly appeared. After the golden screen appeared, everyone felt what was called majestic and domineering. This was definitely a unique existence in the world. It was very likely that it was condensed by the so-called heavenly Tao. Then they saw a few words. These were the words that they had been waiting for the most. Heaven and Earth list. These words were incomparably vast. Incomparably huge. It was as if it had been imprinted in everyone's hearts. It also made everyone understand one thing more clearly. That was the importance of the Heaven and Earth list. At the same time, Lin Fei finally saw this so-called Heaven and Earth list. It was indeed completely different from what he had imagined. It could be said that this Heaven and Earth list was purer and more mysterious. There was even a moment when Lin Fei wanted to run over and sign in, to see if he could sign in something good. After all, this list was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. The powerhouses that came down were all here for this thing. Everyone could see it clearly. The list slowly opened and another line of words appeared. Sect list. The first thing that came out was actually this thing. Indeed, everyone was quite surprised by this. There was no need to guess to know what was going on. That was, whoever's sect was stronger would be able to obtain this thing. Walala walala. One sect after another appeared above the list. Lin Fei also saw the so-called Great Void sect. Whether it was the Great Void sect or some other forces, they all had it. Everything was complete. Then he looked at the rankings. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The Great Void School was actually ranked 1,200. Then he looked at the first place. It was actually a sect called the Divine Sect. He had never seen this existence before. The second place was actually a sect called the Immortal Sect. He had never heard of it either. The third was actually called the Holy Sect, which he had never heard of either. What made Lin Fei even more surprised was that, as expected, the people of this universe had come down long ago. They had arranged everything properly. Lin Fei had always thought that those were the top existences. He didn't expect these 3 to be the strongest existences. After the list was released, countless experts and big shots secretly gasped in shock. Damn it! Who can tell me when did these 3 forces come out of nowhere? Why is theirs the biggest and strongest? Those who always thought that they were number 1 are really dumbfounded this time. They were directly slapped in the face. Of course, he must have been slapped in the face. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. One must know that many people wanted to be number 1 on this list. For example, the number 1 expert, the number 1 power, the number 1 sect and so on. In any case, as long as it was first place, it would naturally be their target. But now they felt that they had a huge problem. To think that a god sect, an immortal sect, and a saint sect would suddenly appear. Looking at the ones behind them, they didn't recognize any of them. In other words, the top 10 were all top-notch existences. Then, everyone heard a voice in their hearts. From today onwards, everyone will have 10 years to expand their territories. After 10 years, they will be ranked according to the top 100. Those who enter the top 100 will be rewarded with treasures that increase their strength and lifespan. This voice was very cold. It was so cold that it made everyone feel a chill. Some people even knew whose voice it was. That was the voice of the famous Heaven Tao. Only the Heaven Tao would have such a voice. It fell into everyone's hearts. It was indeed extremely powerful. Furthermore, they didn't even have the time to think about resisting. This was a true top-notch existence. Lin Fei heard this voice too. He was more touched than anyone else. This should be the so-called Heaven Tao's voice. And this Heaven Tao didn't have any emotions. 10 years? There was still enough time to fight. Chapter 5370. Such a heaven and earth board hung in the entire universe just like that. Everyone could see it. There were even people who went to check out where this board was. No matter how they flew, they couldn't get close to the board. It was as if they were in a faraway place. In other words, this heaven and earth board had spatial abilities. Even if one could see it, they wouldn't be able to get close. Lin Fei decided to give it a try. He wanted to see what this so-called heaven and earth board looked like. Could he sign in for it? He swiped the rewards. In the end, he realized that he had no chance of getting close at all. Helpless. Lin Fei could only try to sign in at the closest range. He wanted to see if he could get some benefits. After all, this was the heaven and earth board. Not everyone could get some benefits in front of the heavenly Tao. Ding. Signed in to the heaven and earth board. Obtained 5,000 mana. Even though they were very far away, Lin Fei still managed to sign in. Even he himself felt very surprised. He could actually sign in. It was as if he was shearing sheep. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He laughed out loud in his heart. I really got a great deal today. After all, not everyone could sign in for the heaven and earth board. Today he received 5,000 mana. He would sign in tomorrow. He could really make a fortune this time. It was a pity that he couldn't get close to the real center. Otherwise he could still sign in for more so-called mana. The mana in his body had already broken through 20,000. It was very thick. Lin Fei also knew that although his mana had reached 20,000, the strength of the others was definitely not weak. Fortunately, he could retract his mana at any time. No one would be able to detect it. He returned to the Nine Tunes Galaxy. Chu Qingqing and the others were also extremely excited. They also knew that the ranking of the Great Void sect they were in was only ranked 1,200. It wasn't that easy to enter the top 100. Although they only had 10 years to fight for it, the top 100 was indeed stressful. At that time, the competition would be extremely intense. Have you guys seen the heaven and earth ranking list? Do you guys have the motivation to do so? If you can get into the top 100, all of you will be able to obtain great strength, longevity, and even more cultivation methods. This heaven and earth ranking list is much more powerful and terrifying than you can imagine. Just by signing in once, Lin Fei experienced the benefits of signing in. One could imagine that if one entered the top 100 of the heaven and earth ranking list, it would naturally be different. Everyone from the Great Void sect spoke in unison. We have motivation. We have the motivation to fight our way into the top 100. No one can stop us. Of course, these people knew how magical the list was. They had already heard a lot of news. It was said that even the people from above came down here just to obtain the heaven and earth ranking board's favor. It could be imagined that the appearance of the heaven and earth ranking list in this world was really a super great deal. If they still didn't work hard at this time, they all wanted to give themselves a tight slap. This was simply a waste of resources. Seeing that all of you have such thoughts and such passion and motivation, I am naturally very relieved. From today onwards, we will continue to expand the Great Void sect. We will take down anyone who obstructs us. Those who surrender will not be killed, and those who don't surrender will be killed without mercy. We will let everyone know how powerful our Great Void sect is. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud. But in the eyes of these people, it was as if they were on steroids. Everyone spoke in unison. Everything is for the Great Void sect. Even Chu Qingqing was the same. At this time, she was more excited than anyone else. Finally, it was time to expand their territory. Although they had already expanded a lot in the past. But looking at the ranking list today, they knew that they were still lagging behind. Just look at the God Gate in first place. The second place Immortal sect and the third place Sacred sect knew what was going on. They were filled with fog. They were more challenging. Chapter 5371. After this list came out, the entire universe became very different. It instantly entered a large-scale competition. Large and small territories began to fight for them. Those small factions immediately started to submit. They knew very well that if they didn't submit, they wouldn't be able to control their territories at all. They would directly fall into the hands of others. Submitting to a powerful sect would allow them to maintain their strength. The first to be annexed should be some small sections. After that would be some medium-sized sections. Only a few large sects were relatively stable. They were also constantly expanding their power. There were also some sects that were in a more special position. They had a relatively big advantage. One after another, the large sects rose up. The rankings on the heaven and earth list were also constantly changing. And among them, the ones that hadn't changed were the top 3 sections. From start to finish, there was no change at all. In other words, their ability to expand their territory was the greatest. On the contrary, the names at the back kept changing. Today it could be this. After a month it could be another one. Almost none of them could sit still. Comparing the rankings at the back, it could be seen how powerful the top 3 sects were. It could be said that they were very powerful and controlled the largest territory. In other words, even if they wanted to catch up, they wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. The Great Void sect also directly charged from 1200 to 970. Could be said that their progress was extremely fast. However, after reaching rank 970, his speed suddenly slowed down. Only they themselves knew why they had slowed down. It would be very difficult to deal with the sects and forces. Their forces also became especially strong. Fighting against them wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Chu Qingqing was the one who felt it the most. Although she had helpers, she felt that her speed was starting to slow down, especially the sect that she had to deal with recently. It was just that it was a large sect, so its ranking wasn't high, but their resistance was indeed very strong. Even if they kept attacking, they were still blocked. It took them almost 2 months to break through this large territory. After taking it down, they still had to take control of the territory, so it was quite time-consuming. From start to finish, Lin Fei had been paying attention. After all, his heavenly eye had a very large range. Of course. He also kept signing in at the Heaven and Earth list and picked up a lot of benefits. Every time he signed in, he would have an unexpected gain. From now on, it won't be easy for me to expand my territory. Fortunately, I chose the Nine-Tune Galaxy as my base camp. Otherwise, I would have been caught in a fight in the previous places. Lin Fei didn't go back to check on the situation on the Great Void Gate side. But he also knew that it was quite intense over there. In the end, it was said that the land fell into the hands of the Endless Abyss. It was indeed a good move. Of course, he had to pay a huge price for it. As for what the price was, Lin Fei wasn't very clear, but he knew that it was definitely not a simple price. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. It wasn't a long time, but it was a huge commotion for the entire universe. Basically, all the mid-level sects had disappeared without a trace. Right now, the only ones left were the large sections. Of the large sects, there were more than 1,000 of them. Even the weakest ones were ranked around 2,000. One could imagine how powerful these large sects were. For example, the current Great Void Gate was only ranked in the 600s. It would be very difficult for them to go up. This was also because Lin Fei was in charge and didn't let others break through. Otherwise, this ranking would have dropped even further. Right now, Chu Qingqing was feeling a huge amount of pressure. Are you feeling the pressure? This is the relationship between strength and foundation. It's already quite good that you can reach your current achievements. Chu Qingqing felt wrong because she could no longer expand her territory. 7017K. Chapter 5372. For such a result, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. In these 3 years, the small existences had been completely destroyed. Only the big sects were still holding on. One after another. Not many people could shake him. After all, Chu Qingqing's strength was limited, and it would not be easy for her to shake these big sections. Furthermore, in these 3 years, Lin Fei had not really made a move. Other than destroying them after they came, he had not helped much after that. It was already a pretty good thing for the 33 to be able to make it this far. It would not be easy to continue to raise the ranking of the Great Void sect. Now that they had passed the initial stage, the only thing that the remaining sects had to do was to consolidate their strength. As long as they could consolidate their strength well, they would naturally be able to last until 10 years later. This idea was a bit whimsical. There were less than 7 years left, so they could still charge forward. Leave the rest to me. It's been a long time since I've moved around. Give me a copy of the information you've collected. I'll see which one to take first. Lin Fei was also prepared to move around a bit. If he did not make a move, it would not be so easy for others to raise the name of the Great Void sect. Right now, the overall strength of the Great Void sect had increased by a lot, but it would be difficult to raise it again. At this time, Lin Fei had to make a move. If we really want to make a move, then I think we can make a move against the Supreme Profound sect first. They are considered the strongest sect in our area, ranked 573. As long as we take down their territory after we merge, we will naturally be able to rush to more than 400 or 300. As soon as Chu Qingqing finished speaking, Lin Fei laughed. Your idea is pretty good, but the people from the Supreme Profound sect have already arrived. It seems like they are preparing to negotiate peacefully with us. Chu Qingqing was shocked. He felt that someone had indeed come over. Furthermore, they were extremely strong, and were truly from the so-called Supreme Profound sect. The Supreme Profound sect has specially come to pay a visit. Please meet sect leader Chu. It spread over. They were here to see Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing was currently the sect leader of the Great Void sect, so the person they wanted to see was naturally this one. Chu Qingqing frowned. Let them in. Let's see what tricks they are playing. Only 2 people from the Supreme Profound sect came this time. A young one. An older man. They were all proud and arrogant people. As soon as he entered the Great Void Gate, he felt that the people here were indeed quite strong. As expected of the reincarnation primordial spirit. Although it was not the original, it was just an accelerated version. There were too many of them. In a one-on-one fight, it really wasn't that easy to deal with the other party. This time they were prepared to use peaceful means before resorting to force. If the Great Void Gate's words made sense, that would be for the best. If it didn't work out, they would use force. He wanted to take down the Great Void sect for good. Now, if he wanted to raise his ranking, he would have to devour the big sections. The Great Void Gate was a good choice. Moreover, there was something else in the Great Void sect that they were quite concerned about. That was the Nine Tunes Galaxy. With this, they could naturally move the position of a large sect and become more stable. In the main hall, the 2 of them also saw Chu Qingqing. However, Chu Qingqing was actually standing at the side. Beside her was a black-clothed young man. This black-clothed young man was quite unfamiliar, but the 2 of them instantly recognized him. This was the strongest expert of the Great Void sect. They heard that his name was Lin Fei. This person's strength was somewhat unfathomable. Right now, no one knew what realm he had reached. They only knew that he was at the peak of the Eternal Realm, a peak expert. He hadn't fought much over the years. If it was in the past, this realm would indeed allow him to look down on the world, but now it was different. Although peak Eternal Realm experts were terrifying, there were even more powerful Eternal Realm experts. They even divided their strength into different categories. From the First Revolution Eternal to the Peak 9 Revolutions Eternal. In their eyes, the peak Eternal Realm experts were just First Revolution Eternal. This was a problem of accumulation. Chapter 5373. Lin Fei felt that it was quite interesting. He had just been preparing to deal with the Supreme Mystery Sect. He didn't expect that the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect would take the initiative to come over. There were even 2 experts who had come. They were preparing to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Lin Fei had seen all sorts of scenes. He could tell at a glance. They were clearly here to talk to him. After the 2 of them recognized Lin Fei, they were quite direct. I know that the Great Void sect should be in your hands. We just came here to discuss something with you. I hope that your Great Void sect can listen carefully. I think it should be a good thing for your Great Void sect. Lei Shan said. Chu Qingqing stood to the side and didn't say a word. She knew that they had also recognized Lin Fei at this time. Lin Fei smiled. Since you've come all the way here, I'll listen to what you mean. If it's possible, I'll naturally accept it. Lei Shan felt a burst of joy in his heart. It seemed that this person should have heard of the name of the Great Void sect. Otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Our Supreme Mystery sect has a strong background and we came down from above. Our current ranking is quite high, although it's only around 500, but there are still 7 years left. As long as your Great Void sect is willing to join us, then your Great Void sect can become a part of our Supreme Mystery sect, and all of you can obtain a certain status. Lei Shan said. That's it. Is there anything else? Lin Fei was quite disappointed. What this guy said really didn't have any substance at all. Who would be willing to follow him? Lei Shan was slightly stunned. The Supreme Mystery sect's current reputation was also very strong. Although it was in the 500s, how big was this universe? To be able to reach this level was already not weak. It was just the beginning and it had only been 3 years since then. They still had a lot of time. The higher-ups of your Great Void sect can all have a certain status when they come to our Supreme Mystery sect. It's better than being annexed by other sects and forces. Don't you think so? For us to personally come here is already a sign of respect for your Great Void sect. Lei Shan continued speaking. Lin Fei still shook his head. Didn't these 2 guys rely on the Supreme Mystery sect? He really didn't take them seriously. With such methods, he still had the cheek to tell him such a thing. It's really disappointing. If that's the case, then I have something to say to you guys. I think you guys will like it. Lin Fei smiled. Suddenly, he raised his hand and a huge palm pressed down on one of them. There was a loud rumbling sound. That person directly shouldered it. Caught off guard, it was directly destroyed. It turned into fragments on the ground. The remaining Lin Fei shivered. The person next to him was even stronger than him. He could also be considered to be at the pinnacle of the second stage profession. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed. What I mean is very simple. That is, go back and tell the people of your Taishan sect that I will give them 3 days to think about it. In 3 days I will visit them. If they surrender, everything will be fine. If they don't surrender, I will directly destroy your Taishan sect. Lin Fei waved his hand. Lei Shan didn't even have a chance to speak before his entire body was smashed outside. When he got up, he found himself in a forest millions of miles away. The only thing left in his mind was Lin Fei's words. Bastard, you actually dared to kill people. You want to use a knife against the Supreme Mystery Sect. They had originally come to persuade the Taishan sect, but in the blink of an eye, it had become the Taishan sect warning them. He was going to step on their heads. Lei Shan didn't think too much about it and directly rushed back. The Taishan sect would undoubtedly die. They could offend anyone, but they actually offended this person. There was definitely something wrong with their brain. Did they think that their ranking of more than 600 could stop the Taishan sect's ranking of more than 500? What a joke, they were on a completely different level. Chapter 5374. He didn't even go find trouble with these guys, but they actually took the initiative to come knocking on his door. Just in time to find someone to send a message. It was a pretty good thing. Chu Qingqing could see what her sect leader wanted to do. This was to be used to alert the enemy. It was to let the Supreme Mystery Sect know that their Great Void Sect was ready to make a move. For a force like the Supreme Mystery Sect, we can just face it head on. It just so happens that when they come, I will send someone back to send a message. This way, all of them will wait for our Great Void Sect to make a move, and they will probably set up a lot of traps. They will definitely not attack in advance, and this way we can just wipe them all out. Lin Fei returned. I just don't know how strong this Supreme Mystery Sect is. I heard that they have a lot of treasures on their side, and they were all placed down by the higher-ups. As for how strong they are, I'm not sure. The information I received is too little. That doesn't matter. Even if they are strong, they can't be stronger than me. I really don't take them seriously. 3 days passed in a flash. There was no movement from the Great Void Sect. On the other hand, the Supreme Mystery Sect was different. They were waiting for Lin Fei to come. After waiting for a long time, they didn't see anyone coming. They were already prepared. After all, the Great Void Sect was still quite strong. Especially since they all cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. Although it wasn't authentic, it still had quite a bit of combat power. This kind of strength was indeed not something that just anyone could resist. Such a force was still quite clear on what to do. Now that they didn't come, the experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect were a little annoyed. When Lei Shan brought back the news, Lei Shan's words made everyone very angry. This Great Void Sect was too arrogant, they actually dared to send back a message. Did they think that they were easy to bully? But in these 3 days they didn't make any movements. They were all waiting for this Lin Fei, but now he was gone. It was as if the other party had stood them up. The one who felt the most uncomfortable was probably Lei Shan. He had guaranteed that Lin Fei would definitely come. But now that he was gone, it was as if a slap had landed on his face. Everyone looked at him differently. They felt that he was lying. There's no need to look. That guy is coming. He's pretty accurate. He said he would come. The experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect also felt the commotion. Someone was really coming this way. If there were no surprises, it should be that Lin Fei. After all, that guy had some ability. In the blink of an eye, they saw a figure walking out of the void, appearing at the Supreme Mystery Sect. The Supreme Mystery Sect was also quite smart. He also chose a rather dangerous place and used the terrain to set up a large formation, forming a base camp. At this moment, these people all saw the figure in black. It was the Lin Fei in the information. This guy was said to be quite mysterious. Up until now, they had not found many clues. However, the reincarnation primordial spirit that this guy had cultivated was different. It was very powerful. Lin Fei, how dare you kill the people of my Taishan sect, and now you dare to come to my Taishan sect alone. Do you really think that you can suppress the hundreds of thousands of disciples of my Taishan sect by yourself? A figure walked out. Was this Lin Fei? This was the Taishan sect leader. Any sect leader was called Taishan. Only Taishan was qualified to lead the entire Taishan sect. At this moment he looked at Lin Fei quietly. After all, this person was quite different. After all, I don't have much time. I'll give you 2 choices. 1 is to have everyone submit to me. 2, I'll kill all of your higher-ups. No, that's not right. If I kill all of you, I won't have any thugs left. Don't worry, I won't kill all of you. I'll plant a seed for all of you. Chapter 5375. Lin Fei's words really made them feel extremely angry. No one had ever dared to say such things to them. He didn't put the Taishan sect in his eyes at all. Especially when he was alone. They had never seen anyone who dared to be so presumptuous here. Based on your tone, I don't know how powerful the Taishan sect is today. You will never know how terrifying the Taishan sect is. The leader of the Taishan sect snorted. With a wave of his hand, thousands of streams of light directly smashed down. A great formation was formed. The great formation directly fell on Lin Fei's body. Then it formed an absolute region. This was a very powerful method of the Taishan sect. Absolute attack. This kind of attack was endless and very fierce. In a short period of time, it turned into a terrible attack. The people of the Taishan sect were used to it. No one had ever been able to withstand it on their side. In the past 3 years, many people had come here, but no one had been able to withstand it. They had been directly destroyed. The current situation was indeed under control. This Lin Fei should never have dared to lead a single person and kill his way over here alone. Didn't this give them a chance to make a move? This was the first time they had encountered such a thing. It could only be said that this Lin Fei guy was too stupid, so stupid that he really thought that his strength was so great. The Taishan sect was not to be trifled with. In such a short period of time, they all thought that this Lin Fei was dead for sure. Even the people around the Taishan sect master thought so. They also thought that this Lin Fei was dead for sure. There would be no accidents. The attack of the great formation slowly fell. There was also a faint smile on the face of the Taishan sect master. This kind of trash doesn't even need me to do anything. I can directly kill him. The Taishan sect master really didn't take this person seriously. This guy was destined to die from the moment he came. If he hadn't come, it would have been fine. There seems to be a problem with the sect master. That guy doesn't seem to be impossible. How can he hold on until now? That is our absolute attack. In an instant. Not everyone would be able to withstand such an attack. All of a sudden they saw a figure there. The figure just stood there slowly. Furthermore, they recognized who it was at first glance. It was that Lin Fei. They found it hard to believe that he was fine. He was startled. Was this guy's body really that strong? No matter how powerful a treasure was, it shouldn't be able to withstand it. That's all you guys have? That's quite a name. Absolute attack is indeed quite fierce, but in my eyes, it's no different from scratching an itch. Lin Fei smiled. He didn't care anymore. The Taishan sect master's expression finally became even more serious. He finally knew that this guy's strength was indeed very strong. He actually dared to come here alone. No wonder you're a patriarch from the House of Great Void, Yang Qi said. You're different. You're very strong. But that was just the appetizer. This is the real deal. I know you can reincarnate your nascent divinity, but this thing of mine will make you realize what despair is. Whoosh. Just like that, the canopy in the sky slowly unfolded. After the sky opened, Lin Fei's figure swooshed into the sky. Then the Taishan sect master also walked in. This was a large river. The Taishan sect master stood in the air. And Lin Fei just stood there. It seemed that his whole body was imprisoned by a special power. Welcome to my absolute space. Here, I am the strongest and you are the weakest. You can obediently accept your death. A stream of light. Like a spear it shot over. Faster and faster. Faster and faster. With such methods I still don't like you. Chapter 5376. This was a special treasure. Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Inside this treasure he was able to unleash his full strength without limit. On the contrary, he could directly suppress it. In particular, he had lost a certain connection with the reincarnation spirit. It was indeed a very terrifying treasure. In the past, Lin Fei had received some news that the reincarnation emperor had not died. He had arrived in another place. That was the so-called celestial realm. It seemed to be flourishing there. Then, there would definitely be people who would research the corresponding treasure to deal with the reincarnation emperor. He didn't expect it to be used on him first. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't use this reincarnation spirit much now. Otherwise it would really be a big problem. Even more so. He could feel that the so-called Taishan sect master was using this treasure to support it with spiritual power. Without spiritual power, it would not have been able to display such power at all. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the spear. Then the spear turned into a sky full of attacks in an instant. I knew you would have this move, but unfortunately, you still underestimated the power of my move. These streams of light became even more fierce, locking onto Lin Fei's body. A faint light appeared around Lin Fei's body, forming a defensive barrier. I've already told you that your methods are completely useless against me. I'll let you see what true methods are. Lin Fei suddenly stretched out a hand. This hand appeared above the Taishan sect master as soon as it was stretched out. Then he slammed it down heavily. The Taishan sect master's eyes were cold. You. There was a bang. His whole body smashed into the ground, followed by a loud rumbling sound. The ground was extremely strong. The Taishin sect master's whole body was stuck to the ground. This was a feeling he had never experienced in his life. I was actually slapped down by him. How is this possible? I have spiritual power to protect my body, I have a treasure, how can he touch me? This is impossible. The Taishin sect master was completely confused. How could he not be able to withstand this guy? The Supreme Mystery Sect master turned around and prepared to continue attacking. But a hand was placed on his shoulder. Just one hand. There was a loud rumbling sound. The invincible power immediately burst forth. The Taishin sect master felt as if half of his body was exploding. It was the same even in the depths of his flesh and cells. He couldn't bear it at all. Even his life aura was constantly flowing away. He felt like he was going to die. This fellow's strength was invincible and terrifying. He finally knew why this guy came to the Supreme Profound Sect. His strength was so invincible that even if he used this treasure, it would still be the same. He couldn't suppress this guy at all. His strength was much stronger than he had imagined. In other words, this fellow's body had an incomparably dense amount of magic power. He couldn't guarantee it, but it was definitely much better than him. In the face of this hand, the magic power in his body continuously collapsed. In an instant it collapsed to the ground. It could be said that in a single exchange his magic power had disintegrated, and he could not even control this treasure. This was really a big deal. If he had known that this guy was so powerful, the Taishin sect master would never have taken him so lightly. Now, his whole body had fallen into the hands of the other party. The other party wanted to do something to him in just a few minutes. His whole body became extremely depressed and flustered. You win, I admit defeat. This was the only thing he could say at this moment. How much magic power did I use and you can't take it anymore? Then I'll just completely destroy you. Anyway, it's useless to keep you. Lin Fei's voice was neither light nor heavy, and once again, it scared the Taishin sect master. This guy's heart was in a panic. Originally, his magic power had completely collapsed. He had no strength left. Don't kill me, don't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to control the Taishin sect. I can help you control the Taishin sect and expand your territory. When the two sects merge, I can help you manage it. A beam of light landed on the body of the Taishin sect master. Then I'll just directly control you. Chapter 5377. It was a simple matter for Lin Fei to control the Taishin sect master. After all, this guy was still quite useful. It was not an easy task to control the entire Taishin sect. But with this person it was completely different. Lin Fei directly walked out of this special space. The people outside were all waiting for the final result. After seeing Lin Fei come out, they were completely dumbfounded. This result was completely different from what they had imagined. However, Lin Fei did not wait for them to do anything. He directly used the power of a punch. This punch contained invincible magic power. It directly swept over their bodies. Even the Taishin sect master could not resist it, let alone these people. Just this punch was like flowing water. One by one they were swept away. In this instant, dozens of experts could not withstand it and fell to the ground one by one. They were extremely injured. Lin Fei did not idle either. Streams of light directly entered their bodies. In an instant, he had them under his control. The entire Taishin sect was nothing to Lin Fei, and these experts were the most powerful existences among them. With these people under his control, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Coupled with the fact that the Taishin sect master was also under his control, it was naturally different. Just after Lin Fei took control of the Taishin sect, the rankings on the list changed greatly in an instant. Originally, the Taishin sect was ranked in the 600s, but after taking this position, they rushed to the 300s. It was really quite different. This speed of improvement also made many people pay attention to this so-called Taishin sect. Among them was his old opponent, the so-called Endless Abyss. Their ranking was also extremely fast. More than 400. After seeing the ranking of the Taishin sect, he was a little surprised. After checking, he found that the Taishin sect had actually directly jumped from the 600s to the 300s. This really made him feel quite strange. Was the strength of the Taishin sect really that strong? They could actually take down the Taishin sect. Everything could be seen on this list. Therefore, they could naturally see whose ranking had dropped recently. Or rather, which sect had disappeared. The Supreme Mystery Sect was gone. Indeed, many people were surprised. Such a powerful existence had actually been captured by the Great Void School. He was indeed very powerful. It would take them half a year to take down the Supreme Profound Sect, and they would basically be able to digest it. After digesting it, Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He started to attack the second person. The second to make a move was naturally one of the forces beside him. This was located in the outer region and was considered a very powerful existence. His ranking was also very high. Lin Fei came looking for him. After taking down the Supreme Profound Sect, his strength had grown a lot, but Lin Fei still liked to do this kind of thing himself. Besides, he also wanted to see how many experts there were. What kind of abilities did these experts have? The Supreme Mystery Sect leader still disappointed him. This faction was a little too strong. At the very least, in Lin Fei's opinion, they were quite strong. Ranking in the 300s was not bad. Lin Fei would be able to handle it easily. It was quite easy for Lin Fei to make a move against them, and he was able to destroy them easily. In the 4th year he was ranked in the 300s. In the 5th year he was ranked in the 200s. In the 6th year he was ranked in the 178th place. In the 7th year he was ranked in the 120th place. In the 8th year he was ranked in the 60th place. In the 9th year he was ranked in the 50th place. In the 10th year he was ranked in the 30th place. After arriving here he didn't improve much. Of course, this kind of improvement speed was also extremely fast. Many powers were dumbfounded. This also caused many powers to take it seriously. The strength of this Taishan sect was really quite strong. They all knew that the Taishan sect had a very powerful guy, which was that Lin Fei. This guy's strength was a little unfathomable. At this point, the 10-year period had just arrived. Chapter 5378. Rank 30th. In fact, this was within Yi Xian's expectations. It was not too bad. It was more or less satisfying. After all, the people in front were too strong, so the top 3 should be the ones who did not move. The first was the Divine Gate, the second was the Immortal Gate, and the third was the Sacred Gate. These 3 forces were unshakable and stood firm. The rankings were constantly changing. Like Lin Fei, who had led the Great Void Sect all the way here. Not many people could stand up to him. Everyone knew that the others in the Great Void Sect were not strong, but with such a top powerhouse in charge. That was different. Even a 2nd revolution, 3rd revolution, 4th revolution, 5th revolution, 6th revolution, 7th revolution, and 8th revolution eternal level powerhouses were no match for this person. It was said that he had mastered even more powerful power. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyone who had fought with him was directly killed by this person. Or rather, subdued. Now there were also many eternal level powerhouses in several revolutions. There were even a few 7th and 8th revolutions. There were hundreds of people in the lower revolutions. That lineup was also very strong. These eternal level powerhouses were not very strong, but if they really fought, the others would not be a match for them. Coupled with the existence of Lin Fei, everyone naturally felt pressure. This pressure was not small. At least, many people really could not beat him. 10 years had passed. Everyone began to look forward to it. The top 100 would be rewarded. As for what the reward would be, no one knew. Now they finally had a chance to see it. Everyone was waiting. Especially when the last day arrived. Almost everyone put down what they were doing. After 10 years, the scene would be completely different. At least many people had consolidated their own forces. After their strength was consolidated, not everyone could fight against them. 10 years have passed. The rewards will be given starting from the 100th place. The voice that belonged to the way of heaven once again appeared in everyone's ears. Although 10 years had passed, it wasn't a long time in everyone's eyes. It was just the blink of an eye. Everyone in the 133rd sect will be rewarded with 100 years of cultivation. 100 years of cultivation. This surprised a lot of people. After all, 100 years of cultivation was not a small amount. All the third-rate sects were instantly boosted. No matter who it was, as long as they belonged to this sect, they would receive 100 years of cultivation. These 100 years of cultivation were very solid, and they could feel that it was different. Unfortunately, they were only rewarded with 100 years. Cultivation reward from rank 100, there were more and more of them. From 100 years to 200 years to 300 years to 400 years. When it reached the 50th place, there were finally some changes. Even Lin Fei could see it clearly. Indeed, there had been many changes. Rank 50, Ice Sect rewards 500 years of cultivation and 100 streams of magic power. From the 50th place onwards, the rewards were very different. This shocked everyone, especially those who knew about magic power. They were even more shocked. This power belonged to a higher level, and it directly hit the sect master of the Ice Sect. In an instant, he felt that his strength had increased. He had also grasped a terrifying power. This was the so-called magic power. Just these 100 strands of magic power had greatly improved his strength in an instant. As for those who didn't get it, they were even more envious. Especially those ranked 51st, they felt that it was a pity. They had completely missed out on an opportunity. They were only one rank away. If they had gotten it, their strength would have definitely increased by a lot. There weren't many people who could control magic power. Those who could control magic power like Lin Fei could be counted on one's fingers. Rank 30, Great Void Sect rewards 3,000 years of cultivation. Reward 300 streams of magic power. This kind of reward didn't mean much to Lin Fei. He could get a lot of these things by signing in. This Heaven's Dao was quite stingy. It was better for him to sign in secretly. This kind of reward, especially the 3,000 years of cultivation, directly increased the strength of the people from the Great Void Sect. They all added the 3,000 years of cultivation to their primordial spirits. They also had a powerful primordial spirit by their side. 3,000 years was equivalent to having another expert like him. Chapter 5379. The reward for the top 30 was already like this. The rewards for the top 30 were even more generous. When it came to the top 3, it made all the factions feel a wave of envy. It really made all of them envious. The rewards of the Heavenly Dao were too generous. Let's talk about magic power. The people below only had 1,000 years of cultivation and 1,000 streams of magic power. But the top 3 actually had 10,000 streams of magic power. This kind of reward was really powerful. It was hard to make everyone feel envious. They were even more afraid of these 3 top existences. They were indeed here to snatch things. Even Lin Fei had to say after seeing it. These people were indeed quite capable. With such means, it was indeed not easy for anyone to take them down. Compared to the envy of others, Lin Fei didn't have anything to be envious about. After all, he went to sign in every day and the magic power in his body was much more than anyone else. So in comparison, the biggest advantage was still Lin Fei. It was just that he didn't go all out this time because he didn't want to be too high profile. After all, if he was too high profile, it would be easy for him to become the target of the enemy. Especially these 3 top-notch existences. They probably felt that they were the most powerful. But in Lin Fei's opinion, no matter how capable they were, there was still a huge gap between them and him. But for now it was better to keep a low profile. He didn't know what kind of ranking would be after this sect ranking. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. If it was anything else, it would be easy. The rewards were given out. The ranking fell into a short silence. It continued for a few days without any movement. Everyone was waiting and they weren't in a hurry. It was just the beginning of the sect ranking. In the future, there would definitely be the strength of the individual ranking. Or rather, the other rankings. These were the things that they cared about the most. There was no need to be anxious now. Everything was under control. Half a month later, everyone heard the sound of the heaven and earth ranking again. The individual ranking is open. Finally, it was the individual ranking that everyone was looking forward to. This was definitely something that everyone was looking forward to. Those who were ranked in the top 100 within 10 years would receive rewards. Just like before. Another 10 years had passed. In other words, everyone was fighting against each other. Those who could hold their ground would naturally be able to improve their ranking. Whoosh! The largest list appeared once again. One by one the names appeared on the list. Everyone saw that there were only 10,000 places. There was a strange feeling in his heart. Only 10,000 people were chosen. Out of the 10,000. Lin Fei was also searching for his name on the list. After all, he had restrained his strength. He wanted to see how capable the Heavenly Dao was. He could sense the change in his strength. After all, Lin Fei had never used his full strength, so it was almost impossible for the Heavenly Axiom to know his strength. What Lin Fei had to do was very simple. As long as he confirmed his strength, he could try to fight for first place. This person had a huge reward for being the first. Or, it could be said that he continued to keep a low profile. Maybe he could just rank in the top 30 or 50. Was 10,000 dermic powers a lot? From Lin Fei's point of view, 10,000 streams of magic power wasn't a lot. It was just that. He could earn 123,000 dermic powers every day by signing in. In the past 10 years, the amount of dermic powers he obtained was not an ordinary amount. The first name that everyone saw. That was the first on the ranking. As they had imagined, the first place was actually called God. The second place was called Immortal. The third place was called Sage. All of them only had one name and didn't have any surnames. It was indeed easy for people to remember them. The following words were about the names of these families. The competition seemed to be exceptionally intense. Lin Fei finally found his ranking. His ranking was quite good. He was actually ranked 188th. Chapter 5380. Ranked 188th. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was quite suitable. It wasn't as low as he had imagined. This position was not bad. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to get there. This heaven's path wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He had severely underestimated it. Everyone in the Great Void sect knew that this old man was actually ranked 180th. He was even more overjoyed. Many other powers had also taken notice of this so-called expert from the Great Void sect. He was actually ranked 188th. He was incredibly strong. He was a little different from when they were younger. He was much stronger. After all, to be able to pull the Great Void sect to rank 30th in just 10 short years was naturally not simple. With such strength, it seemed to be within expectations. When the rankings came out, everyone felt what it meant to fight. One could imagine that a battle was about to begin. The higher one's rank was, the more challenges they would face. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Chu Qingqing had also come over immediately. She had received a lot of news. The stronger one was, the more challenges they would face. You don't have to worry about this. After all, even if they come, there's no need to worry too much. I will set up a place outside so that they can experience my strength. Lin Fei understood it better than anyone else. He sliced with one hand. It flattened a mountain peak and then soared through the air to grab at Zhang Xian. He placed it outside of the Nine Tunes Galaxy and turned it into a special arena. This arena was also filled with runes. If he wanted to fight, not everyone would be able to handle it. There was also no need to worry about the power of his attacks spreading in all directions. It also wouldn't affect the Great Void sect in the Nine Tunes Galaxy. Right now, the Nine Tunes Galaxy was still very powerful. It wasn't a place that anyone could enter easily. Previously, there were people who wanted to barge in, but they were easily stopped. From then on, everyone knew that the Nine Tunes Galaxy wasn't so easy to deal with. Unless you had the connections and the ability to do so. Otherwise, you can only obediently stand to the side. After the arena was set up, the entire universe became extremely lively. If it was said that it was a confrontation between sects before, then it had now become a fight between individuals. This exchange was clearly a test of one's standard. At the same time, Lin Fei also welcomed a few mysterious experts. When the mysterious experts arrived, they saw the arena outside. He didn't need to look to know what was going on. However, they didn't step onto the stage. Instead, they directly attacked. A loud rumbling sound pressed down on the Nine Tunes Galaxy. After 10 years of planning, the Nine Melodies Galaxy River was completely different from before. Anyone who wanted to break the Nine Melodies Galaxy River's great array would have to suffer a lot. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to destroy the Nine Melody Galaxy in a short time. Instead, Lin Fei's figure flew out. He stood outside. You've come all the way here to attack my Nine Melody Galaxy formation. Don't you think that I, Lin Fei, am too weak? Or do you think that I'm a pushover? Lin Fei watched quietly. There were a total of 5 people who came. All 5 of them were dressed in black robes. Clearly they weren't simple at all. Moreover, all 5 of them were extremely strong. According to the current situation, they should be at the Eternal 9 Revolutions level. The Eternal 9 Revolutions level was naturally not simple. Their strength was exceptionally strong as well. It was only natural that not everyone would be able to withstand their strength. We heard that you're ranked 188th. Naturally, we're not convinced. Hence, we're here to discuss with you whether the 188th place is really that strong. The 5 of us brothers are going to attack. We hope that you can withstand it. The 5 of them spoke in unison. Their voices were all gathered together, sounding like a single person. In an instant, the 5 of them made their move, forming a 5-way formation. Chapter 5381. The 5 of them were quite strong. Especially since they were 5 brothers, they immediately used the 5-direction formation. The 5-direction formation was completely different from the other formations. When they attacked, the techniques that they used could be said to be very strange. In an instant, their strength would skyrocket. They wanted to completely suppress Lin Fei in front of them in a short period of time. That way they would be able to defeat him. By then, the 5 of them would be ranked 188th. This was the rule of the individual ranking list above the Heaven and Earth list. It was also the best thing that they could do. They could even see clearly that many people operated in the same way. Whether they could win or not depended on this moment. The moment they attacked, Lin Fei followed suit. He raised his hand and this hand turned into a huge palm. It was a palm. There was a loud rumble. The 5 experts were slapped into the ground. They didn't stop at all. They couldn't take it. No matter who saw that scene, they would be shocked. Who would have thought that these guys would be seriously injured in such a short period of time? They weren't their match at all. You dare to challenge me with such strength? You are still too weak. Let me send all of you to the heavens in one go. Lin Fei slapped again. This time there was no more sound after the slap. Could be said that there was no sound at all. When they started, Lin Fei knew what to do. Such a person was nothing more than a probe. In the void, Lin Fei saw many hidden experts. These experts were all here to observe his strength. Lin Fei's strength was indeed very mysterious. And now, he had managed to kill off those 5 mysterious experts with a single attack. It was a good lesson for those in the dark. It also made them realize that it wasn't so easy to fight against him. They didn't show themselves again and just left. Even these 5 experts couldn't do it. Then they could only be super experts. Moreover, they could feel that when the palm was slapped just now, it was clear that there were traces of magic power in it. If they had mana, it would be even more different. Such a person was even more difficult to deal with. Naturally, they could feel it, so they left immediately. Lin Fei thought they would come out. In the end, he realized that these people really didn't have the guts to just leave like that. Lin Fei was happy for nothing. Initially, he thought that these fellows would make a move. If he were to make a move, he would be able to teach them a lesson. In the end, he realized that he was thinking too much. No matter what, Lin Fei knew that there were still many people watching him. Up until now, no one was willing to make a move. Lin Fei wasn't anxious. After all, his strength wasn't something that anyone could shake. The rankings on the individual ranking list were still constantly changing. Among them, Lin Fei was the only one who hadn't made any moves. Lin Fei's name had always been 188. He didn't look for anyone else either. From Lin Fei's point of view, he wasn't anxious at all. Wasn't it just the top 100? It was really a simple matter. Didn't he just have 10 years? Every day he would go to the Heaven and Earth ranking to sign in and then come back to see the changes on the ranking list. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. The most important thing was that the 3 people in front of him didn't change at all. These 3 people were the people that Lin Fei wanted to understand the most. Moreover, there was almost no news about these 3 forces. It was as if they were special existences. They were definitely here to grind for their existence. They were here to grind for the special reward. This was something that could be seen clearly. In the first year, someone came to look for Lin Fei and was killed by him. In the second year, someone came to look for him. The third year was the same. In the next few years, some experts would come to look for Lin Fei from time to time. Lin Fei didn't show much strength, but his name slowly began to rise. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the 120th place. Many people were surprised by this. The 9th year. Lin Fei knew that he could finally move around. Chapter 5382. In the 9th year. Lin Fei's name was already at the 120th position. He felt that it was time for him to make a move. He decided to pull his ranking up a bit. He planned to look for the powerhouses in front of him this year. After signing in for another 10 years, Lin Fei's strength improved to the point that even he didn't know how strong he had become. In any case, he felt that even if he found the number 1 god, the number 2 immortal, the number 3 sage seemed to be able to put up a fight. He might even be able to crush them. Lin Fei didn't plan to be in a hurry. After all, the higher the ranking, the greater the influence. Of course, the more attention it would attract. Even recently, there were some powerhouses constantly spying on him in the void. It was the same even now. Lin Fei's figure directly walked into the void. His voice fell into the ears of some of the powerhouses in the void. I know that you guys have been observing me, wanting to know what level my strength has reached so that you can challenge me. Now that I'm here, you guys can test how strong you are. All of them were indeed spying on this so-called expert from the Great Void Sect. In other words, it was Lin Fei. They wanted to see how strong this guy was. They wanted to see how strong he was. After all, this Lin Fei was completely different from the others. His strength was very mysterious. If they could spy on his strength at this time, it would be for the best. Platter. Lin Fei directly punched out. After this punch came out, a power that was like flowing water instantly washed away all the way. It was so fast. It was so fast that no one present had time to react. In the void, there were more than 10 powerhouses. These powerhouses were all at the 9 Revolutions Eternal Realm. They were very powerful. But at this moment, this power blew past them. Their thoughts were plunged into endless darkness. At this moment, it fully reflected how strong Lin Fei was. Lin Fei shook his head and left once again. You guys can't even withstand a single attack from me. Looks like you guys aren't the strongest. Lin Fei did not know what the ranking would be like, but it did not affect him at all. He already had it. This was the name of an expert ranked 10th. This time, Lin Fei planned to run to the 10th place to have a look. 10th place was a pretty good ranking. It was also a division. At the very least, it was obvious from the Heaven and Earth rankings. There seemed to be a huge gap between the 10th and 11th place. Lin Fei was ready to be the low-key 10th. The 10th place expert was an expert from a clan. This expert seemed to have come down from above as well. He was very powerful. This person was also constantly moving in the universe. This was also a common practice for many people. Only by doing this could they continuously improve their strength. Therefore, everyone kept changing places. They wouldn't stay in the same place for too long. For Lin Fei, it was not difficult to find such a person. Could even be said that it was quite easy. Swoosh. Lin Fei's figure appeared in the middle of a dangerous place. In this dangerous place, Lin Fei did not feel any aura, but he knew that there was an expert hiding here. It was the expert ranked 10th that he was going to deal with this time. This expert was called Lei Shan. He was quite powerful, and he used a special method to hide in this place. This was some of the abilities that Lin Fei could exchange for when his magic power reached a very high level. This was the so-called Great Fate skill that he had learned before. Anyone who was related to him, the stronger he was, the more he could naturally feel a certain location. Then this person hid here. Chapter 5383. Lei Shan's methods were really amazing. He wasn't like the others who kept on hiding. He hid in a more dangerous place. Not everyone could find such a dangerous place. Moreover, he had used a powerful treasure, so basically no one would be able to track him down. Lin Fei was the only one who had a problem. He found his way over. Voila voila. Streaks of power spread out. After the power spread out, the space started to collapse. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing left. With Lin Fei at the center. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing left intact. At that moment, a person chased after him. After this person chased, there was a huge patch of black shadows. These black shadows were actually meteor beads. They exploded around Lin Fei. This situation was really quite mysterious. The other party's cold voice spread out. To be able to find my hiding place, it seems like you aren't a nobody. Tell me your name. Lei Shan had been hiding here for a long time. Basically, no one had been able to find this place in the past 2 years. He was quite at ease. He was already ranked 10th and the names behind him kept moving. Of course, more people were searching for his tracks. Fortunately, he had a powerful treasure which allowed him to break free from this world. Unless it was a top treasure or a top expert, no one would be able to find his tracks. Lei Shan was really at ease. Now he realized that he had been found. This person was really young and he didn't know him. He felt a little weird. He was filled with disdain. So what if he could find his way here? Just now, he used the famous Destruction Star bead. This thing wasn't simple. No matter who was attacked by it, they were dead. Moreover, he used 20 of them just now. To deal with a strong enemy, he would use a huge method to send them away. Would he want something to happen? He didn't have many of these things. The last time he used it, he only used 5. An expert like this killed a 9th revolution expert. Now that he had used 20 of them in one go, it didn't matter how strong he was. In the end, he was still killed by him. The power of the bead swept out in an instant. It was truly like a torrent. The center instantly turned into a black hole. Lei Shan felt that it was a pity that he couldn't see anything. He had to move to another place. It wasn't easy for him to find a safe place, but he was found again. Most importantly, he had no idea how he had leaked his whereabouts. This was the most crucial point. He couldn't be bothered to ask. In any case, there weren't many people like this. He reckoned that they had some kind of secret treasure. As long as he was eliminated, there would be no problem. You think you can kill me just like that? I think you'd better use some other methods. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance once I make my move. Amidst such attacks, a figure walked out. Was Lin Fei. He looked at the Thunder Mountain in front of him with a smile. He crooked his finger. Since you're fine. Lei Shan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like things were a little troublesome. This fellow actually didn't die. This was a famous and terrifying weapon of mass destruction. He had paid a huge price to obtain it. This fellow was actually fine. One must know that Lei Shan was quite cunning. Even if someone came, he would rarely make a move and would just use treasures. If he could use treasures to solve the problem, he definitely wouldn't do it himself. This was Lei Shan's principle. Of course, he had a certain degree of freedom in the circle. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough wealth. This move was not something that just anyone could pull off. Lei Shan was indeed quite open-minded, but now he realized that he was in trouble. Flying Celestial Blade. I'll kill you. Chapter 5384. Lei Shan's methods were much stronger than normal people's. For example, after this treasure flew out, it formed a streak of light. It circled around Lin Fei's body. This circle formed a terrifying attack power. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's soul power protecting the area, just this one move was enough to instantly split his body into 2. This treasure was really terrifying. He reached out and grabbed. The treasure landed in his hand. It was a dagger. This dagger was really different. It was gold in color and gave off an invincible sharp aura. Even if his hand grabbed and the soul power around was smashed away, it couldn't stop Lin Fei's soul power. It was as if nothing had happened. It seems like you have many treasures on you. Voila. The flying dagger flew back to him. When he flew back, Lei Shan's heart skipped a beat. He could actually grab the flying dagger. The flying dagger was a really strong treasure. If one wasn't careful, one's life would be taken. At that moment, he was actually unable to control the flying dagger. It was as if a mysterious power was suppressing it. In an instant it pierced through his body. Even if he wore armor and had soul power to protect his body, he couldn't block it at all. The other party's strength was very strong and he was directly injured. Your soul power is actually thicker than mine. Voila. Lei Shan left. One must know that he had a lot of soul power too, a total of 5,000. That wasn't a small amount. However, it was pierced through by Lin Fei's attack. He knew that the person in front of him was really terrifying and strong. He turned around and fled. Following that, he leaped into the void. This fellow was also very powerful. Once he realized that he wasn't a match for him, he left right away. Just as he was jumping, a hand chased him. Just like that, a hand caught up to him and landed on his body. Lei Shan knew that he was done for. His opponent's power was so vast that he was like an ant. He was torn apart and fell into endless darkness. This was also the first time Lin Fei had used magic power to attack someone. This magic power was indeed very powerful. Even if the other party kept on escaping, as long as his strength was strong enough to lock onto the other party, he would be able to turn the other party into ashes with a single move. Lei Shan's strength was indeed formidable, especially his magic power, which was no less than a few thousand. He could form a strong defense, but in front of Lin Fei he was just unlucky. He was no match for them at all. He was immediately taken down. After taking down the Thunder Mountain, Lin Fei knew that his ranking had skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye he had jumped to 10th place. After all, Lei Shan was ranked 10th. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei's ranking had changed and many people noticed it. Especially those in the top 15, all of them were aiming for the 10th position. But Lei Shan was nowhere to be found in a short period of time. Now they were all shocked. Oh my god, Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect actually made it to 10th place. He's too fast. I haven't even found Lei Shan yet and he's already here. What should I do? This guy is quite mysterious. He actually killed Lei Shan so quickly. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and find this Lin Fei. Otherwise, if we miss this opportunity, his time will recover, and the two of them will definitely fight to the death. Many people realized that this was an opportunity. This time they would be able to take 10th place. Many people were moving at high speed. All of them used top-notch treasures to jump around. After killing Lei Shan, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He knew that people would find him soon. There was no need to doubt the abilities of these strong people. The commotion just now was not small, and Lin Fei didn't intentionally block it. It was only a matter of time before they found this place. Taking advantage of this time, he could also make a good appearance and let everyone know that he was concerned about his ranking. It wouldn't be easy. He would have to pay with his life. Chapter 5385. So. Many people came over just like that. As soon as the commotion started, someone noticed it immediately. Not to mention they all wanted to know what was going on. One must know that for his ranking to rise so high, he had definitely killed that so-called Lei Shan. If he still didn't come at this time, who knew what would happen? Very quickly, two figures arrived at this place. As soon as they arrived at this place, they knew what was going on. They sensed the so-called Lei Shan's aura. Lei Shan's aura was long gone, which meant that Lei Shan's aura was killed right away. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Just as they had imagined, Lei Shan was indeed killed by someone. Then they saw a figure in the room. This person was quite young. His voice was really loud, but it made them feel different. This person was probably Great Void Sect's Lin Fei. That was the only explanation. They couldn't come up with any other reason. You killed Lei Shan. The two of them asked one sentence before joining hands to attack. They were quite smart. No matter what, they would attack first. If they didn't attack now, who knew what would happen? They were really quick and in the blink of an eye they used their techniques. The moment they used it, it was blocked by the body protection. This was the so-called dermic body protection. It was really strong. Naturally, it wasn't something that could be easily broken. Just this method alone made the hearts of the two top powerhouses sink in an instant. They actually found a way to break it. This made them really confused. The two of them quickly knew what it was. This was the so-called dermic power. This fellow's dermic power was really thick. To everyone, those above the 9 refinement realm were experts with dermic power. They were rewarded with dermic power during the sect rankings. Some of them were more or less faster than others. Now one could compare them here. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible. With dermic power, one's strength would become really strong. The two of you are still too weak, let me send you on your way. Lin Fei laughed and attacked right away. Just like that, it slipped past their bodies. The magic power was like the shadow of a sword, instantly causing their life and death to disappear. Their magic power was not considered strong, so they could not resist the method of magic power gathering. The surroundings quietened down once more. He casually took their storage rings. Then he continued to wait. He wanted to see how many experts would come this time. He could kill all of them in one go. This way there wouldn't be too much trouble. He didn't want to be constantly besieged. After these two people arrived, another person came over in the blink of an eye. The air was filled with the smell of blood. He was startled. This place did not seem to be the scene of 1 or 2 battles. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who died. They weren't too worried. After all, there were 3 or 4 of them. 3 or 4 people would naturally be different, but they would definitely be able to capture the other party. Moreover, they were not weak either. All of them had cultivated magic power. One could imagine what the situation was like. Naturally, it was not so easy to hurt them. They didn't talk so much and just attacked right away. Their methods were quite fierce, one move after another. They were fast and accurate. After all, they had more people, a total of 5 of them. The methods of these 5 people were naturally not simple. In addition, if they went all out, not many people could deal with them. When they attacked, they felt a little different. No matter how they attacked, they felt that they couldn't take down the person in front of them. The person in front of them was more terrifying than they had imagined. His strength was also stronger. Chapter 5386. Batch after batch of experts came over. The speed of these experts was still very fast. With the help of treasures, they were really ahead of everyone else. However, when they came, they smelled blood in the air. However, the smell of blood didn't make them retreat. Instead, all of them were solemn. They were even more excited. It was only at this moment that he had the best opportunity. No matter how they attacked, it would be the same. From start to finish, they couldn't do anything to this person. Anyway, they were the ones who suffered a huge loss. They even regretted coming over. They finally understood why there was so much blood around. It was all left behind by these people. They weren't strong enough. Hence they were killed. After knowing that this was the result, they truly felt regret. This regret wasn't a normal one. If they were given another chance, they definitely wouldn't have come over. Lin Fei didn't know how many experts he had killed. To him, as long as they came, they could forget about going back. He wasn't the kind of person who would let them off. He would kill them first to make them regret. More and more people came. However, after these people came, they didn't have a good ending. They were killed right away. After they were killed, they left a bloody smell on the ground. At the start, they were really quick. Slowly. Their speed started to slow down. They were really slow. They were slow because they sensed danger. They also received some notifications. They didn't dare to get close anymore. On the contrary, those who had been hiding in the distance naturally knew what the situation was like. At this moment, they really couldn't come over. If they came over, they would really be dead. 183. Lin Fei killed another 3 experts. These 3 were all experts with spiritual power. Their spiritual power wasn't that strong. They were basically around the same level. In front of him, there wasn't any difference. In a short while, he didn't sense any auras coming over. Of course, there were still some in the distance. However, he was too lazy to deal with them, so he turned around and left. 183 experts. That was a total of 183 places. Some were high and some were low. For many people, their positions rose up randomly. All of a sudden, they didn't know what had happened. The onlookers all sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't dare to believe what was going on. Is this Lin Fei? His strength is simply too ferocious. We can't beat him at all. I think we should just give up completely. If we don't give up now, all of us will die for sure. There were still many people observing from the void. He didn't dare to get too close. The scene in front of him was truly terrifying. It was so scary that they didn't dare to do anything. If they could, they wanted to get as far away from him as possible. Just now they did not dare to move. They were afraid that they would be killed if they moved. It was better to be honest. Now that the other party had left, they immediately retreated without saying a word. If they didn't retreat now, they would simply be courting death. The kind that truly died without a burial place. One could imagine how powerful Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect was. He was already so strong that he didn't show any mercy when he attacked. His combat power was exceptionally strong. He didn't use any treasures, but from the beginning to the end, not many people could beat this guy. His strength was truly ferocious. News of the Great Void Sect's expert reaching 10th place spread quickly. The news quickly spread and everyone felt a burst of surprise. Of course, most of it was because of the news of hundreds of experts falling. It caused an uproar. The sects all realized that this Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect was a tiger in disguise. He was actually so strong. He had unknowingly grasped so much spiritual power. What the hell? How were they supposed to fight him in the future? They couldn't beat him at all. Chapter 5387. There wasn't much change in the individual rankings. Of course, the biggest change was Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect. His ranking had risen rather quickly. After coming up to 10th place, there was basically no movement. Anyone who had any thoughts about it didn't dare to challenge him. There were too many people who had died. There were dozens and even hundreds. None of them were a match for him. It was as if his strength was unfathomable. Such a situation wasn't something that everyone wanted to see. In any case, no one would be willing to challenge him for a while. On the other hand, Lin Fei's side was a lot more relaxed. He wasn't like the others, instead finding a place to hide. He was swaggering around the Great Void Sect. With the help of the powerful formation of the Nine Melodies Galaxy, it was not a place that anyone could barge in easily. The happiest ones were the disciples of the Great Void Sect. All of them were very excited. Their ancestor had finally made it to 10th place. The 10th place was an incomparable glory. It was not something that anyone could resist. Lin Fei had been waiting for the experts in front to come over. After thinking about it, he was a little surprised that no one could make it. It seemed like they were still very wary of his strength. On the other hand, the experts of the sect were all very excited. The highest ranked one had to be Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing's ranking was still very high, but it was still a little low in Lin Fei's eyes. Right now he was just in the 8,000 range. This ranking wasn't high, but compared to many people, it couldn't make it to the top 10,000. Naturally, this ranking of more than 8,000 was different. Lin Fei was wondering if he should bring Chu Qingqing out to level up. After all, with him by her side, things would be different. He had observed it. Some of the individual rankings had jumped a lot. These names seemed to have increased a lot in an instant, and this increase was indeed very different from the past. Lin Fei thought about it for a while and knew what was going on. Perhaps they had done all sorts of things. After all, this ranking didn't have any rules. Or 3 to 5 people working together. Or one person working alone. The others were assisting from the side. Or it could be said that this person was defeated, and then someone else attacked and killed him. In that case, he would naturally be considered as the last person. As for whether it was true or not, Lin Fei had never tried it himself. He felt that it was possible, so he prepared to take a look. If he didn't take a look now, he didn't know when he would be able to. There was not much time left. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to find a few experts. Thus, he brought Chu Qingqing out of the Great Void Gate. Chu Qingqing didn't know at the start. When Lin Fei intercepted an expert ranked in the top 1,000, Chu Qingqing knew what he meant. Lin Fei was able to severely injure this person. Then Chu Qingqing made her move. Chu Qingqing went all out and killed her opponent. Her ranking instantly shot up. This speed of improvement was indeed quite fast. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this speed. He knew that he had finally found the trick. It turned out that there were still some tricks in this ranking. For example, he could go and sign in. Could be considered a trick. Patriarch, will we offend the Heavenly Tao by doing this? You have to know that this individual ranking is also under the Heavenly Tao. Chu Qingqing knew a lot of things. She was more or less worried. Lin Fei was very casual. Don't worry about that. Everyone else is doing this. We are just doing as the Romans do. The Heavenly Tao will definitely turn a blind eye to this. Chu Qingqing was also convinced by her patriarch's words. However, she also had a lot of expectations for her ranking to rise. The top 1,000 is too weak. I'll bring you to the stronger ones. Chapter 5388. After the first experiment was a success, Lin Fei was looking forward to the next few experiments. He had to push Chu Qingqing up first. After all, the rewards for being on the human list were quite generous. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Chu Qingqing was different. With these rewards, her strength would increase by leaps and bounds, especially with the support of magic power. Her combat strength would increase. A 9-revolution eternal realm was strong, but it was different when she met a so-called magic power expert. There was another small realm in the universe. This was the so-called magic power realm. This was a rather simple term. Magic power was different. It contained terrifying means and not everyone could understand it. To give Chu Qingqing a chance to get this reward, Lin Fei obviously had to do this. He couldn't stay in the Great Void Sect forever. Once Chu Qingqing's strength increased, then things would be different. There were only a few months left before the 10-year deadline. Even if it was a few months, it was still very easy for Lin Fei. He brought Chu Qingqing into one place after another. They were only looking for hidden experts. These people were quite smart. They knew to hide in some dangerous places, which was more suitable for Lin Fei to attack. His first move was to beat the man half to death. Even his strength was suppressed to an unlimited extent. The primordial spirit formation wasn't a joke. Their injuries were suppressed once again. If Chu Qingqing attacked again, she would have a huge advantage. From 1,000 to 800 and then to 300 and finally to 200. Then it reached the 150th place. This speed of improvement was quite fast. It only took him 2 months to do so. But for the people on the list, they felt a lot of pressure. They weren't idiots. They all knew what was going on. It was very likely that Lin Fei helped Chu Qingqing to improve by leaps and bounds. It seemed like she was going to break through to the 100th place. As for the people in front, they instantly shivered in fear. It wasn't easy for them to get to this place. Lin Fei was such a terrifying guy. Didn't that mean that this name wouldn't be able to sit still? After trying a few times, Lin Fei was even more satisfied. Once again he brought Chu Qingqing into an even more majestic secret realm. The mystic realm was divided into 9 levels. From the 1st floor to the 9th floor. The 9th floor was the highest floor. The 1st floor was the easiest. After passing through 6 trials and killing 5 generals, one would arrive at the 9th floor. As soon as they arrived at the 9th floor, many experts appeared. These experts immediately activated a treasure, seemingly wanting to transfer Lin Fei away into the boundless space. You've thought of quite a good way to deal with me, but unfortunately, I'm not as simple as you think. As soon as the treasure landed on Lin Fei's body, he broke it with a punch. Those people were unable to control their treasures and their faces turned pale. It turned out to be a few experts who were ranked around 100. At this moment, their faces were pale. When they saw the changes on the individual ranking list, they were all terrified. It was almost the last 10 years, but someone still found him. Especially when Lin Fei came looking for him. This was to help the disciples of the Great Void School. It was this Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing's rise in ranking was considered fast, and it was hard for them not to remember her. You know that I'm coming, but you still want to transfer me away. It's a pity that your treasures are too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. Just one punch. This punch directly injured all of them. These people were relatively weak, even though they had all reached the mana realm. They didn't have much mana in their bodies. His primordial spirit also opened up, suppressing their strength. It was Chu Qingqing's turn. Great Void School's Lin Fei, you really know how to play. These people were clearly targeted by us first and you actually beat us to it. Without any warning, a few more people charged in from the void. These people were young and of course there were a few older ones. Their gazes all fell on Lin Fei. They had also brought people here to increase their ranking. Scram. Scram as far as you can. Chapter 5389. He didn't need to be polite to these people and just chase them away. If he didn't chase them away, who knew how many more benefits they would gain here? Lin Fei wasn't polite at all. He chased all of them away. After they slashed, their faces changed. Without saying a word, they ran. They ran as far as they could, not daring to stop at all. They could feel how terrifying the attacks inside were. They were incomparably ferocious. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, they wouldn't have believed it. There was actually such a dangerous existence here. After they left, Lin Fei brought Chu Qingqing to continue to level up. Just this ranking alone wasn't enough. He had to continue leveling up. The further he could go, the more. That was the key. There wasn't much time left. There weren't many experts here, so it was easy for Lin Fei. Very quickly, Chu Qingqing's ranking rose once more. He directly rushed into the top 100. Once she was within the top 100, it was totally different. Many people noticed and scolded Great Void Sect's Lin Fei for being too shameless. He actually used such a method. He was obviously taking a shortcut. Then how were they going to let their own people's ranking rise? They definitely couldn't. However, they didn't dare to do anything. It was said that a few experts went over and were chased away. What could they do? They couldn't do anything at all. They could see it clearer than anyone else. This scared some of the experts in front of them quite badly. After all, such a strong person had appeared. Naturally, their ranking would be affected. However, they didn't have anywhere to hide. It seemed like no matter where you hid, even this Lin Fei was able to find your hiding place. That was a little terrifying. Under such circumstances, Chu Qingqing's name kept rising. In the end it reached 65. Only then did it slowly stop. Lin Fei didn't plan to attack anymore. Because if he did, the people in front probably wouldn't be able to sit still. When that happened it wouldn't be good. Such a name wasn't bad. Chu Qingqing felt like she was dreaming. He actually managed to get to the 65th place. So many people couldn't come up, but he came up just like that. The old ancestor was still mighty and domineering. In the following days just stay by my side. As long as you stay by my side you'll be able to maintain your ranking. Otherwise those guys will definitely not let it go. They'll definitely cause trouble for you. After Lin Fei dealt with another expert, he said to Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing naturally knew what to do at this time. Naturally there was no threat if she followed him. Otherwise it would be very dangerous. He brought Chu Qingqing back to the Great Void Sect. However, along the way a few voices could be heard. After more than a dozen figures walked out, the world instantly changed. Then a huge formation appeared with a rumbling sound. It was actually a formation. Just like that, they were trapped inside. Lin Fei, aren't you being too excessive? You've even chased the people in front of you away. As long as you hand over Chu Qingqing today, everything will be fine. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place so easily. One figure after another stood out. These voices were actually from some experts. They were all experts who were ranked in the top hundreds. Their people's names were suppressed, and some of their sect's experts were even killed. Naturally, they couldn't take this lying down. They were here to cause trouble. No matter what, they had to let Lin Fei know about this. They weren't so easy to bully. Lin Fei looked at them quietly. If it's just you guys, I don't think it's enough. Who knows if there are more? If there are more, then let's send more. Indeed, these people were not weak. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, they were just SOSO. He did not take them seriously. Chapter 5390. They did indeed come for Lin Fei. Of course, they wanted to deal with Chu Qingqing. This was a moving ranking. 65th. 65th naturally wasn't a small ranking. If they took him down, they would naturally enter the top 100. What could be easier than that? So, they came over and used the formation. They had spent a lot of effort and methods on this. But after hearing what you said, they were really annoyed. This fellow really wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He actually dared to be so arrogant in such a situation. The few of us are enough. You just have to behave yourself. In the blink of an eye they attacked. But this time they didn't dare to get close. Everyone knew how strong Lin Fei was. He directly used the method of the formation. The formation was much more powerful, and it was directed at Chu Qingqing. As for Lin Fei, he just had to restrict her for a while and they would be successful. Naturally, they would destroy Chu Qingqing. When the time came, it would depend on luck. But no matter what, no one had any objections. At this moment, they headed straight for Chu Qingqing. Lin Fei waved his hand and his powers appeared above Chu Qingqing's head. It formed a strong defense. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. Chu Qingqing was unharmed like nothing had happened. On the contrary, Lin Fei walked out step by step. You dare to use such small tricks to embarrass yourself. I'll just send all of you to your doorstep. He used his strong divine ability. His methods were really strong. With a crash, the surrounding space collapsed and formed an invincible black hole. Even the formation that had been set up in the void was instantly shattered into pieces. It was the same for those who controlled it. Their blood and energy started to boil. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were injured. They couldn't withstand the power of the space collapsing. It swept over and the surroundings instantly became silent. Look at how simple it is. How can you ambush me? Aren't you just asking to die? Don't you know my strength? So what if he used a formation? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Chu Qingqing knew how powerful her old ancestor was. Even the array formation was useless. Just a layer of magic power to protect his body was enough to make him look like this. He was truly invincible. As expected of an expert from the Great Void Sect. His methods are truly ferocious. To be able to rank 10th, he is indeed not someone we can compare to. A figure walked out of the collapsed void. His magic power formed a layer of defense, blocking these follow-up effects. It was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache. He was quite handsome. He looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. He was shocked. He had been in the vicinity for a long time, but he wasn't that far away. He was in a place that he felt was safe. However, they didn't expect Lin Fei's strength to be even more terrifying than they had imagined. With just one move, he had defeated all of them. Are you here to fight me too? If you want to fight with me, then I can fulfill your wish. After all, I quite like to fight with others. Of course, I like to help those who overestimate themselves. Lin Fei was also beaming. The mustached middle-aged man also laughed. I don't have any intention of fighting with you. I just came out to take a look. These people have mental problems. Even if they die, they will die in vain. I would like to cooperate with you, my friend. Work together. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. This person was quite different. They all wanted to kill Chu Qingqing. He actually wanted to work together. Go another way? At the very least, this mustached middle-aged man did look somewhat intelligent. Chapter 5391. Lin Fei was quite surprised that this person came to cooperate with him. The two of them quickly changed places. This place wasn't very obvious, but it was quite quiet. This person didn't use any tricks. Perhaps he knew that even if he used any tricks, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was better to cooperate. Only by cooperating could they achieve a win-win situation. You also know that the Heaven and Earth list's individual rankings can be stuck. If you and I cooperate, we will naturally be able to get a lot of good things. This middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache understood this thing quite well. Even Lin Fei knew that this thing could be stuck for a while, let alone others. I'm quite curious. Why should I help you? After all, I think that I alone am enough to cooperate. There's no need to cooperate with many others. The others might not be my match, don't you think so? In Lin Fei's opinion, there had to be something special about this person who had come all the way here to seek cooperation. He wasn't in a hurry. He would only know more if he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Fei smiled. He wasn't surprised at all. Of course I know that I can't just come to you casually. That's why I prepared something good for you. The middle-aged man really took out something. When this thing was taken out, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This thing was very rare. It was a very special thing. This special item was indeed quite rare, and it made everyone's eyes light up. This was a piece of information, although it didn't seem very eye-catching. Although this information didn't seem eye-catching, it was still quite interesting to Lin Fei. This was some information about the Heaven and Earth list. If it wasn't for the words on it, it was really unbelievable that there was actually such a thing. Especially when this person took it out, it was even more different. There are only a few people who have the information. Now only the few of us have it. The others don't have it at all. Therefore, if you and I cooperate, you will know how to set up a trap. The others are already starting to set up a trap. Although the Heaven and Earth board was a very strange thing, Lin Fei could more or less guess what it was. This thing definitely had something to do with the top, not the bottom. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei could more or less sense it. This thing came from somewhere else, which meant that it was connected to the higher-ups. In that case, there would definitely be some forces that would know about it, such as the number 1 god. The second-ranked immortal saint who was ranked 3rd. These were the best proof, and they had already set them up here without anyone noticing. But why did Lin Fei's eyes light up when he saw it just now? This thing was indeed quite shocking. There was actually such a thing. It seemed that the upper echelons had indeed known a lot of things in advance, and he had only found out about it relatively late. The thing you're going to cooperate with is really eye-catching. I just don't know how you're going to cooperate with me. Of course, Lin Fei had to have that information in his hands. If he didn't have it in his hands, he would feel that it was a pity. After all, he could also set it up in advance. It's quite simple. I have 2 people that I want to send up. I have already inquired about the specific situation. I just need Taoist fellows' help. The 2 of them just need to get into the top 100. It won't take too long. Some of them are difficult to deal with and time is tight. But with Taoist Lin's help, it'll be different. His words were quite direct. He also knew that it wasn't an easy thing to ask such a person to help. Yet he took out such a good thing. Lin Fei also completely understood that this guy actually wanted to snatch a ranking. Moreover, he wanted to snatch a ranking so directly. However, this gift really made people's eyes light up. You're quite well prepared. But since you've given me this information, I can make my move. Chapter 5392. If it was any other information, he wouldn't be interested. However, this one was different. He was really interested. After chatting with this guy for a while, he started to take action. This person really had some tricks up his sleeves. Lin Fei brought Chu Qingqing with him. If Chu Qingqing wasn't with him, he wouldn't be at ease. With Lin Fei's help, it would be very simple. Coupled with the information they had, it would be a piece of cake for them to find anyone. He easily found them and then directly raised their ranking. The speed at which it was raised wasn't ordinary. At least in his opinion, it was pretty good. In just a short period of time, the matter was settled. It was much easier than he had imagined. Their ranking also quickly rose, directly rushing to the position they wanted. The middle-aged man was the happiest one. Being able to invite him over was the best thing he could do. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. He gave the information to Lin Fei. This is the information. Take a look at it yourself. I believe it will be of great help to you. However, you have to be careful of those three forces. They are not easy to deal with. They will make a move against you. Many people were supported by them. If you are not careful, you will be easily targeted by them. It can even be said that it will be very dangerous. This was a reminder from the middle-aged man before he left. Otherwise he wouldn't have known. You know why I want to help them. After they left, Lin Fei brought Chu Qingqing to a new place. Chu Qingqing had gained a lot of knowledge along the way. Of course she was more curious. I really don't know. Is it to create conflict? After all, everyone knows that I took a shortcut. Now that someone took a shortcut, it will attract attention. She was really smart. In a short period of time she knew what was going on. That's the effect. The effect should be pretty good. Everyone will notice it. Everyone wants to take a shortcut. That's why this person dared to look for me and even took out such a gift. Let's see what the next ranking list will be like. Lin Fei moved to another place. He set up a series of means around it before he managed to open it. There was indeed a seal on it. This seal was added by Lin Fei himself. He was just afraid that something had been done to it. Fortunately, the seal on it did not change at all. He could finally see what was inside. After opening the scroll, there was indeed some information. This information also shocked Lin Fei. Then, in the blink of an eye, this information disappeared without a trace. This was a one-time use document. After reading it, it would disappear without a trace. Lin Fei engraved him in his heart. Only Chu Qingqing could feel that there was something different in that instant, as if she had seen something. Chu Qingqing did not ask, nor did she dare to ask. However, she knew that this news was definitely not small. It should be a rather important piece of news. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day. Lin Fei could finally relax. Up until now, nothing had happened. The people from that side hadn't come over. That was enough. They were from the top few powers. Naturally, the top few powers were different. If they didn't come, then Lin Fei wouldn't care. He would destroy as many as they came. It was really easy. The personal list was finally up. Then he heard a voice. The 10-year period for the personal list is up. The rewards will be given out. Everyone was looking forward to the rewards. It was really important. Chapter 5393. The reward was finally here. For them. Nothing makes them feel more expectant than this. Only the top 1,000 could get this reward. The people behind didn't even have the right to get it. If it was anything else, they wouldn't care. But this reward was different. Only with such a small ranking could they get the reward. Rank 1000, True Lord Lai Hua. Reward, 100 years of lifespan. Reward, 100 strands of mana. The reward was the same as before. The only difference this time was that the reward was personal, which meant that one person could get the so-called mana. Magic power was definitely a rather domineering power. After getting it, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He became a powerhouse in the mana realm in one leap. Even if one only had one strand of mana, one would still be considered a mana realm expert. Not to mention now, one could get 100 strands at once. Those who couldn't reach this rank could only watch helplessly. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit and one would get the mana. If it was magic power, then it would be completely different. This was what truly existed. Every ranking would increase one's lifespan and magic power. The further forward, the more magic power the reward was, the more people looked forward to it. In just a short while it would be on them. They were still a little unhappy in their hearts because their names had indeed been kicked off the list. They were pushed up by quite a bit. One of them was Great Void Sect's Lin Fei. This made them feel even more furious. However, they didn't dare to say much. He was already a rank 10 expert. One could say that he was a true super expert. Who could take him down? Unless the top 10 attacked. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to. The rewards were continuously given out. In the blink of an eye, it was Chu Qingqing's turn. Chu Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Was it finally her turn? Rank 65 Chu Qingqing. Reward, 1,000 years of lifespan. Reward, 650 strands of mana. The amount of mana she got was huge. In one go, it allowed Chu Qingqing's strength to increase greatly. Walala walala. He could clearly feel the changes within. Lin Fei, who was at the side, smiled. He had not worked for nothing. He had gained something. Then there were more rewards. In the blink of an eye, it was Lin Fei's turn. He only got 10th place. He didn't make it to the first few places. For him, getting 10th place was more or less enough. Rank 10 Lin Fei Reward, 1000 streams of magical energy. Reward, 2000 years of lifespan. 100 merit points. It was not much different from the other rewards. There was only one last thing that shocked many people. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood why they had to come down early. Things like magic power and lifespan were not essential. However, this thing was different. It was actually the so-called merit. He had actually obtained 100 merit points. 1000 streams of magic power landed on his body and were instantly swallowed by the magic power in his body. As for lifespan, there was no need to even mention it. However, there was a lump of merit. He appeared in front of Lin Fei. This ball of Jianghu exuded the aura of virtue. This was a very different kind of power. He heard the sound again. When you collect enough merit points, you can exchange them for what you want at the Heaven and Earth board. His words fell directly into the ears of many people. Before, everyone was looking forward to seeing Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect. But now, things were different. Merit could actually be exchanged for good stuff from the Heavenly Tao, which was also known as the Heaven and Earth list. This made people feel quite different. It was definitely an unbelievably good thing. No wonder everyone was fighting for a ranking. Chapter 5394. Lin Fei smiled in his heart. He had obtained a set of information previously. As for what would happen next, he was a little clear. It seemed like the information was correct, and that was really the case. They were really giving out the so-called merit points. Even the merit points were given out. Individuals could exchange for treasures on the Heaven and Earth board. It was definitely something that shocked everyone. The rewards continued to be given out. When it came to the top 3, the rewards were even more. Third place. Merit points reached 1000. If it was the other one, it would reach 2000. The remaining one reached 3000. There was indeed a huge change. Such a distance caused many people to be filled with shock. Of course, they knew that it wouldn't be easy to fight for the merit points. Lin Fei realized that his ranking seemed to have been too low. If he had known, he would have been in the top 3. The benefits were much lesser. After the rewards were given out, there was no movement from the Heaven Tao. Just like before, it fell into a short period of silence. The entire universe was discussing merit points. What could merit points be exchanged for? It was something that everyone was looking forward to and thinking about. What would the third round be? This was something that everyone had to consider. What was going on? No one could guarantee it. But at this moment, they were all filled with anticipation. Only Lin Fei was relatively calm. Chu Qingqing had already completely grasped the power. She could be considered an expert in the dermic power realm. 650 streaks of power would allow Chu Qingqing to explode with terrifying attacks. It could be considered a trump card. Her strength wasn't that strong, but with this power, it was totally different. She improved by leaps and bounds. Sir, what do you think will happen next? Previously it was the sect board, and now it's the personal board. The third round can't be the strongest board, right? It should be the treasure board or the mount board. Chu Qingqing really knew how to think. Lin Fei smiled. Then you guessed wrong. Next isn't the so-called treasure board or mount board. Next is the merit board. At this moment, Lin Fei told Chu Qingqing. Even Chu Qingqing herself was surprised. It can't be. The third round is actually the merit ranking. Could it be that all sorts of merit will be divided? If that's the case, then it's completely different from what I imagined. In any case, the next round will be more interesting. You guys will have to see if your luck allows you to compete for the merit points. This merit point is definitely what everyone is looking forward to the most. Lin Fei didn't go into details. If he spoke in too much detail, it would put a lot of pressure on others. Just say it like that. Merit was too vague and illusory. Even now, Lin Fei didn't feel that this merit was tempting to him. Even in the face of merit points, signing in would not yield anything. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the results would be released. He heard the voice of the Heavenly Tao again. The third list, the merit list. Everyone will go to a place where merit will appear. How this merit appears is up to everyone to fight for it. You will have 100 years to collect this merit. The news spread to everyone's ears. At the very least, everyone was quite excited after hearing it. Previously, they were still guessing when they would be able to obtain this merit. With merit, they could exchange for things. But now, they seemed to feel that the opportunity was coming. They would be able to obtain this merit right away. Swish. An invincible force swept across the entire universe. Anyone who reached a certain level of strength would be taken away by this force. Even people like Lin Fei and Chu Qingqing were the same. They were directly taken away. It didn't seem to be easy for Lin Fei to resist it. Of course, if he really wanted to resist, the power of the Heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to take him away. He just wanted to see what this merit was all about. Now it sounded quite interesting. But it wasn't what he thought. Chapter 5395. To be honest, coming to such a place really surprised Lin Fei, including a surprise to all of them. In the blink of an eye he arrived at this side. It was as if he had had an unbelievable dream. Lin Fei was standing in a large world. This big world was quiet and even the people around it had disappeared. Even Chu Qingqing, who had been following him, was the same. Of course the people from the Great Void sect were the same. It was as if this was a brand new place. Now Lin Fei was even more convinced of one thing. The so-called Heaven and Earth list was indeed created by the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao was preparing to screen out special talents. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have created such a thing. The people above were here to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for such experts to be here in advance. Now the merit was probably even more intense. Lin Fei didn't feel any merit aura. He knew that this world definitely wasn't that simple. If he wanted to obtain merit here, he had to do something. Congratulations, God, for being the first to create a God group. You have received 1,000 merit points. Congratulations, Saint, for being the second to create a celestial group. You have received 800 merit points. Congratulations, Saint, for being the third to create a celestial group. You have received 500 merit points. Everyone heard the voice. They all raised their heads and saw a list. It appeared just like that. There were only 3 pieces of information on it. In other words, the 3 most ferocious people had actually established a group. They had received merit points as a reward. Now they seemed to know how to obtain merit points. I can't believe that I got merit points just like that. It seems like I can get merit points based on what I do. I understand now. If I knew, I would have prepared. It's too late now. How many people do we need to create this group? Lin Fei was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It was really real. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Such a thing was really out of the ordinary. These people more or less knew about it. Lin Fei had some information on hand, but he didn't care much about it. But now he felt that this information was quite useful. Now it seems like this place is more like a wilderness. Anyone with the ability can obtain merit here. I wonder if killing people will give you merit, or if you can become the #1 mad demon or the #1 expert. Maybe there will be rewards for doing that. Lin Fei was able to see further than the others. This place was a new map. For a place like this, they could only rely on the Heavenly Dao to send them here. No one else could come. As long as they were prepared in advance, it would be completely different. That way he would be able to obtain a large amount of merit. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they would soon have a new harvest. He had to do something for himself. Otherwise, these functions would be taken away by others. He reckoned that he had come here for nothing. Since he was here, he had to earn some merit points. Merit points could also be sold or exchanged. In any case, that was the benefit. Right now there was still one more thing to do, and that was to sign in. Let's see what I can sign in for in this place. He was looking forward to this place. Lin Fei deliberately left this opportunity to sign in until now. He hoped that he would be able to sign in for something good. Ding. Signed in successfully in the Heavenly Dao space. Received 1,000 merit points. He actually came to the so-called Heavenly Dao space. No wonder this place was so unusual. It was so boundless that he couldn't feel the end of it. No wonder he could obtain the so-called merit points in this place. Let's see if I can let them take advantage of me this time. 100 years seemed to be a very long time. Congratulations to True Lord Lai Hua for killing 10 people. Received 100 merit points. Congratulations to Wang Quan for killing 100 people. Received 500 merit points. Chapter 5396. It was just as everyone had expected. They were all testing it out. What kind of method did they use to obtain the so-called merit points just now? Some of them killed their opponents, some formed so-called groups, and of course some started the first fire here. Some cooked the first meal. They could also obtain some merit points, but the amount of merit points they got varied. It was indeed quite different. Lin Fei observed them one by one. Soon he found a way to solve the problem. He was prepared to enjoy it here. He didn't plan to do anything. Even if he killed people to obtain merit points, he could still sign in. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to this Heavenly Dao space. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Almost every day he could sign in and obtain the so-called merit points. There was nothing else. The merit points ranged from 1,000 to a few dozen. It wasn't too much or too little. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry either. This was just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Cities appeared in this Heavenly Dao space one after another. Any city could obtain a large amount of merit points. from a few thousand to tens of thousands of merit points, and these cities began to recruit people. If they recruited 100,000 people, they would be rewarded with merit points. If they recruited 200,000 people, they would be rewarded. A first-class city. The city bloomed. Lin Fei saw a familiar figure. That was his disciple, Chu Qingqing. She could be considered an expert now, but she actually created a city. It had to be said. Chu Qingqing was quite capable. It had to be said. She was quite capable. Lin Fei didn't intend to help her, so he decided to rely on himself. Chu Qingqing also had a lot of magic power now. The magic power also made Chu Qingqing's strength continuously increase. Go talk to someone else about Lin Fei. She even gave him a trump card. With this trump card, even if the strongest person went to deal with Chu Qingqing, they would still suffer a great loss. Lin Fei kept signing in. He didn't know how much magic power he had. A trump card refined with magic power was definitely a super terrifying existence. If anyone had a problem with their brain, they would suffer a huge loss. In this regard, no one understood it better than Lin Fei. He wasn't in a hurry to go there. After another 3 months, the heavenly Dao space seemed to have become a lot more stable. Ding, 1 sign-in merit map. What Lin Fei got from signing in was not the so-called merit. Finally, he received something. It was a map. The map fell into his hand, and it even marked out some of the places in this heaven's Dao space where the merit boxes were hidden. Lin Fei himself was very surprised. There was actually such a thing. He had never heard of it before. During these 3 months, no one had discovered that there was such a treasure box in the ground. The treasure box's opening was random and he could tell what it was. It was definitely something good. Without saying a word, Lin Fei ran in the nearest direction. This place was more than 100,000 meters away. It was quite close. After coming to this forest, there was nothing. Instead, he dug at a very inconspicuous place. He really dug out a box. Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the merit box. You've gained 10,000 merit points. Another piece of news appeared on the Heaven and Earth list. Everyone's hearts shook once again. It had been a long time since they saw this news about Lin Fei. They didn't expect him to actually open the merit box. He obtained 10,000 merit points just by opening it. Damn, this is too amazing. There shouldn't be any other methods left. In the blink of an eye, he obtained 10,000 merit points. Compared to the others, it wasn't any less. Jealousy. Envy. Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the merit box. You've gained 1,000 merit points. Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the merit box. You've gained 3,000 merit points. Congratulations to Lin Fei for opening the merit box. You've gained 5,000 merit points. Swish, swish, swish. A few more messages came one after another. He must have gotten addicted to it. There were actually so many merit boxes. Who can tell me where these merit boxes came from? I want to open them too. Complete silence. Chapter 5397. As soon as Lin Fei opened the box, there was a lot of activity. Many people didn't know that there was such a thing in this place. Now they all knew. So there was such a thing in this place. They didn't know where it came from, but they had some guesses. Who told Lin Fei to take it out first? It was just that the chances of them finding it were very low. From time to time they would hear congratulations from above. It was all about Lin Fei from the Great Void Sect. It was hard for them not to remember this name. In a short period of time, they got hundreds of thousands of merit points, even close to 1 million, which made many people green with envy. If they got so many merit points in other ways, they naturally wouldn't care about it. But now they were really annoyed. Who would have thought that this guy would get so many merit points all of a sudden? It was right under their noses. Some strong powers all had their eyes on Lin Fei. It was just that they didn't dare to make a move for a while. Unless it was those few who did, they definitely wouldn't be able to take down Lin Fei. After opening quite a few merit boxes, Lin Fei's information disappeared once again. It was as if he had stopped all activities. Congratulations to Lin Fei for being the first to reach 1 million merit points. Originally there was no news about Lin Fei, but now there was another piece of news. This news made them feel incomparably shocked. He was actually the first. If it was anything else they wouldn't have cared. He was actually the first to reach 1 million merit points. He even got a reward. They really couldn't accept it for a while. A big prize. Reward, dermic golden body. If it was anything else it wouldn't have mattered. But this thing was different. It really made them feel different. This was a powerful technique. Even some special people could feel it at this time. There was something wrong with this thing. It was different from what they had imagined. This thing was really too good. With the Dharma golden body, his strength had become even stronger. This strength wasn't something that could be said casually. This guy was obviously very strong. Now he had obtained such a technique. Furthermore, it allowed his strength to increase tremendously. A high-level technique. Golden body of magic power? This time it was Lin Fei's turn to be surprised. He really didn't expect to obtain such a thing at this time. Originally, I didn't want to be high profile, but I didn't expect to be the first to reach 1,000,000 merit points. These people are all envious. Who knows, some of them might be tempted to come and deal with me. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised at all. However, he did not expect to be the first to receive 1,000,000 merit points. It seemed that he had to keep a low profile next time. Otherwise, he would immediately become the bird that stuck out. Then the people from the other 3 factions would have their own ideas. Who didn't know that the 3 of them were here to take advantage of the situation? Naturally, they would gain more benefits. Now that he had taken the first 1,000,000 merit points, he would take the second 1,000,000 merit points and even the third 1,000,000 merit points. In comparison, they were naturally far from being able to do so. With just a thought, Lin Fei received this magical golden body. It was indeed quite different. It was a high-level defensive method. At the very least, to break this golden body of Dharma power, one would need 5,000 strands of Dharma power to break it. Was 5,000 strands of Dharma power a lot? It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't something that anyone could casually cultivate to achieve. As long as one didn't reach this number, they wouldn't be able to break Lin Fei's magical golden body. Of course, this golden body of magic power consumed a little bit of Dharma power. However, for the current Lin Fei it was nothing at all. Although this golden body of magic power only targeted 5,000 strands, in the blink of an eye, it allowed Lin Fei to change the level of the golden body of magic power to reach the level of 10,000. With a shake of the body, it became a very powerful existence. 7017K. Chapter 5398. Such a reward was indeed quite good. Lin Fei's strength had increased by quite a bit. Of course, in his opinion it wasn't that important. He just felt that the first 1,000,000 merit points reward made him think about it a little more. If he could obtain a second 1,000,000 merit points or a third 1,000,000 merit points or even 10,000,000 merit points, perhaps the things he obtained would get better and better. The mana golden body was a little attractive, but that was all there was to it. The appearance of the merit boxes made many people start to slowly search for them. Even Lin Fei could find all kinds of boxes, so he might be able to find some as well. Soon, someone found some merit boxes. The merit boxes could give a lot of merit points. They ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, but they weren't as frequent as Lin Fei. One person had opened more than 10 or more than 20 merit points. There were only 1 or 2 people in the group. They were so happy that they almost laughed. In comparison, they coveted Lin Fei even more. They really didn't know how this guy got so many merit boxes. Could it be that he had a map in his hand? If that was the case, it could be explained. At this time, Lin Fei had indeed opened all the merit boxes. The map in his hand became useless. However, he didn't get any new maps from signing in. This made him feel a little regretful. It seemed that this thing wasn't that easy to get his hands on. He had to think of other methods. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get a second 1,000,000 merit points. Those 3 fellows were probably the fastest. They should be able to get 1,000,000 merit points reward very soon. In Lin Fei's mind, only the Divine Immortal and the other 2 were the most capable. The others could stand aside. They had formed a large team. They even had their first city. They even started to slowly conquer the city. The merit points they obtained gradually increased. Not long after, they obtained a second 1,000,000 merit points, followed by a third and a fourth 1,000,000 merit points. All the way until the 10th 1,000,000 merit point reward, they obtained a lot of rewards. Compared to Lin Fei's so-called magical golden body, they were much worse. This was the first 1,000,000 merit points, so it was naturally different. If the rewards were the same, then there was naturally no comparison. Ding. Sign-in successful in the Heavenly Dao space. Reward, 10 mu of merit field. This reward was different from the usual ones. It was not direct merit or anything else. It turned out to be 10 acres of land, and it was even called the merit field. This had indeed exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. How could such a reward appear? It really surprised Lin Fei. He quickly realized that this was not a simple field. This field should be quite useful. It was estimated that good things could be grown in this 10 mu of field. Or rather, it was something that could give him some merit. Even now, he still wasn't sure what use this merit would have. It could be exchanged, but there was definitely a deeper use for the merit points. He had to figure this out first. Lin Fei decided to go to this place and plant the fields first. In any case, there was still 100 years of time, and it was only a short period of time now. There was still a long time to go. There was nothing calmer than this. Something to look forward to. Lin Fei directly followed the 10 acres of field. This merit field was located in a rather remote place, and there were no signs of human activity around it. At the same time, he also found 10 acres of land. The surroundings were quiet and there was also a forest. Such a place was really too ordinary. This place was also very ordinary, but Lin Fei soon discovered that something was amiss. This place was sealed with a faint layer of power. This layer of power was very inconspicuous, and he could only feel it when he stepped on the ground. Whoosh! He would break this seal. Following that, he could feel a slightly different aura. He casually released the formation technique. This place was sealed. Chapter 5399. Such a place was actually called the merit field. It really surprised Lin Fei a little. He was a little dumbfounded. He could actually obtain such a thing. But since it was obtained from signing in, it was naturally different. Lin Fei was still very confident. The land inside was indeed quite different. After using an array formation to completely seal this place, Lin Fei began to examine this thing seriously. This thing was different from the others. There was nothing growing on the ground. In other words, something had to be planted on the ground in order for it to grow. However, it was also Lin Fei's first time planting something in the merit field. Even he didn't know what he would grow into when the time came. But he felt that he should be able to try and see what he could grow. Hence they searched together. They couldn't find anything good, but they found some seeds. These seeds were all treasures of heaven and earth. They could all be used to grow, but after they were scattered, there was no change to them. Lin Fei also knew that there seemed to be something wrong with his way of thinking. It seemed that not any random seed could adapt to this merit field. Lin Fei stood in front of the merit field again. He built a small house next to it. He took out some things. It looked more like a small farm. At this moment he was especially serious. Since ordinary things can /t be planted, then it must be something different. Only something different can be planted here. It's impossible to say that I have to continue signing in to get a special seed. If that is the case, then I'll have to wait. Lin Fei's train of thought was still correct. He felt that this should be the case. Whether he could get it or not, he had to seriously sign in. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to find it in a short time. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Half a year passed. Lin Fei also used all kinds of things. It was completely useless. He didn't grow anything. Instead, the second 2 million merit points appeared. He received a good reward. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. In less than half a year, he had also received a lot of merit points. In comparison, it was more than the first 2 million merit points. However, the Heaven and Earth Board did not notice it. Ding. Sign in to Heavenly Law Space. Obtain Merit Corn Seed. On this day, Lin Fei was finally happy. He finally received something that satisfied him. This was the so-called Merit Corn Seed. Previously, he didn't have this thing at all. When he was guessing, he indeed felt that it would happen. However, after half a year, there was nothing. Lin Fei began to doubt his own judgment. Had he guessed wrongly? There was no such thing as a seed of merit. Now he knew that he had guessed correctly. There really was such a thing. Could it be that as long as he planted this thing, he would be able to obtain a special merit item? Then what were they waiting for? Hurry up and plant them. The fields here were different from the fields in other places. You couldn't use any means to cultivate them. He could only use the hoe one hoe at a time. After planting it, he would have to consume a certain amount of merit points. Only then would he be able to open up the merit field. In other words, without enough merit points, he wouldn't be able to open up an acre of land. Moreover, Lin Fei now had 10 acres of land. 10 acres of land consumed a lot of merit points. Now he had opened up an acre of land. He planted the merit corn. After planting the merit corn, he could feel that this place was indeed suitable for planting the merit corn. The merit corn took root and germinated. It grew in just a few days. The merit corn that grew was exactly the same as what Lin Fei had imagined it to be. There wasn't much difference. It was just that when the corn grew, he knew that his idea was a little different. The corn that grew wasn't pure corn. It was the so-called merit corn. The corn was wrapped in merit and looked very different. It exuded a holy aura. Chapter 5400. I didn't /t expect that one day I would actually sign in and grow something like this. It's really unexpected. It's like a dream. Lin Fei stood in front of the merit corn. He looked at it seriously. With one look, he was able to see some things. It was indeed quite different from the corn in the past. A few more days passed. Finally, the corn was completely ripe. After it was ripe, Lin Fei plucked it. He wanted to see what kind of use this thing had. When the corn reached Lin Fei /his hands, he felt that this corn was indeed quite extraordinary. It exuded the aura of merit. He took a bite. He wanted to see what kind of taste it was. As soon as the merit corn entered his stomach, streams of energy instantly surged in his body. Then it spread throughout his body. At first Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Wasn't it just merit corn? It seemed to be no different from other things. But in the blink of an eye he realized that this thing was a little different. It could make the magic power in his body stronger. In other words, it could increase the strength of his magic power. Originally Lin Fei had enough magic power. But now, with the merit corn, it was as if it had been purified. This feeling was quite obvious. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He didn't expect the merit corn to have such an effect. He thought that it would increase his merit, but it seemed that wasn't the case. He ate the corn in 2 or 3 bites. It had indeed improved a lot, but it wasn't complete. Hence, Lin Fei's gaze fell on the merit corn again. If all the merit corn had such an effect, then the effect would be too shocking. What could be better than this? Lin Fei couldn't think of anything for a while. This was probably the most authentic good thing. Congratulations to Lin Fei for successfully planting the merit corn. Harvesting the merit corn. Rewarded with 1 merit treasure. At this moment, there was another commotion on the heaven and earth list. But this time the commotion was quite big. It directly caused many people to stop. Once again they saw the name that made them feel familiar. After such a long time, they thought that Lin Fei was looking for the so-called merit box again. However, in such a short period of time he actually managed to plant a merit corn. It was really too much of a surprise to them. He couldn't even believe how these guys did it. Could it be that this fellow had secretly obtained some information? Otherwise, how could he grow this so-called virtuous corn? At the very least they didn't believe it. Moreover, he had obtained this so-called merit treasure. Who can tell me what this merit corn is used for? Could it be that eating it will increase my merit? I'm a farmer. I also want to plant this merit corn. Whoever has the seeds, I want to plant it. Who knows where Lin Fei is planting the merit corn? I also want to learn from him. Maybe I can plant some merit corn too. There were all kinds of operations. Now that they were able to grow karmic corn, it was indeed a shock to everyone. It was completely different from what they had imagined. This place was truly a magical place. Meanwhile, in a city a few figures gathered together. These few figures were quite strong. However, they had big names. One was a god, one was an immortal, and one was a saint. The 3 of them looked like young people. However, no one dared to question their strength. I didn't expect that we would get so much information, but it actually wasn't as much as Lin Fei knows. He even managed to get the merit corn. What do you think we should do? Chapter 5401. The merit field that Lin Fei had created was indeed a very exciting thing. Many people were extremely shocked. At least many of them still couldn't believe it. Lin Fei was able to take it out. But no matter what, it was a new experience for everyone. At least if it wasn't for Lin Fei they wouldn't have known about the merit field and the merit box. They could get a lot of merit. Apart from that there was also the merit corn. In other words, the so-called merit field would exist. Then, everyone started to look for the merit field like crazy. Naturally it worked. Soon, some people found some of them. In other words, they found the so-called merit field. Although the merit fields weren't very big, it was enough to excite many people. But soon they ran into another problem because they still didn't know where it was. Especially the seed. They couldn't find the seed. Without the seed they couldn't do anything. Not to mention, it was absolutely impossible to grow a karmic treasure. They still didn't know where they got it from. It was like a very dangerous thing. For a moment, everyone hoped to find Lin Fei. Maybe they could get the merit seed after finding him. And Lin Fei had been paying attention. He had to admit that these people were quite resourceful. They actually found the so-called merit field so quickly. There were big and small merit fields. Among them, the first 3 people also found the merit field. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy for them to find the so-called merit seed. Lin Fei smiled. It seemed that the merit field wasn't that easy to get. They would find it very soon. Lin Fei was taking care of his 10 acres of land. Other places had also been opened, but it would take some time. At this moment he really felt that there were other living beings coming over. These few auras were quite strange. If he wasn't strong enough he wouldn't have been able to sense them. It could be seen from this matter. That was, these people should be coming to ask him for the so-called merit seed. In the blink of an eye. Soon, 3 figures appeared here. The 3 figures were all incomparably tall and imposing. Just by standing there he was an invincible existence. Lin Fei, I know you're here. Come out and meet me. It's a good thing for you and for us. What do you think? The voice wasn't very loud, but it sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei immediately knew who these three people were. They should be the so-called three fellows. They were the strongest gods, the strongest immortals, and the strongest saints. The fact that these three people were so young really surprised Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared at the edge. Look at them. I didn't expect the three of you to be so quick to find me. What do you want? Just say it. I'm a very straightforward person. If you want to fight, kill, and plot, then don't take it out. I, Lin Fei, am not one to be scared. Just like that, Lin Fei saw the three of them. It was the first time the three of them had found this Lin Fei. They had spent a lot of effort and thought. Now it seemed like they had found this guy. They found this guy. Which meant that they could get the merit seed. Through the array they could see the corn inside. It was waving in the wind. It really made one jealous and envious. They knew so much information and clues. They couldn't compare to this Lin Fei. What the hell? Chapter 5402. After discussing for a while, the three of them decided to look for Lin Fei. They had to look for him. If they didn't look for him, they didn't know what would happen to them. This person was truly unfathomable. The methods he used right now were truly unfathomable to everyone. To think that he could even find this merit field. Even the merit seeds were the same. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Lin Fan was really capable. Everything else could be put aside, but not this matter. They also found some so-called merit fields. However, these merit fields weren't of much use at all. They didn't have any seeds. They didn't know how they got the seeds. They could only say that it was because Lin Fan was too capable. He could even find such a thing. It didn't seem like something else. If it was something else, it would be easy to talk about it. It just had to be such a thing, which was even more unimaginable. They weren't interested in other things, but this was very interesting. What they had to do was very simple. They just had to get the so-called merit seeds. Now they were even more relieved. Lin Fei definitely had the so-called merit seeds. They didn't see such a big field of corn. If it was them, they would definitely be able to harvest a lot of things. At the very least, each of them would have a few acres of land. It couldn't compare to Lin Fan's 10 acres of land. The harvest would definitely be good too. However, they lacked the so-called seeds. Without the seeds, it would be a huge problem. Since Taoist Lin is so straightforward, then I'll be straightforward. We also want the seeds in your hands. I wonder what it would take for you to give us a portion of these merit seeds. I think you should know how to choose. The three of them had a very simple idea. They wanted to get the merit seeds from Lin Fan no matter what. Without the merit seeds, even if he had the land, it would be useless. Even now they were still confused. So you're here for the so-called merit seeds. That's quite easy. You can have the merit seeds as long as you give me merit. I'm quite an easygoing person. Lin Fei's words immediately made them dumbfounded. There was a little bit of disbelief. This guy was actually so direct. Was he not going to hide this thing? When they arrived, they already had a lot of ideas. Even if Lin Fei didn't agree, they could only take action. When the time came, they would take the item. Now it seemed that there was no need to go through so much trouble. The other party did not intend to cause any problems with them at all. Or did they come directly? Karma. The three of them were shocked, but they immediately understood. This Lin Fei was indeed someone who could do great things. He was also the best choice. This guy was probably even more mysterious. However, they were still quite confused about how to trade merit points. I wonder if this merit seed can be traded. If merit could be traded, they would have plundered all the merit long ago instead of waiting until now. If you can give me merit, then the seeds will naturally not be a problem. I'll give you 10 seeds for 10,000 merit points, 100 seeds for 100,000 merit points, and 1,000 seeds for 1,000,000 merit points. How about that? I'm quite considerate of others. Lin Fei's words once again left them dumbfounded. This B** actually asked for such an exorbitant price. 1,000,000 merit points for 1,000 seeds? That's daylight robbery. One of the young men, Lin Fei, said, then why don't you just rob it? Don't you know the importance of merit points? Lin Fei laughed out loud. Of course I know the importance. Since you're not willing to fork out the merit points, then don't even think about getting the merit seeds. If you want to rob it, come and try. I'm still ranked 10th. Chapter 5403. Snatch. Of course they wanted to. If he could snatch this thing from Lin Fei's hands, he would be able to do so. That would be great. However, they knew that it wouldn't be easy to snatch it. Lin Fan wouldn't let them snatch it. They still couldn't figure out his background. That meant that he was even more powerful than they had imagined. How could it be possible to snatch something like that from his hands? It was like a dream. It wasn't worth it at all. Fellow Taoist Lin, you misunderstood. Why would the three of us come to snatch it from you? Even if we wanted to snatch it from someone else, we wouldn't snatch it from you. We know that very well. Among the three of them, one was ranked first, one was ranked second, and one was ranked third. They also knew that this guy wasn't easy to deal with. They really couldn't bring themselves to test whether this guy was strong or not. At the very least, they didn't have such a thought. If they really wanted to do it, it wouldn't be now. At the very least, they could get the seed out now. Where exactly did the seed come from? That was the most important thing. In other words, only Lin Fei knew where the merit seed came from. If they could get the merit seed now, they might be able to get other seeds at some other time. Speaking of which, they still had to count on Lin Fei. Would they be able to get more merit points? So you don't plan to do it? Since you don't plan to do it, just follow my rules. As long as you can trade it, there won't be a problem. How will you know if you don't try? Don't you think so? Lin Fei retorted with one sentence. It seemed like as long as they traded and brought the merit points over, they would be able to get the merit seed. They didn't know if it would work or not. They were still in a daze. The three of them looked at each other. Should they give it a try? They knew about this place. It was the legendary Heavenly Dao space. Doing things in this place wasn't what they usually imagined. Maybe they would succeed. Saint stood up. Then I'll make a deal with you first. I'll take 100 seeds. It was just 100,000 merit points. It was just a test. Lin Fei also wanted to give it a try. The Heavenly Dao space would not allow him to trade. If he could allow it, that would be the best. Although the seed could be used to grow corn, it could not be any better. At that time, he would be able to make a fortune. However, Lin Fei believed that these people would not be able to get the other seeds. When the time came, he would still have to get the seeds from him. There was still a chance of that happening. Saint, who is ranked 3rd, and Lin Fei, who is ranked 10th, have made a transaction. The transaction is for merit seed corn. Both of them have received rewards. After Saint took out the merit points, he was feeling a little uneasy in his heart. They didn't know if it would work, but in the blink of an eye, they heard a notification. His heart was filled with ecstasy. He had finally succeeded. He could really trade. He was even rewarded for this. It really felt like a dream. They might not have confidence in other things, but they actually succeeded in this matter. And so, Saint got his wish of obtaining 100 seeds. 100 seeds wasn't that expensive. 100,000 merit points. At the very least, he had obtained the seed of merit. The other two were also stunned. They were a little jealous and envious. If they had known, they would have done the transaction earlier. And now, the first deal had landed on Saint just like that. We want 100 seeds too. Be it gods or immortals, they all knew what to do at this moment. They made the transaction immediately. However, the transaction this time wasn't as good as before. The two of them didn't get anything else. But no matter what, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. They got what they wanted. Chapter 5404. After merit points could be traded. If that happened, the scene would be completely different. It was unknown how many people were shocked. It turned out that merit points could be traded. Needless to say, they immediately realized that this was an opportunity. For those who didn't have the so-called merit seeds, they could just buy them. Which was for Lin Fei. Although they didn't know the price, it shouldn't be too expensive. They could still make a fortune. Just like that. Some people came to Lin Fei's side. The purpose of these people was quite simple. They were here to buy the so-called merit seeds. Lin Fei didn't reject any of them. The more he sold, the more seeds he had. The merit points he gained were also increasing. 100,000 at a time, 100,000 at a time. 10 people would get 1 million, 100 people would get 10 million merit points. Lin Fei was the first to reach 10 million merit points. Many people were extremely envious and jealous. This guy was really too difficult to manipulate. Just like that, he easily earned his first 10 million merit points. Congratulations to Lin Fei for obtaining the first 10 million merit points. You are rewarded with the merit sword. You can cut merit points. The reward this time also shocked everyone in their hearts. He actually got the so-called merit sword. This thing was a little unusual. It sounded quite different. As for the specific function, it was obvious. It could cut the so-called merit points from their bodies. This time, everyone's expression changed slightly. This wasn't a good thing. Even God, Sage, Immortal, was the same. At this time, their hearts tightened. They really coveted this thing. They didn't expect that Lin Fei would be the first to take it. If it fell on them, they would be able to harvest the so-called merit points. When Lin Fei got the merit sword, it was indeed quite different. He finally knew that the Heavenly Dao space would open soon to plunder. He was able to get such a merit sword. Then the others would be able to get it too. Lin Fei gave it a try. He could really cut a certain amount of merit points from the other party. It might be dozens of merit points. It might be hundreds of merit points. It depended on how strong you were. The stronger one was, the more they could slash down. At this moment, their hearts were completely unsettled. If it was anything else, it wouldn't matter. But if it was this thing, then it was different. Whoever encountered it would be unlucky. That was how simple the experience was. Fortunately, the thing they were most worried about did not happen. That so-called Lin Fei did not search for them everywhere. He didn't do anything with the virtuous sword. It was as if he was silently plowing the field of merit. He could earn a fortune just by selling the seeds. Gong de Tian discovered more and more things. Many people got it. There were no seeds. He had no choice but to buy it. Ding. Sign-in successful in Heaven's Tao space. Obtained Immortality Peach Merit Tree Seed. This time the seed was different. It was a peach tree of immortality. He came directly. After the corn seeds were sold, most of the corn was eaten by Lin Fei. It was used to strengthen the magic power within one's body. And now he actually got another seed. Furthermore, it was the seed of the peach of immortality. Didn't that mean that the peach of immortality that he planted would be the peach of immortality? Moreover, it would be the kind that came with merit. That was quite extraordinary. It was definitely something good. Without hesitation, he found an acre of land and planted it. But as he planted it, he found a problem. This merit seed was indeed a little different. Compared to the corn from before, it seemed to absorb a certain amount of merit. Lin Fei completely understood. This merit was really too useful in the Heaven's Tao space. Plowing the land required merit. Even planting this kind of thing required merit. Without a certain amount of merit, it was really hard to keep busy. Lin Fei now had 10 million merit points. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of consumption. It was just an immortality peach tree. Chapter 5405. With these merit seeds, the scene became very different. Everyone was frantically searching for the so-called merit field. Of course, they were going to buy the merit corn from Lin Fei. The merit corn was a very good thing. Those who hadn't experienced it might not know what it was. After they experienced it, all of them felt that the merit corn was different. Especially the merit corn that it bore, it increased their strength by a lot. But in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. They didn't get anything in that half a year. Even though it was the so-called merit field, there were no merit seeds. This made them feel very surprised. They didn't know what was going on with it. Why was it that only Lin Fei had it and they didn't? This was the thing that confused them the most. Instead, after coming a few times, they realized that there was a tree. Looking at it, they realized that it was the peach tree of immortality. This made them even more speechless. At that moment, another person came. It was the number one god. But this time he came alone. When he came, his gaze fell on the tree. This tree was very eye-catching because it was extremely tall. It was about 20 to 30 meters tall. It was hard not to notice it. It was just this tree that made people feel a little strange. Taoist Lin is amazing. We haven't even found the so-called seeds and you've planted something else. At the same time, he was glad that he came here early. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. I was just lucky to get some more seeds. This thing that you're looking at is just SOSO. There's nothing special about it. It sounded simple, but in the god's heart, he muttered again. If only he had that kind of ability himself. Then he wouldn't have asked him. We can buy the peach tree of immortality back. I've already planted quite a lot of corn. But I think we need some high-grade ones. I didn't expect Taoist Lin to have them. God was getting more and more unfathomable. If he could see through him, he would have controlled him long ago. But now he couldn't sense it at all. Not to mention controlling it, it really made people feel quite speechless. You want this thing? That's a pity. I don't plan to sell it for the time being. I can only wait. He hadn't even eaten it yet, let alone sold it. It was a pity that he couldn't take it out now. Deity said nothing more. If Taoist Lin decides to sell it one day, feel free to contact me. I will definitely be able to afford it. I came here today to discuss something with you. It won't be long before the second stage begins. I would like to cooperate with you. Of course, Lin Fei knew that this guy didn't come here just for this so-called seed. There must be something else. He didn't expect that the heavenly Tao space was about to enter the second stage. This was quite unexpected. What kind of cooperation is it? Tell me about it. If I think it's good, I can give it a try. Seeing that the other party did not refuse, he heaved a sigh of relief. He could talk about it. I hope we can work together and drive them out one by one. It seemed that God knew about the operation of the second stage. Oh, drive them away. I think you guys can do it yourselves. I'm not too interested in these things. My current goal is very simple. I just want to plant this corn and this peach. If I can get some more seeds, I'll plant other things. Fighting and killing aren't things that I'm interested in, Wang Yao said. Lin Fei shook his head. He took out a coin. He ate it in 2 or 3 bites. He still had a casual look. Chapter 5406. This time, God did come to find someone to work with him. Actually, Lin Fei was quite mysterious. He was completely different from the others. He could totally work with such a person. Even if he didn't come to find him, the other 2 would. They were smart. Then, if he came earlier, he might be able to find a chance. In the end, it seemed like he came for nothing. They weren't interested in working with him at all. This made him a little confused. He tried and realized that it still didn't work. The other party was determined and didn't want to work with him. He had no choice. He could only leave. No one knew better than him that what he had to do now was very simple. He had to leave. If he couldn't succeed, then the others wouldn't succeed either. It was more or less a good outcome. After Deity left, it was just as Lin Fei had expected. Celestial and Saint came as well. Their goal was quite simple, which was to work with Lin Fei. But Lin Fei rejected them one by one. He wasn't interested in that, let alone working with him. So they could only return empty-handed. After they left, Lin Fei realized something. Which was that soon the Heaven Dao space would change. It wasn't exactly the same as what they had thought. At this moment, everyone was in a state of development. Very soon there would be competition. When that time came, the competition would be different. The competition would definitely be a little big. The only thing he could do now was to quickly strengthen himself. Of course, if they didn't come looking for trouble, then naturally there wouldn't be any problems. But if they came looking for trouble, then naturally he wouldn't be polite. It was just such a simple matter. Very quickly. The peaches on the peach tree were completely ripe. If they were ripe, then it would be very different. Not everyone had the right to enjoy such a delicacy. After taking a bite, Lin Fei could already feel how delicious this Immortality peach was. He really didn't know until he tasted it. Once he tasted it, he was shocked. The magic power in his body had once again become incomparably condensed. It was different from before. The effect was quite strong. Apart from that, it was also a great help to the body. His physical body seemed to have improved to a certain extent. His current fleshly body was already very powerful, beyond the eternal level, and could be considered a higher-level immortal body. Even Lin Fei himself wasn't sure how strong he was. Up until now, not many people had made a move. Originally, he was prepared to make a move against the 3 of them, but in the end, he discovered that the 3 of them were also very shrewd. Therefore, Lin Fei's plan naturally fell through. But it did not matter. The second stage should be quite interesting. There was no hurry. There was still time. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. This year's time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, for many people they had gained a lot. That morning they heard it. It reverberated in their ears. Now we are entering the second stage of development. You can fight with each other. Once the merit is gone, everything will be stripped clean. Although there were fights earlier, no one paid much attention to it. But now his words made their hearts clench. Finally, a good show was about to begin. They might be able to put other things aside. But they really couldn't let go of this matter. No one knew better than them that this was definitely the beginning of the fiercest event. During the day, people began to be eliminated one after another. The rankings were also constantly changing. There was also a list here. This list meant that the wealthiest people would be ranked. Lin Fei thought that with his more than 10 million merit points, he wouldn't be ranked high. But in the blink of an eye, he was ranked 3rd. The first place was God, the second was Immortal, and the 4th was Sage. It seemed that he had grabbed a good position. Chapter 5407. The changes on the list didn't surprise Lin Fei at all. Everything was within his expectations. This was the second stage. What did the second stage mean? He didn't need to guess to know that it was to expel some of them. At that time, there would be fewer and fewer of them, and the ones left would be stronger and stronger. Lin Fei was very clear that what he had to do was very simple, and that was to keep accumulating merit points. The amount of merit points was more or less related to the amount of time it existed. But after waiting for a while, he didn't see anything. He was quite surprised and felt that his luck had run out. He didn't even get anything good. If it was something else, it might be better. Then he would continue to wait. Every day many people were eliminated. Following that, some people also received some rewards. The entire heavenly Dao space was in an uproar. It was indeed very different from before. Lin Fei quietly planted his merit corn. Of course, there were also Immortality peaches. His magic power became incomparably condensed. It couldn't be compared to before at all. At this time, the magic power in Lin Fei's body became incomparably strong. At this time, his magic power couldn't be compared to others at all. At this time, no one came to cause trouble for Lin Fei. Many people heard that the first three came to cause trouble. They didn't fight. One could imagine that everyone was looking forward to Lin Fei's misfortune. In the end, they didn't do anything. If they didn't do anything, nothing would happen. But if they did, it would be different. Naturally, they didn't dare to do anything. If they did, they would suffer. At this time, it was better for them to be obedient. Let's put this aside for now. Lin Fei was happy for nothing. He thought that these guys would come, but he realized that they weren't as bold as he thought. Instead, they were like turtles hiding in their shells. All of them were ready to take advantage of the situation. Whoosh whoosh. On this day, Lin Fei was clearing the merit corn in the field again. In the blink of an eye, golden balls appeared in the sky one after another. Just like that, the golden orbs appeared randomly. There really were golden balls at the nearest place. Once the golden balls appeared, everyone flew over. They began to snatch the items like crazy. There was no need to guess to know that this was definitely something released by the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about this thing, but there really was such a thing nearby. Without another word, he went over to see what this thing was all about. Whether it was as strong as he had imagined, or if it was as precious as he had imagined, that was another matter entirely. Whoosh, whoosh. His movements were abnormally fast. Just as Lin Fei was getting close to the golden ball, a few other figures arrived as well. They also recognized Lin Fei at the first instant. After recognizing him, he shot a cold glare at Zhang Xian. That was quite different. Then he directly attacked. They all knew that this belonged to the 10th strongest existence. Since he was ranked 10th, they naturally wouldn't hold back. He went all out. If he could fight, then he could fight. If he couldn't, then he couldn't fight. When these attacks reached Lin Fei's surroundings, they immediately collapsed. There was no way to get close. He grabbed the item and placed it on his palm. It was so easy. Lin Fei knew what it was. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's actually a merit seed. This should be the so-called apple. It seems to be an apple seed. And this should be the so-called rice. Lin Fei didn't expect it to be such a thing. It was indeed quite surprising. Lin Fei had been prepared for this. He wanted to see what it was. In the end, he realized that it was far more ordinary than he had imagined. If it was anything else, he would be happy. But since it was this thing, he wasn't happy at all. He's going to let everyone have the seeds of merit. Chapter 5408. Haha, I finally got something. It's actually a public merit seed. I don't have to go to Lin Fei to buy it anymore. It's too expensive. That's right. He only has merit corn. I already have merit rice. Is there anyone willing to trade with me? I have merit here. Potatoes are also good stuff. They have a high yield and are not inferior to your rice. I really envy you guys. I don't even have a single merit field. How am I supposed to get one? Those who managed to get their hands on the good stuff were all very excited. Of course, there were also some people who felt helpless. They couldn't get any merit fields at all. But after another 4 to 5 days, large patches of merit fields appeared just like that. It turned out that these merit fields were all sealed. Some people started to get their hands on them. 10 to 20 acres. 30 to 100 acres of merit fields. The scene was getting bigger and bigger. Lin Fei observed him from beginning to end. He knew that the second stage was a process of development. Those who couldn't keep up with the development would be directly eliminated. For example, the number of merit fields he had now was relatively small. But the number of things he planted was no less than others. For example, he had already planted a lot of Immortality peach trees. Not to mention the rice that he had just obtained. This heavenly Tao space is really interesting. Could it be that it wants everyone here to become a super farm owner? Only the most powerful farm owner can obtain the true reward of the heavenly Tao? Lin Fei still hadn't figured out what this heavenly Tao space was trying to do in the end. One thing was certain. There would only be one person left in this heavenly Tao space in the end. In other words, it would be the strongest one. This made Lin Fei a little excited. Of course, he was looking forward to signing in. Maybe he could get something good in the end. The longer he stayed here, the better the things he got. In fact, he felt that the three of them came here in advance to make arrangements so that they could last until the end. Just like that, they could get something good. It was definitely something that everyone dreamed of. Lin Fei was finally looking forward to it. He felt that he had to go and get some merit fields. After all, he only had 10 acres. It was more or less not enough. He had to go and get some back. If others couldn't get their hands on something, it was naturally because they couldn't. However, it was different for Lin Fei. He could easily get it back. There were some large merit fields nearby. These merit fields weren't just one, but in groups of 2s and 3s, forming a large merit field. It was as if he was a small farmer. Congratulations on the appearance of the first 1,000-acre merit field. The first farm owner. Reward farm number 1 with 100 torrens. The reward this time made everyone feel that it was incomparably exaggerated. All of them were dumbfounded. As it turned out, it was a creature from another world. This Heaven's Dao space was really impressive, to be able to come up with such a method. It was the same for Lin Fei. The reward was completely different from what he had expected. I didn't expect to be rewarded with something like this. As expected, I'm heading towards becoming a farmer. It didn't matter if it was anything else, but this was a little unusual. Farm number 1 still attracted a lot of attention. Even Lin Fei quietly came to this side. He really saw this so-called farm number 1 space. This farm was indeed quite big, covering 1,000 acres. There were 100 torrens moving around non-stop. Moreover, they had great stamina and were extremely tall. Most importantly, the speed at which they plowed the fields was too fast. It was as if they were born to cultivate merit fields. If it was anything else, it wouldn't matter, but this one was different. It was truly shocking. It seems that I have to continue working hard. 7017K. Chapter 5409. Speaking of which, the change this time was indeed quite big. Even Lin Fei himself was quite surprised. He never thought that the second stage would have such a change. Even a farm would appear. The most important thing was that the reward looked quite good. This was what surprised him the most. If it was something else, it would be fine. But if it was this thing, even he was a little interested in it. If he could get his hands on it, it would be quite good. After leaving, the first thing he thought about was another thing. That was the so-called merit field. He had to get this thing, otherwise he wouldn't be able to gather enough. Recently, he hadn't received anything from signing in. That was a very normal thing. Moreover, there were many enemies near him. He had to get his hands on a place like this. Whoosh. Lin Fei came to the nearest merit field. This place was about 20 acres in size. There was a formation. But as Lin Fei stretched out his hand, the formation began to rumble loudly. It seemed like it couldn't take it anymore, but in the end it managed to withstand it. Then a few more figures rushed out. One must know that these people couldn't control these so-called merit fields by themselves. Once a few of them were connected, the situation would be completely different. They would be able to easily take care of it. But at this moment they saw the person who made a move. It was a young man. This person was none other than Lin Fei. The experts of the Great Void Sect were here, and this caused them to be shocked. Why did this guy come here? They immediately understood what was going on. In other words, this person wanted to snatch this thing. Since you've come out now, it couldn't be better. I've taken a fancy to this place. If you don't want any accidents to happen to yourselves, you'd better obediently come out. Otherwise I'll make my move later. It won't be like this. No one can withstand my attack. Just like that. It made them feel pressured. One must know that this formation was quite strong. But now it actually turned out like this. This made it a little hard for them to bear. Lin Fei, you're too much. We worked so hard to build this place and you just took it away like that. Do you think we're easy to bully? These people were very angry, but of course they did not dare to rush out. One had to know that rushing out at this time would not end well. If he was not careful, he would be killed. This Lin Fei's strength was ranked 10th. None of them had forgotten this point, which was useful no matter where they were. What they had to do was very simple. They just had to hide inside this array formation and absolutely wouldn't run outside. Once they went outside, they didn't know what would happen to them. They might even suffer a big loss. Lin Fei shook his head. Naturally, he could tell what this fellow was trying to do. Wasn't it because he didn't want to give up this place? It was such a simple thing. Looks like you've made your choice. Since you've made your choice, I'll do it myself. The power in Lin Fei's hand increased again. It became very ferocious. It came crashing down with great vigor. It wasn't just an ordinary amount of strength. Originally, the formation still had a certain amount of strength, but in the blink of an eye, it couldn't hold on anymore. Whoosh, whoosh. It broke into pieces. All of them were directly blasted away. Then waves of power pierced through their bodies. Originally, Lin Fei had already given them a chance, but they didn't know how to fight for it. In that case, they couldn't blame him for making a move. He would just take them down first. Originally, you could still live, but now you can't. You made the wrong choice. Since you made the wrong choice, you have to pay the price. A wave of power crashed down on them. All of them turned into ashes in an instant. The item was in Lin Fei's hands. Chapter 5410. It was a piece of cake to take more than 20 acres of merit land. It was really a piece of cake. No one expected that the so-called Lin Fei would actually make a move at this time. He was quite capable. It was really beyond their imagination. It It wouldn't matter if it was at other times. But at this time he more or less had some background. He made a big move. Otherwise he wouldn't have started to snatch it all at once. As soon as he arrived, he snatched the land next door. Of course, some people heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, he snatched the land next door. If he snatched the land far away, they would have no chance at all. Now they didn't have to worry. All he had to do was to wait here. Anyway, Lin Fei would snatch all these things sooner or later. The further the distance, the safer it was. After all, these merit lands couldn't be moved. They could only occupy a piece of land nearby. This was the only benefit that they could heave a sigh of relief. At other times they really didn't have such thoughts. Now they could only clap their hands and cheer. Of course, for those who had become farm owners, this wasn't good news. Lin Fei seemed very mysterious. Who knew what kind of tricks this guy had up his sleeves? After all, this guy's tricks were very fierce. If they weren't careful, they would really suffer a loss. All of them knew what they were doing. After taking some of the land, he continued to snatch more and more land. In the blink of an eye, it broke through to more than 100 acres of land. Many people noticed this at this time. Especially those nearby, they could be said to be trembling at this time. They didn't dare to think too much, afraid that they would be targeted by Lin Fei. If that happened, they wouldn't be so lucky. After Lin Fei took more than 100 acres of land, he didn't do anything else. It seemed that these things had nothing to do with him. Lin Fei was planting new things here. He had already gained a lot, such as planting a lot of merit seeds. However, if he wanted more seeds, he would have to rely on luck. Previously, although he heard that there would be rewards, these things really didn't interest him. If it was possible, he would rather have something else. Unfortunately, his luck was quite bad and he didn't get it. Even if he signed in, he didn't get anything good. It was really disappointing. Fortunately, on this day, Lin Fei finally signed a good item. This good thing really lit up his eyes. Even Lin Fei himself was quite surprised by this. He could actually sign in for such a thing. If it was something else, he might have doubted it, but it was different now. It was definitely a really good thing. Ding, you have signed in successfully in the heavenly law space. You have gained 500 mu of merit land. Previously, he didn't think that he could sign in for anything. Now, there were a lot of things to sign in. It was 500 acres of land. 500 mu of land was naturally a little different. It was definitely more than before. Apart from that, he also signed in another item. The other thing was the so-called Tauren. 200. It was real. Lin Fei himself felt extremely surprised that he could still hear such things. It was really like a dream. In his imagination, he didn't seem to be so lucky. But now, he actually signed in for them. It was really too surprising. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't dare to believe it. But no matter what, these 200 Tauren made his eyes light up. His eyes really lit up. What else could be more attractive than this? There really wasn't anything else. Chapter 54:11. Lin Fei was very happy to be able to sign in such a thing. Especially the 200 Minotaurs. This was the biggest test. Lin Fei really didn't like other things. However, this thing was different. It was a Tauren. With these Minotaurs, he would naturally have a lot of luck. Everything else could be put aside. At the very least, his 200 acres of land was finally settled. Then the 200 Minotaurs appeared in front of Lin Fei. He had become extremely respectful. Greetings, Lord. The voices of the 200 Minotaurs were incomparably loud. It was really completely different from before. As long as you work hard, you can have everything. If you don't work hard, I'll sell all of you. I believe many people will be very interested in you. Lin Fei didn't say anything, but just this sentence was enough to let these guys know what it meant to be powerful. After giving the instructions, the 200 Minotaurs began to move. Without any need for any command, they organized a few small teams. They plowed the 200 acres of land in the first place. Lin Fei also discovered something quite interesting. As long as the Minotaurs plowed the land, it wouldn't affect them at all. It wasn't like how he was at the beginning, which was full of trouble. He needed merit more. Now that he compared them, it was completely different. Without comparison, there would be no harm. This time he finally learned something new. This Heaven's Path space really had a lot of good things hidden. It was a pity that he didn't know about it before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to work so hard before. If he had to do it himself, it would be different now. He could just let them do it themselves. For a moment, Lin Fei felt that these things were a little too little. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this now. What a pity. In any case, in the next few days, Lin Fei was the most leisurely person. These fellows had already plowed the land once. Things like rice and corn were quite easy to harvest. Most importantly, these guys seemed to be quite good at working. Lin Fei had also asked them before and found out that their favorite thing to do in the other world was to farm. Owning large tracts of farms was what they were most happy to do. Now he could return to his old profession. What could be more delightful than eating and drinking without any worries? There was absolutely no one else. There was no second one. Ding, sign in for 500 acres of land in the heavenly lost space. On this day, Lin Fei signed in again. However, the sign-in this time was relatively simple. It was just 500 mu of land, but it came at the right time. He already had a few hundred acres of land. With the addition of this 500 acres of land, he should be qualified to become a so-called farm. Previously there was no mention of a farm, but now it was different. He had the right to do so. Naturally, Lin Fei would not miss it. It was just as Lin Fei had thought. A notification popped up. His farm was located at the back. It wasn't like what he had expected. This was just as Lin Fei had expected. After all, he didn't want to be too high profile. It was fine as long as there was a farm. Nothing else mattered. With 500 acres of land, the Taurans suddenly had a lot of work. In the past, such a small amount of land was really too simple for them. Now it was much easier. A month later, there was a harvest in the field. The harvest this time was quite good. Merit corn. There were more immortal peaches and rice than usual. Lin Fei was also surprised. He actually had such a harvest. It seemed that these Taurans were really quite useful. He had 200 Taurans. It was really a big bargain. Unlike the others, without these Taurans, it would be a little difficult to do things. Chapter 54:12. The efficiency of 200 Taurans was naturally incomparable to before. The output was also higher than before. Lin Fei could finally take a breather. There were so many good things. It seemed like he had to find a suitable channel. He didn't know whether he would use them or sell them. Just as Lin Fei was about to put them away, he heard a voice. This voice naturally came from the heavenly Tao. It was different from before. All the things grown in the merit land can be exchanged for gold coins. Gold coins can be used to buy all kinds of things here. This time it was quite different. At the very least, it made everyone feel very surprised. Even the big farm owners were the same. In the blink of an eye, they were extremely excited. Finally, the second stage began again. It was very different from before. Everyone was quite surprised. They really didn't expect it to be this thing. It was actually recycling the things that were grown in the land. This was more interesting. If there were no surprises, only some Taurans and the like could be exchanged for. Now it was a competition of whose farm was bigger. The bigger it was, the more gold coins it could be exchanged for. Or rather, other seeds. During this time, Lin Fei was also interested in them. Then, a cornucopia appeared in his farm. This treasure cornucopia was different from usual. This treasure cornucopia looked empty, but things could be placed inside. It was quite interesting. At the very least, whoever had more land would be able to obtain more gold coins. Other than that, there was also something that looked like a canopy next to it. There were many things that could be seen on it. In other words, everything on it could be bought. At this moment, everyone could see it. Oh my God, a Tauren actually costs 10,000 gold coins. That's not cheap. Of course. Otherwise, why would they say that it's a reward for Taurans? I wonder how much income we can get from selling these things. Did you guys notice that 1 mu of merit land here costs 1 million? Good heavens, it's really not something that anyone can afford. Everyone looked at each other in shock. This thing was really different from what they had imagined. This thing was indeed a bit different from ordinary things. This gap wasn't something that anyone could catch up to. Lin Fei was even more thankful that he had signed in for 200 acres of land previously. Now he had signed another 500 mu of land. In addition to the land that he had seized previously, he had almost 900 mu of land. It wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. Compared to most people, there was still a certain difference. Before he saw it, he might have had some thoughts, but after seeing it, it was different. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't think much about it and directly exchanged. It was this thing that he threw into it. The first to be thrown in was the merit corn. However, the price of the corn was quite cheap. 1 corn could only be exchanged for 10 gold coins. This was a little too little. That much corn could only be exchanged for tens of thousands of gold coins. Good heavens, this gold coin is hard to earn. Lin Fei stared at his immortal peach. One had to know that the peaches of immortality were not cheap. It was normal for a commodity like corn to be cheap. If it was something else, it might be different. He directly asked the Tauren to pick the so-called peaches of immortality. Lin Fei didn't eat many of these peaches of immortality, so he kept them. He was preparing to use them when they would come in handy. He didn't expect them to come in handy now. He casually threw in a peaches of immortality. Successfully received peaches of immortality. Received 10,000 gold coins. Good heavens, this ratio was a little too big. Even Lin Fei himself was overjoyed at this turn of events. It was really too scary. Corn could only be exchanged for 10 gold coins, but this Peaches of Immortality could be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. It was really different. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief. Looking back at the Peaches of Immortality on the tree, it seemed like he could earn at least a few million,